Yesterday, we had it all. We had a high sun, and we had still water, and we had a clear run. And then we had the starter gun, and all hell broke loose as underdogs barked, and bikes broke, and swim skins stuck, and new dads grinned. And the coming men went, and the favourite blew, and WestJet flew, and at the end you just knew that the greatest, well, he is the greatest. So how about we do it all over again today? Ladies, it's over to you. And a very warm welcome to Milwaukee, where it is seconds out and round 2 of the PTO US Open, and we are all hoping for a whole lot more drama relative to what we had yesterday. It's a very warm welcome back to the great Rinny Carr-Frey and the very knowledgeable Jack Kelly. It's great to have you both with us. We have been on a heck of a roller coaster so far this weekend. In fact, we're going to start with the finish line scenes from yesterday, because they do say a picture paints 1,000 words, but 10 seconds here sums up 3¼ hours of pure drama. To the victor of the spoils, the great Jan Frodeno. Jason West spent in second. What was that on the face of Christian Blumenfeld? Disgust? I don't know, you tell me.
Absolute disgust, I think.
Where does that rate in terms of drama for everything that you have seen and done in this sport?
I mean, yesterday's race had it all. I mean, we had drama from the gun, basically, with Jan sort of falling off the back, then having to surge back on, and then forgetting his swimsuit skin at the end of the transition. At 41 years young, this long in the sport, still making little mistakes. I'm sure he said he was disappointed with that at the end of the race. And then, obviously, once we got onto that run, a lot of drama with Magnus dropping out, obviously Christian Blumenfeld cramping, just coming into transition. So yesterday's race had it all. I'm excited to get stuck into today's.
The wheels don't stop turning for these athletes. They're off and on to the next. But I just wonder, from your perspective, how long that result will linger in the air.
Yeah, for Jan, forever. Like, that's a legacy race for Jan. It's like the last little piece of the Jan Frodeno puzzle. And again, later on this year, he can go on and take that to the next level. For Christian, he can't wait for the Singapore Open. Like, redemption would be on his mind. He'd be angry. He just needs to race now.
Okay, on to today, and we do go again. It's another stacked start line, so let's quickly take you through that, because Ashleigh Gentle, of course, dominated all things PTO last year, and she is ranked #1 coming into this one. Interestingly, we've got Paula Findlay, and we've also got Taylor Knibb, who both picked up second-place finishes last year. That was 2022 in Canada for Paula, and the US Open for Taylor, of course. Bear with us as we bring it in. And obviously, they will be hoping to go one better this time around. It's a very depth-charged field, this, including the youngest starter, who is Marjolaine Pierre. But Taylor Knibb I want to start with first of all, because she's, of course, got the home support here. Expectations around her form coming into this one for you?
I think, well, make no mistake, I think Taylor's here to win this race. There was some chatter around the last few days that maybe she wasn't quite in form, but Taylor kind of brings in a sort of a nervous energy, and I think that's just part of who she is. She's very meticulous and very, like, everything sort of runs perfectly, but she kind of comes across as maybe polar opposites to Christian Blumenfeld, where the confidence was just booming from him. Taylor's sort of more understated, but honestly, I see her taking it away this race today. I'm going to say it now.
Big call, because of course if she is to do it today, she's going to have to get past the lady who won it all in terms of what she started in the PTO last time around. That is Ashleigh Gentle, of course, and let's remind you how it panned out for her last year. big money in the bank for Ashleigh Gentle, but it was a second-place finish for her in Ibiza, incidentally. Not feeling very well going down to the start line, so a remarkable performance, nevertheless, to get home in that one. But she is here in Milwaukee, she is fit, and she's ready to fire.
I'm in much better form than Ibiza. I feel like I've definitely gone up a fitness level since then. I'm swimming, biking and running a lot better than I was in May. I'm going well, but to be able to transfer that onto the race course, it's difficult sometimes, and it's easier said than done. So it's kind of about managing the emotions and the anticipation of the race, and sometimes that's the hardest part, just keeping yourself, I guess, caged in a sense until you're like, okay, 4 p.m. Saturday, you can unleash it. Yeah, there's some incredible women here for the US Open that have been really looking to target this race. Yeah, to be able to catch someone like Taylor Knibb is a very, very difficult feat. There's going to be a gap, no doubt about it. She's a super cyclist. That's not going to shock everyone when she comes off the bike first. I'm going to need to have a better run than Dallas to catch her. I do think my run is better than it has ever been. Whether people think I'm in striking distance or not, I'm going to give it my 100%. Like, I don't care if you have to scrape me off the asphalt at the end of the race. Like, I'm going to go all in. That's 100% guaranteed.
All right.
Well, it is all up for grabs. Rennie's gone early on Taylor Knibb, so I'm going to bring you in, Jack. I know you fancy Taylor Knibb for this one as well, but if Ashleigh is to perhaps surprise a few, where and how is it going to come from?
Ash's keys is she has to find a group in the swim, limit her losses in the swim to the strong front pack swim we have, and then on the bike again. I think the theme of the day for Ash before the run is limit losses. She can't let Taylor have a 7-minute lead again like last year at the US Open, because Taylor is running a bit better than she was that time last year. So for Ash, a good group in the swim, solid ride, and then she needs to run like Jason West did yesterday, basically.
Absolutely, and that's a lovely point actually, because we can all pick our favourites and form can tell us only so much. We are seeing more and more that there are upsets, there are challenges coming from within the depths of the pack, and when you look outside perhaps of some of the front runners, where do you see challenges today?
Yeah, I mean, you can't go past Paula Findlay. Obviously, his races very well at this distance and is riding extremely strong at the moment. But Tamara Jewett, she's the one that is the Jason-esque, Jason West-esque run style and could run through the field. So definitely be keeping an eye on her throughout the bike, sort of watching what that deficit is and seeing if she's in striking distance.
The other thing I do want to bring in, given Ashleigh Gentle has picked up a lot of money, her bank manager is extremely pleased with her off the back of her efforts last year, is that this is becoming big business now. I mean, Ash has come and won, and I imagine that that's going to inspire a lot of others.
You just look what it's done for Ash's life. Like, Ash spent 15, 20 years of her life struggling as a short course triathlete. Hadn't stepped up and won an Ironman World Championship like Jan Frodeno. Like, Jan Frodeno's already won plenty of money in his triathlon career. Pretty much every single female on this start list tomorrow, apart from Ashleigh Gentle, hasn't done that in a PTO race or an Ironman race yet. This could change the life of any athlete on that field today.
Is it changing the game for you, the money at stake?
Absolutely. I think it changes the way an athlete sets up their season. There's sort of with limited money opportunities, and now with the PTO expanding to possibly 7 races next year, that is game-changing for our sport, and these women are going to reap the benefits.
Good stuff. You're going to rush off back to Jack's Bridge when the swim gets underway. We'll hear from you in just a moment or two. Thank you for now, Jack. And we're now going to bring in Rachel Stringer, who a moment or two ago spoke to one of those ready to race.
Well, as you can see, the swim warm-up is happening behind us, and I've just grabbed Lauren Brandon out of the warm-up for a quick word. She's one of the strongest swimmers in the field, as I'm sure you guys know. Late call-up as well, Lauren, to this event. Firstly, I want to know how the water's feeling. Are you prepared for this one?
Yeah, you know, all day they were going back and forth with whether or not it was going to be wetsuit or not, but they just told us non-wetsuit. It is a bit more choppy than it was the other day during the swim familiarization. I think there's a bit more wind today. So, yeah, I think that will play into my favor, being non-wetsuit and a little choppy, but the water temp feels good.
We know you're likely to be out in front. You're down in 7th over there on the starters orders. Taylor is in 23rd. Taylor obviously gave you a good race in Boulder in the swim. Yeah. Do you expect her to do the same today?
Yeah, she's a little bit more get-out speed than I do. I think I have like 15 years on her. So, you know, it takes me a little while to warm up. And then, yeah, you have Beck Clark and you have Haley Chura. So you have some good swimmers out there. So, yeah, we'll just see.
Age is just a number, Lauren. Good luck today. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks.
Go well.
referencing as well that we've got an Aussie exit here. It's actually 150 metres long, which is perhaps a little longer than some might be used to. And the athletes will exit the water after their first lap. They will run past the Adoring Hordes before entering the water again for lap 2, and then exit again as they head into transition. And really, I want to bring you in because it is slightly cooler than yesterday. It is a little more windy, but I'm going to ask you to take us through the course once again. Fast and furious, once again, from your perspective?
I think so. I mean, there will be a little bit of wind on the bike, which will be different to what the men had, so perhaps a little slower on the bike. But again, yeah, 2-lap swim, very exciting swim exit that we get to see the athletes come through. And 7 laps on the bike, obviously not much going on the bike, fairly flat, very nice surface. Small climb there, but nothing to really report. And then onto the run, 5 laps on the run, and let's see what sort of fireworks we'll get from the women.
And just a sense of the occasion as well, because we saw some fabulous scenes. Yes, we saw your husband Tim running with a big smile. We saw Jan Frodeno really enjoying his final laps as well. The sense of occasion that we've got here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. Obviously, with the age group national championships happening this weekend, we have such a great crowd and great support, and that really lends to all the energy, sort of picks the athletes up. And I think Jan was definitely enjoying that last lap, sort of a lap of honour almost. So I think that definitely builds to the occasion.
And I'd love to get your thoughts as someone who has run and won more of these than most. What these moments are like as the athletes begin to make their way down to that start line. What are the thoughts that they've got to cling on to as the tension builds?
Yeah, I think it's all about positive self-talk at this point. Try to think of all the great work you have done and why you deserve to be here. And then, yeah, it's just deep breaths and then rip it and grip it.
I do want to pick up as well on the mystery pro who went Taylor Knibb, Ashleigh Gentle, Paula Findlay in third. They had a shocker yesterday, but are you happy with that as a selection?
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Yesterday's any indication, nobody knows. But yeah, I feel like the mystery pro generally has a finger on the pulse very well.
Good stuff. We shall see. The sun is shining. We are ready to go. It is the PTO US Open, and we'll hand you over to your starter.
Wearing number 6, PTO rank 14th, from Great Britain, Kat Matthews. Wearing number 5, PTO rank 10, from Canada, Tamara Jewett. Wearing number 4, PTO rank 9, from Great Britain, Holly Lawrence. Wearing number 3, ranked 6th, from the United States of America, Taylor Knibb. Wearing number 2, ranked 5th, from Canada, Paula Findlay. And wearing number 1, PTO rank number 1, winner of the 2022 PTO US Open from Australia, Ashleigh Gentle. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
On your marks. We are racing. So triathlon fans, we have 100 kilometers of super fast swim, bike, run here in Milwaukee for the PTO US Open. $600,000 is up for grabs here today, as well as lucrative PTO points. On the course today, we have 16 of the top 30 PTO female athletes from 10 different countries, no less. And we're underway in that swim. 2 kilometers in Lake Michigan, We have 2 laps, a long Aussie exit where the athletes will depart from the water for about 125 metres before diving back in. You might notice as well, there are some coloured swim caps. That's going to help us identify who the front runners are. My name is John Gooden. I'm delighted to be in commentary today by 4-time world champion Rinny Carfrae, who is making her way back from the presentation position. Also on commentary duty today is top podcaster Jack Kelly. He is out on the course and under the bridge that you can see in the distance there. And already there's a bit of a stretch. Not sure who that is out far right, maybe in a silver cap, is Lauren Brandon. She's always known for a very strong swim. Check out the orange cap of Ashleigh Gentle. She, of course, as I'm sure you're aware, is going to feature heavily today. The purple cap is Rebecca Clark, and she looks like she's out in front at the moment. Well, I do beg your pardon, it looks like we have the silver cap of Lauren Brandon, who is out in front. Taylor Knibb is wearing the white, and she's coming up on the shoulder of Rebecca Clark or Hayley Churrup. The red and the pinks look so similar. So 2 kilometres in Lake Michigan. We heard Lauren Brandon talking with Rachel earlier, saying that the water was a little bit choppier than what we've seen this week when the athletes were having a feel a little bit earlier on. It is a non-wetsuit swim. The water temperature 22.4 degrees. Air temperature just north of 30 degrees. So it is warm out there, but it's quite overcast as well. The sun was definitely shining down yesterday, as we see Lauren Brandon stretching out the women's field at the moment. And Hayley Churrup with Taylor Knibb side by side. And Rebecca Clark is in 4th, but Jack has much better vision on this than I do. So Jack, what are you seeing?
Lauren Brandon's got about a body length lead to Taylor Knibb there in 2nd. The interesting thing is Ash Gentle's on the 7th or 8th feet now. She's probably already down about 4, 5, 6 body lengths to Taylor Knibb. Actually, make that about 10 body lengths to Taylor Knibb right now. That's the big development. Lauren Brandon is pushing that pace hard. She's actually gapped everyone by now at 3 body lengths. Taylor Knibb is fighting to get back up there, and Ashleigh Gentle is actually falling back a bit.
Thanks, Jack. So Lauren Brandon, a former NCAA swimmer from the University of Nebraska. She found triathlon in 2010. She is notoriously good as a swim biker, one of the best in the water on the scene, and I'm delighted to be joined by Rinny. She's made it back round to commentary. Already they're stringing out, Rinny.
Yeah, I think the pace is on from the gun, and all thanks to this woman, Lauren Brandon. She is just a class act when it comes to swimming, and Taylor's really struggling to attach to her feet, and it looks like everyone behind her is sort of staying intact for now. But as we get to the turn buoys at the end of the course here, that's when things will start to shake out a little more, and packs will start to form, I believe. So we'll sort of sit tight and see what happens. But right now it looks like Lauren Brandon is getting away from Taylor Knibb.
Lauren Brandon was on her mid-season break when she got the call for today, but already having an impact on the race. Brandon actually started her 2023 campaign with a podium spot in the Philippines.
And it actually looks like we have Hayley Churrup in 3rd position there. In the red, yeah. So it
with
looks
the
like
yellow sleeves, yeah.
Yes, with the yellow sleeves. So we have, it looks like a group of 3 from that camera angle. It really looks like a group of 3 might be getting away. And then in the purple, that is Rebecca Clark. So Rebecca Clark, also one of the class swimmers of this field. And those 4 were sort of who we thought would be together out of the water. So we'll sort of see how they come together in the next few 100 meters, and certainly as they round the turn buoys at the end.
Taylor Knibb, someone that's catching a lot of the headlines, Rinny, coming in, and rightly so. She's always at that front pack, and of course history in the US Open between her and Ashleigh Gentle. I'm sure she's going to want to put a big gap in, but on the other side, Ashleigh Gentle is going to want to climb the pace towards the front of the race as best she can so that she doesn't have such big gaps to make up on the bike and the run.
Yeah, and as we pan back there, it looked like Paula Findlay was on Ashleigh Gentle's feet together, and they were sort of the lead of that second group there. So, yeah, Taylor just desperately trying to get onto the feet of Lauren Brandon here. Yeah, it's almost so frustrating when you're sprinting. She's actually trying to sprint right now to catch up to Lauren just to get on those feet, because once she gets on her feet, then she can sort of relax, take advantage of a little bit of a draft. And so that's what you want to do. You want to be right on their feet. My coach was like, make it feel like you're giving her a pedicure. I want you to be biting her toenails. That was what my coach used to tell me. Obviously not a very nice visual, but that's where she wants to be. She wants to be way up in Lauren Brandon's business to get the best possible draft.
Just some housekeeping. All of the athletes need to keep these boys on their right shoulder. They can't cut in, otherwise they will face a penalty. I think they do turn left, however, on the boys to go into the Aussie exit. So you'll see them go tight on there. Now, Rachel spoke with Lauren a little bit before the start, and she noted that the water is a little bit choppier. It's also a non-wetsuit swim. So what does that mean for the stronger swimmers out there?
Yeah, I think the stronger swimmers are always going to benefit from a non-wetsuit swim. As sort of mentioned yesterday, when you have a wetsuit, it sort of helps you become more buoyant in the water. And if you've been swimming your whole life, you generally have a really good swim position, or a body position, we like to say, when you're swimming. So having your body up high, sort of half out of the water, is faster than when you're sort of sitting lower in the water, and the wetsuit brings you up. The choppy swim as well just makes it just a little bit tougher for everybody to swim, but I think if you're a good swimmer and comfortable in the water, then you're gonna do better. Although Ashleigh, coming from Australia, she might be more comfortable in a more choppy swim, because obviously Australia beaches grew up on sort of that sort of culture, so choppier swim. But I mean, obviously this is no Gold Coast or
yeah, sure,
surf swim.
Now we see a bit of separation here, Rinny, which we didn't see yesterday. So I think we got on the right there
Lauren Brandon.
Yeah, we got Hayley Chura. Hayley Chura and Lauren Brandon out on the right. Like, why might this be happening?
So it looks like Lauren has taken her line that she thinks the fastest, and Taylor has a different idea of where might be the fastest. She's given up on trying to hold Lauren Brandon's feet, and she's sort of taken the left line. Now, it's actually faster for Taylor to have gotten onto Lauren Brandon's feet, but she must think that Lauren Brandon is aiming to the wrong place, and she's sort of taken, a left turn. And then purple cap was Rebecca Clark. She was already on Taylor's feet, so she's just following Taylor's feet. She's not She's not really sighting at all. So we'll see how that shakes out at this next sort of junction in the course where they go onto the bridge. But I think that's a mistake from Taylor. I think she should have stayed on Lauren Brandon's feet. That's going to be faster for her. So I think this is going to mean Lauren's probably going to exit the water in first, and it'll be a few seconds down to Taylor. And also Taylor's now going to have to pull the whole swim. She's not going to get any rest, although I'm sure she's trained for this and ready for an all-out time trial for 3+ hours.
Sure. Now, you mentioned something very interesting there about Rebecca Clark maybe not sighting and just going with Taylor. So she's kind of inherited that pathway as well. And if it doesn't work out, that's kind of a little bit of a frustration if she exits the water and looks back at this.
I'm sure she would have taken a peek to make sure Taylor was still on course, but to be honest, I'm quite confident that she is just holding onto Taylor's feet and head down, just doing what she can. It looks like Hayley sort of decided to follow Lauren's lead a little more and went more to the right, but now she's sort of off the back of that group of two in Taylor and Beck Clark. So yeah, interesting to see them split up like that, but yeah, I mean, Lauren, it's just going to mean Lauren's going to have a little extra time in transition to herself for that first transition.
All right, well, Jack is under that bridge. Jack, what are you seeing?
Race dynamic. With Lauren Brandon picking the different line, I think Taylor Knibb just chose to go a different line, which is maybe a mistake, and has probably made this swim a fair bit harder for her, trying to catch that probably 15 body lengths here. Rebecca Clark sitting on the feet nicely. This race couldn't be more different from yesterday, with the men all like there was like, at this point, there was still 8 to 16 just in a single line on each other's feet. And this race has like split up all over the place. Ash Gentle's just come past now. She would be 20 seconds down on Taylor Knibb there. I actually think the Aussie exit played a big part in yesterday's race, but with how spread up this is, that 150-metre Aussie exit will actually play a massive role in can Taylor get back up closer to the feet of Lauren Brandon, and how much can Ash Gentle's group make up, and can they get back up on there? Watch for that.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, and we even see it now, athletes sort of not sticking to the feet in front of them, which is not really usual. I think athletes are sort of sighting their own way, and I mean, maybe not just jumping on the feet in front of them. I think that is Ellie Salthouse actually right there on the feet of Holly Lawrence. So that would be in 5th and 6th position. That's a great swim for Ellie Salthouse right on the feet of Holly Lawrence, but we are used to that battle.
Yes, and a battle that we saw in Boulder actually in the water was Knibb and Lauren. She was only 3 seconds behind. Of course, you know, we got a long way to go in the swim, but she's going to need to do some serious work to get on the feet again of the veteran Lauren Brandon.
And I think Taylor's going to get out of this water here and really sprint around the Aussie exit to try and jump back on Lauren Brandon's feet. And whether she can or not, that remains to be seen. But yeah, Taylor Knibb working really, really hard to try and get back up to Lauren Brandon. I think that if she can get onto her feet, she can relax a little bit, collect herself, and then as they come into transition, I think that will be a better scenario for her. But again, I think Taylor Knibb, I mean, she'd be happy to do an individual time trial all day. She has the fitness. She's coming into the business end of the season for her with her Olympic trials coming up in about 10 days. So I think, you know, this is not going to matter too much in the whole scheme of things when we get to the end of the race. But for right now, I think she would have been hoping to be up with Lauren Brandon.
So do you think she could be happy just to let her go?
I don't think she's happy to let her go. I think she's swimming as hard as she can to catch up. But honestly, I don't think it's going to matter as we get into transition. And actually, one other thing to note is that Taylor usually puts socks on in transition. So she does usually have a little bit of a slower transition than the other ladies because she opts to put socks on before the bike. Most of the athletes generally don't do that until T2.
Okay, well, let's see the ladies exit. Some of them were fiddling with their equipment yesterday. We see that Lauren's happy to run with her goggles on, but a few of the guys yesterday were having some issues seeing and sighting as they went around, but they will jump back into the water. It is slippy out there at points.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a chicane around the top. We saw some of the men slip around, and then as they came onto the pontoon, actually, there was kind of a bit of a sharp right turn, sorry. But Taylor, yeah, just trying to get around this section as quickly as possible. But again, I think she's going to be a couple of seconds behind Lauren diving into the water. It looks like Beck Clark might be a couple of seconds behind as well. There's Paula Findlay on screen right now.
Yes, Paula Findlay in the yellow cap. And look out for Ashleigh Gentle in the orange cap.
It looks like 37 to 39 seconds for Ashleigh Gentle and Paula Findlay. So that's a dangerous duo, those two on the bike together.
That's a beautiful stroke, isn't it, that Taylor Knibb has there, and a really nice turnover as well if the waters are choppy to cut through.
That's Ash jumping in the water right there. That's right on the feet of Ellie Salthouse. So that was Holly Lawrence, Ellie Salthouse, and I believe Ashleigh Gentle. Again, all very strong cyclists. So I think that group is sort of what we would have thought would have sort of eventuated, and that's going to be a very powerful, strong group there. Yeah, look at the stroke of Taylor Knibb. She sort of stretches out, grabs the water, grips the water, and pulls it through as hard as she can. Obviously a very good swimmer.
So Ashleigh Gentle about 34 seconds back at the moment from Taylor Knibb. That is about the same kind of consistency that we had in Dallas here last year. For those of you that didn't tune in, it was highly dramatic. Taylor Knibb put in nearly 7 minutes on Ashleigh Gentle through T2, and of course they dumped the bike and get the runners out, but she just blew up on the run, and Ashleigh Gentle put in a fantastic performance to make it a foot race home and become the PTO US Open champion at that point. So we do have like a second go here. Taylor Knibb can get one back in that rivalry. But it's playing out in a similar way. She'll hopefully feel that she doesn't have that nightmarish situation once again.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, obviously I've picked Taylor to win this race, but it's very hard to go against the Golden Girl, Ashleigh Gentle. She is the Golden Girl at this distance. 2 wins, a 2nd place, won her Collins Cup matchup last year, and just has made this the most important race, or the most important race series on her calendar. And she is peaking. She's in great shape. And she came in with a sort of a quiet confidence, I would say, as the Aussies, or us Aussies, I should say, come in. You know, not sort of shouting from the rooftops that she's in great shape, but clearly in very great shape, and quietly confident that she has what it takes to win today.
So our race leader is Lauren Brandon, and you can see what we kind of nicely referred to as like our form guide, our top trump, if you like, and Lauren Brandon versus the competition, if you like, is the 2nd best swimmer in the PTO rankings, but you can see she's not quite as competitive on the bike, but that's just because she's so good in the swim, and the run is her 3rd best discipline, just to give you an idea of where she's at individually, but also compared to her peers.
Yeah, and I think interesting thing to note is that everybody has their trump card. I mean, obviously, athletes like Paula Findlay kind of have an even game through the 3, but then someone like Lauren Brandon has that trump card of the swim, and she has to play it at every race.
Okay, Jack, who's under the bridge? What do you see?
Things have really exploded here. With Lauren Brandon establishing a huge lead after the Aussie exit. Ash Gentle's dropped back even further from the dive-in post the Aussie exit. She's got herself in a working group of 5, sitting 3rd feet, probably about 40 seconds down at this point. I think some other interesting things are that Kat Matthews, who's a big pre-race favourite for everyone, has actually lost a bit of time too, probably about a minute down. Everything's just so spread out. This race is going to be pretty chaotic on the bike after this swim.
Thanks, Jack. So Taylor Knibb in 2nd place at the moment, and whenever she is racing, she is one of the favourites to win for sure. And after a frustrating start to the year, the current Ironman 70.3 world champion, non-committal on her race strategy for today.
So I got surgery in January, and then so I didn't race, and then I kind of like, it was the best case scenario, I was back racing in May, and then I came home from that race and I got very sick, and so that kind of like, it just kind of been a lot of like up and down since then. So it's like, it's a mix. I'm not sure where I am, but I'm excited to be here, and last year I wasn't running it this time, so I have to be grateful for that. I feel like right now with the bike, I'm like seeing how much room I have for improvement in all the ways that I need to improve. So it feels like it's a huge weakness of mine right now. So like that's kind of where I'm coming in, because I see of all the ways where I'm still not where I want to be and where I can be, or I think I can be. So yes, but I do have a new bike, so I'm excited to try it out, and we'll see. Like, I'm not sure I'm aiming for perfection. It's more like, okay, what can I do on the day? How do I respond to the other racers? How do I control my race? And what do I have? And how do I execute? And sometimes, like, to do something you've never done, you have to do something you've never done before. So we'll see. Might be experimenting, might not be. So might be a different strategy, might not. We'll see.
An enviably talented athlete, Taylor Knibb. It was a nightmarish 2nd half of the season dealing with foot problems, but she got them remedied with surgery in January. And that surgery, Rinny, was a decision that she didn't take lightly. She was told that she could nurse the problems with her metatarsal and they would heal, but it would be an extended period of time. She got a screw put in, her 5th metatarsal, and she's been back. I'm sure we're going to get onto her bike and some of the changes in direction, or the parallel, we should say, in her career in TT. But great to see her talking in the camera, because she is a unique character in the sport, isn't she?
She really is, and there's no athlete that's more meticulous than Taylor Knibb is. I mean, I remember talking to her before one of her first 70.3s, and she read the guidebook from like start to finish. Nobody reads the guidebook from start to finish, but Taylor does her homework. And coming back from that injury, she would have done everything by the book, everything perfectly to make sure that that injury was behind her, that injury was taken care of perfectly, and she could move forward in her career. And I think that's why she sort of took an extended break, to make sure it was healed fully before she sort of got back on and started runnings. And yeah, I think we'll see the fruits of that patience in these next couple of months as she prepares and races the big races of the season.
Yeah, she was looking to qualify a medal in Paris 2024, so she has eyes on that. But she did come back in June to middle distance. She came first at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. I mean, again, just a statement that from the current middle distance world champion.
Yeah, and I was actually in Boulder. That's obviously my home, but yeah, watching her race there, the power that she holds or she can put into the pedals on the bike is unbelievable, and the way she rides that bike, I don't think there are any other women who can ride as fast as Taylor can right now. Obviously, you think of then like Paula Findlay, who's obviously a national champion for Canada for cycling, but Taylor Knibb is just on a different level, and I think we're going to see this when she hops out and starts this bike on her new bike, as she mentioned. I think it's all American flag bike, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I think her talents are sort of unparalleled on the bike, and it's just a matter of whether she has the run legs to hold off Ashleigh Gentle and Tamara Jewett and the rest of the women that will be coming through from behind.
So you'd put her ahead of Paula Findlay on the bike?
I would, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I think that's been a kind of a question, right? Like even Paula sort of mentioned that she would love to go head-to-head and see sort of how she would measure up to Taylor, but in my opinion, I think Taylor is the cream of the crop when it comes to cycling.
The gold standard, if you like. And, of course, let's talk about the fact that she's just 25 as well, really. Is she changing the game?
I think she will change the game, as long as she's very smart with how she plans out her seasons and keeps herself healthy. And I think that was the hat of Ashleigh Gentle on screen. So she's in third place in this group. I believe Holly Lawrence is leading, Ellie Salthouse in second. That's Ash Gentle in third. In the yellow cap, I believe that is Paula Findlay. I'm not sure who the last athlete is, but that's a very powerful group of 5 women. And they're really not too far off Taylor right now. So I think, you know, at the half, they're around 30 seconds. It's probably going to double, maybe a minute 10. But I don't think they'll be too upset with that, especially Ashleigh Gentle. I mean, I think she did say her swim has been going very well. Well, she said everything is better than Ibiza. And so far she is showing that. But I am surprised not to see Taylor up with Lauren Brandon. Either Lauren Brandon is really on fire today, or maybe Taylor's just a little bit off on the swim. But yeah, again, I don't think that's going to matter too much to Taylor when she gets out on the bike.
What is the kind of the distance that Ashleigh Gentle doesn't want Taylor to get? So how close do you think she needs to be coming into T1? Or would like to? I
think limit the damage as much as possible, and I think if she hears 110 down from Taylor, I think that will be a very positive split. I think she probably would have wanted, you know, well, I mean, I think she would have wanted somewhere in that range, but I think 110 is a very good swim from her, and the fact that she's, you know, with Paula Findlay, she's with Ellie Salthouse, Holly Lawrence, all of these women can ride bikes very fast, and so she has a very motivated group around her, which I think is only going to help her cause. But one other thing to note is that Taylor Knibb, again, is she's going to have a slower transition if she decides to put socks on, which she usually does. She usually gets into transition, she puts her socks on, and then she goes out on the bike. So that's going to even be a closer gap, I believe, than the exit of the swim.
Something that we were speaking about when we were travelling down to site today was the start time of the race, 4 p.m. And there's been chatter amongst the professionals, some who didn't favour it. And it's just, I guess it's just that there's a lot of habit, isn't there? And we'll actually pause on that thought, because I think Jack has got near that group. Jack, what can you see right now?
What I would say about what's happened in the second lap of this swim here is it's working out perfectly for Ashleigh Gentle. Taylor Knibb leading that second group with Rebecca Clark has actually lost time. She's probably 25 to 30 seconds down on Lauren Brandon now. And the big development is the Ashleigh Gentle Paula Findlay group is actually only about 12 to 15 seconds down on Taylor. So Taylor has leaked a bit of time here leading that second chase group on the second lap. I think the big thing is this race, this swim couldn't have played out better than, like, this is perfect scenario for Ash Gentle. She's got Paula Findlay in that group with her. She's got Ali Salthouse in that group with her. They're both going to work on the bike, and Ashleigh can just sit in there and maybe pull a few turns, but she'll probably rely pretty heavily on Paula Findlay there to do the work. I don't expect them to catch Taylor. I still think Taylor might ride away here, but dream scenario for Ash.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, so this later start time, it suits some athletes and not others, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think a lot of the short course or ITU athletes are used to starting sort of later in the day, so they're used to having a lazy morning, maybe going for a run, having their breakfast, sleeping in and all that. A lot of the long course athletes are used to like the 7 a.m., 6 a.m. start, so sort of used to waking up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., having their breakfast, going down and getting the race done. And, you know, I know from personal experience, my husband was sort of sitting around, didn't know what to do with himself or when to eat or what to eat. And I know some of the other athletes were sort of echoing the same thing. And actually, I just heard recently that that was an issue for Magnus Ditlev on the run. He actually was having stomach issues in having a bowel movement in the morning. Usually happens, and then generally by around 4 o'clock maybe you need to go again. And so sort of timing that is all very important for a race like this. You want to make sure that everything like that is taken care of before the race, and I think that was the reason that Magnus stopped in the end. His stomach, he has having some stomach issues, and he needed to go to the toilet.
I mean, nature calls.
Nature does call sometimes, and it is part of triathlon. It is something that we don't really talk about much, but when you're racing, I mean, this is only a 3.5 hour race, but the longer distances that you race, that you do have to make sure that you have taken care of business before the race, and you're eating well, not eating too much fiber in the days leading into the race. Make sure you've got your nutrition dialed in so that you don't have those issues on race day.
Yeah, well, here comes Lauren Brandon. She and her husband, Barrett, are former professional triathletes as well, now loves his bikes. She's getting herself set. What's she doing here? This with the kits?
So a lot of the men yesterday opted to have their kits up, and that was where Jan had his issues. So he didn't have his kit up. He said he only received his kit at 3 p.m. the afternoon before the race, and so it didn't sort of fit well enough to swim in. So he opted to have it down, and he was pulling it up in transition, and he was so busy trying to get it, you know, on correctly that he forgot to take his swim skin off. Taylor Knibb's got to do the same thing here. Beck Clark is not going to, because clearly she has her suit already up and not have to worry about that. So Taylor Knibb has opted to have it down as well. And then you see Hayley Truer coming out, and she could see her sleeves in the swim, so she is not going to have that issue either. So Taylor Knibb will be sort of trying to get this kit on. Lauren Brandon's done it beautifully. She clearly has practiced that. Yes, taking the swim skin off, and she'll be onto the bike and off. But again, I think the athletes, the ideal scenario is that they have their suit up and on correctly before they get to the bike, so that when they get to the bike they're not losing any time. They're just basically throwing the speed skin in the bin and then off they go.
So Ashleigh Gentle 1:04 down on the lead, about 30 off of Knibb, as we see Lauren Brandon exiting T1.
Yeah, interesting to note that at the US Open last year, Ash was around 1:07 down from Taylor Knibb out of the swim, and so that sort of tells me that Taylor hasn't had her usual swim.
Right.
She'd normally be probably more 30 seconds up, which is where Lauren Brandon was. So not quite the swim we're used to from Taylor, but I don't think, you know, we'll see actually right now, because they're in transition together. So this is really great for Ash. She's going to 30 seconds behind. This is ahead of where she probably expected. And these women are out on the bike fast and furious. They want to get up to Taylor to see if they can stick with her as long as possible.
And I might be reading into something that is fairly innocuous, but I did see that Taylor was pretty strapped up on her leg as well. And there has been some talk of a potential injury. I have no idea of the severity, but she is showing evidence that something's not quite where it wants to be.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on Taylor's injury. I hear like her tibia head, or fibula head, sorry, has been getting a little stuck, and she has missed maybe a couple of run sessions, but nothing to be concerned about. So I think it's just something she's being cautious with and making sure to take care of it. As I said, Taylor is a very calculated athlete, and if there's any niggle, she'll jump on it right away. I mean, obviously she's got a big end of the season coming up. She's got a lot of big goals. She always has a lot of big goals, but she has a lot of big goals at the end of this year. So I think she'll want to make sure, you know, any little niggles taken care of right away. And I think that that's what we're seeing with that tape on her leg.
and you predicted a slower transition for Taylor Knibb. Ashleigh Gentle only 9 seconds behind Taylor Knibb out of T2. So it's a good start to the day for Australia's Ashleigh Gentle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, well, I could give you the exact numbers in a moment, but I think Taylor put it in around sort of 5:30 on the bike to Ash. So that will be interesting to see. It was around, I'll give you the exact numbers in a moment when I check my stats. But well, we're back in transition here, and that, I believe, was Jocelyn McCauley, a very strong cyclist, going out onto the bike there, and we'll get some splits to this pack momentarily. Marjolaine Pierre, I believe, was there too. So, and that will be the third pack forming as we speak.
So just to give some context, you'll hear us talking a lot about Ashleigh Gentle. For those that don't follow triathlon, she is the current #1 in the PTO, and she loves the 100-kilometre signature distance here for the PTO races.
And something else to note, Lauren Brandon's swim time. She has, in the past, outswum all of the men from the day before, and she is only 30 seconds. Her swim time today was only 30 seconds slower than the fastest men yesterday. So that just shows the caliber of swimmer Lauren Brandon is. She's right there, and you know, obviously she did it all herself. She wasn't in a pack, she wasn't working with anyone. We saw Ben Canute and Aaron Royal trading off turns. She did it all herself in the choppier swim, I must say as well. So hats off to Lauren Brandon, once again showing us who's boss on the swim.
Yeah, 30 seconds down on the fastest. That's phenomenal. But she has form of that. She has been faster than the men quite a few times through her career, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has gotten the outright fastest time. Her along with Lucy Charles Barclay, both definitely right up there with the best male swimmers in the sport.
Paula Findlay's dropped behind Ashleigh Gentle group in T1. She's also, I guess, an Uber biker. So we'll be looking for her to make some moves out there on the course. We welcome back Jack. He's kind enough to join us in commentary. Hot out there, Jack?
It's a lot cooler than yesterday.
Okay.
Some crazy things happened on that swim. No one would have predicted Ash Gentle to be basically on the feet or on the wheel of Taylor Knibb 1K into the bike, but there she is. So I guess now we're all waiting to see, well, can Taylor get away? We assume that she will. How long will it take? Or can Ash and Paula ride with her? Obviously, that would require Paula getting back up in the group. She sort of dropped off the back a little bit by about 10 to 15 seconds. So we do expect her to work her way back up there, though. And yeah, I'm really interested to see how this sort of first 2 laps of the bike develops.
And really, with respect to who you perceive to be the favourites, talk about the bike course. It's a fast, relatively flat course. Who does it favour?
You know, I don't think it favours the really strong cyclist. I think it favours obviously it's important to be very strong on the bike. Any athlete that has strong legs is going to do well on this bike course. But I think it's probably not the perfect course for Taylor. Maybe a harder course would suit her a little better. So that's sort of a point in Ashleigh Gentle's favour, in my opinion.
All right, so Taylor Knibb didn't have the strongest of transitions, as we see a little replay. Very, very, very slow. I mean, obviously we've slowed this one down. Painfully slow for Taylor, if you read her expression.
Yeah, I'm sure it felt like 100 years when she was trying to get that zip up as she was standing there.
Oh yeah.
I don't think she broke the zip there. Right. She just sort of slipped off the zip. But the ideal plan, especially with a long transition from the swim exit to the bike, is to have that swim kit done up. So you're at the bike. Once you arrive there, your kit is ready.
Fixed.
You're ready to just take your swim skin off. So she did have a battle there to get that on, and as we saw with Jan yesterday.
But with Jan yesterday, it kind of made it look like not the perfect race, but it didn't seem to really affect the final result, did it?
No, absolutely. I mean, you look at Jan's race yesterday, and he was on the ropes so many times, but he just showed the true champion that he is, and he kept fighting, and he kept tooth and nail every single time he sort of fell off the back of that bike. He pushed back on, and then he got into the run and said, "See you later. This is what I do, and this is what I do best. It's win." And he did that yesterday, and it was wonderful to see.
Someone else who has been spoken about in the triathlon media as someone to hit the podium potentially today is Kat Matthews. Great to see her back racing PTO races. She's 2:24 behind the leader after the swim in 11th. So we'll keep an eye on her, but that is the figure of Ashleigh Gentle. We have 80 kilometres on the bike course, and something new, Jack. Watts per kilogram, currently holding 4.57, but can you give us a little colour as to what that actually means, if you'll pardon the pun?
So your watts per kilo is basically the power you're pushing at the time and your body weight. So it's sort of like body weight adjusted power, so that everyone can compare their power to each other, whether you weigh 80 kilos, 50 kilos or 150 kilos. 4.57 watts per kilo for Ash Gentle. That's probably, you know, pretty solid for her, sort of like upper aerobic type effort. She's not redlining it by any means. She's definitely riding within herself at the moment, but like on the upper limit of within herself. And she sort of has to, because she's in the third wheel and Taylor has just gotten away from her. Taylor's sort of put in quite a strong move early, which we know she does. She's not like Magnus from yesterday who works into his bike. Taylor just goes from the gun, and she already has got about 10 seconds on Ashleigh as we see her making the pass on Ryan Brandon now.
So Taylor Knibb making quick work of that 30 seconds. This is still on the first out straight away, and they do have 7 laps of this bike course. So 11.4 kilometre per lap. And this is the slight hill we've been talking about. It is not much of a hill, but I'm actually surprised to see Taylor out of the saddle here. It seems more of a in the aero bars kind of climb, but when they're out of the saddle like this, they're really like pushing pretty big watts. So really attacking. Ellie Salthouse on camera here. She's sort of trying to overtake Ash while Paula Findlay is overtaking both of them. So this is going to be sort of a tricky dynamic for these women here, because they do have 45 seconds to get to the wheel in front. And right now, as Ash has passed, she'll have to drop back. She'll have 45 seconds to drop back outside that 20-metre draft zone. And Ellie now also has to drop back outside of Paula Findlay's 20-metre draft zone. So you see now Ashleigh Gentle taking this time to fix up her shoe, which maybe she sort of quickly put on at the start of the bike, and now she's having to drop back. She's sitting up. She's kind of letting that gap grow so that she doesn't get into any drafting trouble. So, yeah, that's sort of the dynamic that happened there, which is sometimes tricky, but the women demonstrated it perfectly right there.
And just a quick recap. So it's an 80-kilometre bike course. There are 7 11.44 loops on this course. They go up and down Lincoln Memorial Drive. They have a flow-through transition that provides a quite picturesque and, as we saw yesterday, spectator-heavy location, which has been fantastic for the triathletes. Jack, there are lots of reports from those that raced yesterday that it's been one of the best supported events that they've seen in triathlon, and it really does make a difference to the day.
When you're out up there on course like I was just at the swim, it's massive. The crowd is seriously as big as any triathlon you'll go to, and it's great. It provides a real atmosphere. What we're seeing here right now is a really crucial part of the race. Taylor Knibb's moved to the front. Now, we know, and there has been a lot of talk in the lead-up of the Taylor Knibb versus Paula Findlay battle. Obviously, Taylor Knibb's chasing an Olympic time trial dream, and so is Paula Findlay, with Paula Findlay winning the Canadian National Championships on the bike for the time trial 2 years in a row, and Taylor came 4th in the American race. So there's sort of a little bit of a debate in the triathlon world. Well, can Paula now sort of catch up and ride the same as what Taylor does, or are the Canadian Championships just that little bit weaker, and so that it sort of doesn't equate? So I think this battle here with Paula now leading the second chase group, or the first chase group to Taylor, and Taylor out the front of the race, like how far ahead can Taylor get? Can Paula bridge that gap? And then with that, can Ashleigh Gentle stay with Paula while she tries to bridge that gap?
And Paula Findlay is going to Glasgow next week, representing Canada at the UCI Cycling World Championships, which is quite something.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paula came into this race and said she had the most confidence she's ever had in her cycling ability. So, you know, that says something, because Paula has always been a very strong cyclist, and to come into this race with that sort of confidence, obviously, it says that she's in very good shape and going to ride very well. But to add a little bit of context to this, in Dallas last year, Taylor was 6 minutes and 2 seconds quicker than Ashleigh on the bike. So, I mean, is that going to happen today? Obviously, the dynamics were a little bit different out of the swim. Ashleigh sort of in contact with Taylor having a little bit of a slower swim than she typically would have, and also a little bit of, a struggle to get her kit on properly in transition. So it'll be really interesting to see how these first miles or first couple of laps pan out, whether Taylor just asserts her authority and gets away right away and starts to make up that time, or whether Paula Findlay says not today and sort of stays in contact. And with that, will she bring Ashleigh Gentle?
So today, while you're, of course, enjoying our fantastic coverage here from Milwaukee, why don't you get your iPhone out or whatever device you use, a secondary tablet, go to protriathletes.org, get a second screen for your data. You can then follow along and just add a little bit extra to the coverage, and you can follow some of the numbers that we'll be talking about during the broadcast as well. As we see Taylor Knibb coming back in towards transition with Lake Michigan in that foreground, or background, I should say. Sorry, Rennie.
Sorry, you're right. Just going back, sorry, I'm too excited. I have so much to add today with the women's race. Just going back in the field, I do want to take note of some key players that are a little, further down, sort of 220 out of the water behind Lauren. But that's Kat Matthews, Tamara Jewett, and Jocelyn McCauley. Now, Tamara Jewett is arguably one of the fastest runners in this event, but she is with very good company on the bike.
So we're just going to take a look at that transition graphic. So it was Holly Lawrence that had the quickest transition. You can see there's not a great deal in it. It's sort of 10 seconds separating first from 10th. Ashleigh Gentle there as well, right there. It couldn't have gone much quicker compared to her competition. Ellie Salthouse with 1:17. So good work for the ladies coming through T1. Of course, Taylor Knibb didn't go quite so well for her. We saw her struggling with the zip.
Taylor is riding just a touch faster than the Paula Findlay chase group. It's not much in it right now. She's sort of probably putting in about 1 or 2 seconds per kilometre. I think it'll just be interesting how long this holds. It's sort of like a, it's like an elastic band at the moment where they're pretty much holding that 30-second gap. It sort of started at 25 seconds. It's now at 30, but that's happened over 4K, so that's not much. Can Taylor, is this tempo a little bit too hot and Paula will start dropping back, or is Paula just riding her numbers and her power perfectly now, and maybe the gap won't blow out like we think it will? And of course, what we're watching here, can Ashleigh Gentle stay on the back of this Ellie Salthouse Paula Findlay group, is probably going to be like the deciding factor of the day.
Yeah, this is a very strong trio here, and Ash, obviously very good for Ash because she has something to focus on and a wheel to kind of follow. I don't know if Holly Lawrence was able to stay on that group. It looks like she may have dropped back a touch, but I would have expected to see her up with this group and for that to be a very strong group of 4. But as it looks right now, that trio has sort of established itself as the second chase, or the first chase pack, sorry, the second group, and they are chasing Taylor Knibb, who's, as you said, Jack, slowly but surely sort of taking seconds at the moment. Will it sort of be more than that in the coming laps? Obviously, Taylor will be sort of banking on that, but I think Paula might have other ideas today.
And Ellie Salthouse we see there in 4th, right behind Paula Findlay. They've actually been living together recently. Ellie went over to Canada and the States with Paula and her other half, and they've been enjoying a training camp together, and what a great what a great combination, and they've been able to transfer it onto the race course as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been training, and they've been long-term friends. They've been racing against each other for a very long time in the 70.3 distance, and they're actually in Bend, Oregon, training together. And yeah, I mean, I think it's Ellie's first time. She normally makes her summer North American home in Boulder, Colorado. She did spend a bit of time in St. George, Utah last year, but Ellie Salthouse is an old training partner of mine, so I know her very well, and she's a feisty athlete and a very strong cyclist and a very good runner too, so I'm hoping to see her have a great race out there today.
Some other data that we have for you throughout the broadcast will be effort, which is the percentage of max heart rate. Now, we've been told directly from the athletes what their maximum heart rate is, and of course, so this is accurate real-time data And we can see that Taylor Knibb at 86%, Ashleigh Gentle at 88%. Make of that what you will, Jack. Of course, some athletes can just hold and embrace the pain more than others.
The thing with Taylor Knibb, though, and she's notorious for this, sort of like Matthias from yesterday, she just works hard. Like, she doesn't race any other way. I've never seen Taylor Knibb race, whether it be short course or PTO distance racing, where she holds back. So 86% of max heart rate is really high. It shows that she's working very hard. She'll hold that the whole race. Right. So the whole swim, the whole ride, the whole run. And Ash Gentle, 88% of her max heart rate is really high, which shows she is actually working very hard to hold the back of this Paula Findlay chase group.
Here we see Paula Findlay. Oh, she's just dropped her water bottle. Obviously went over a little bump there, and that was her front water bottle. That is kind of costly, actually. It won't incur a penalty because it was accidental. Obviously, littering usually would incur a penalty if the athlete purposely discards, but her water bottle popped out there. That's not great news for Paula Findlay, but I mean, I'm sure she's got a backup plan. She's a professional, and yeah, but just not ideal. One other thing to note is during that section through transition, it's a neutral zone.
Right.
So there is no drafting. There will be no draft calls. It's just too dangerous to get in there. The athletes are sort of trying to get in and out as quickly as they can, as safely as they can. So you know, sometimes they sort of draft in, sort of might kind of come into that 20-meter zone, but it is it's a neutral zone. So the athletes are exempt from any draft penalties in that section.
You just mentioned it. 20 meters is what the front and back wheels should have, and you see that little disc there on the post of the bike. You see the number as well. That's Race Ranger. It's a traffic light system which assists both the athletes and the officials on the course. So when they look up, they'll see like a traffic light. If they're getting too close, they have to either pass or fall back. And if they are constantly kind of playing with that, then maybe the race officials will get involved and they'll start issuing penalties. But of course, you know, they will. They're not. It's not so harsh. It's just assistance for the athletes for fair racing.
And actually, the athletes voted unanimously to have Race Ranger at the races. The athletes like to have that, so they know when they're in the blue zone. The little light goes on that says yes, they're blue, they're good. If they drift into the red, they know they have to pass, and they have to make that pass within 45 seconds. It makes everything more clear, because obviously, forever we've just had basically objective race marshals. Yes, usually very well trained race marshals making those calls on race day, and this just gives it that little bit of extra. The race marshal can see that red mark go on and turn on the clock, get that 45 seconds, and make that call more accurately.
So the numbers you see on screen will indicate the ranking with respect to the other competitors here on the field, and Taylor Knibb is the first best biker that we have here in Milwaukee. This year she made her pro cycling debut in the colours of Trek Segafredo, placed 4th amongst the best cyclists in the States, as Jack was talking about. She had a persistent foot injury in the back end of 2022, which kind of stopped her high volume running. We were speaking, Rinny and I, earlier in the swim with the injury that then meant she needed a screw put in her foot. Just crazy, Jack, that she's able to hold not only short course ambitions, be like a 70.3 world champion, but also then just killing it as well in road cycling.
She's just one of those athletes, right? She just loves hard work. She's relentless. She's very diligent. I think that's something maybe people don't know about Taylor Knibb. She works really hard. She thinks a lot about her sport and her training. We're seeing her sort of build a little bit of a gap here. She's now out to 46 seconds to the Ash Gentle, Ali Salthouse, Paula Findlay group, which has led a few more on the back of it. I'm not sure whether that's because Paula's letting up the pace a little bit, and that's why the few like the Holly Lawrence and Rebecca Clark have been able to sort of get back on the back of it, or whether they're just riding really well. Rinny, do you expect to see Taylor Knibb sort of keep extending this gap? Do you think that chase group was working a little bit too hard to try and keep up with her, and the gap's gonna keep growing?
You know, I think Paula basically had to, she sort of fell off the back, and so she had to work really hard to get back up to that pack and then to the front of that group, and then she sees Taylor in the distance, so she's probably redlining a little to keep Taylor in sight. Now she's probably settled in to what her numbers are and what she believes she can hold for the duration of the event. I think we are going to see the this blowout now. Taylor Knibb is riding. She's very meticulous, as I mentioned, with her numbers, with everything that she does, and she will have that dialed in. And I think we'll see this gap now just grow. And she'll be out of sight, obviously not out of mind, because they keep crossing each other in this course. But I mean, honestly, I've never seen a woman ride the bike as well as Taylor does. I mean, sort of going back to the Julie Dibbins, and I mean, Daniela Riff is obviously one that rides a bike extremely well, but Taylor Knibb is just a little smoother and a lot younger. So we've got a huge future for Taylor if we can keep her healthy and keep her excited and racing.
Do you think, Rinny, that the best decision here for Paula Findlay is to go to the front of the Ashleigh Gentle, Ali Salthouse group and do all the work and hold her power? Because if she stays in that group and she has to drop back and then soft pedal for a bit and get back into the 20 metre, to like sit at 20, 25 metres away, and that keeps happening while Taylor's out in front just holding a sustained high power, does that make it a little bit easier for Taylor to get the gap versus if Paula did just go to the front of the group and work?
I think if Paula just stays at the front of the group, that will probably minimise the deficit the most. If Paula gets fed up and sort of look, Ellie Salthouse has gone around now, but you can't, and actually I think that might be, they're either passing Lauren Brandon right now or Ash Gentle is in the front. I think it might be.
That's Ash Gentle at the front of the group working with Ali Salthouse about to go around her. That's sort of what I was saying with Paula Findlay having to go back in there. Is this because she's hurting here, do you think, Rinny, or is she just sitting back in?
I think the other women are getting antsy and they're seeing that time gap grow. I think that's what Ash is doing. Ash is like, this is too slow. We're losing too much time. We need to get going here. But this is going to slow them down because every time sort of someone comes around the front, it slows the pace a little.
I've got shoot me down if I'm wrong here, but would the likes of Ashleigh Gentle be wanting Paula Findlay to kind of be taking charge and marching to the front to try and take something out of that lead to Knibb?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think Ashleigh cares who takes the lead. I think she just is very cognizant of what is going on and how far ahead Taylor is and what sort of time is being taken out, and she would have gotten a split right away, and she just will want to limit that deficit. So these ladies will be talking to one another like, we need to work really hard, we need to keep the power on. As you see now, it's a group of sort of 5, 6, 7 women riding together, which sort of tells me that maybe the pace isn't as hot as we thought it would be from Paula Findlay. They're sort of going to come up to the uphill section here in a moment, and this is a great shot. So then we have 2, 4, 6, 7, I believe. 2, 4, 6, 7 women riding together.
And they've blown out to about 1:10 back now, Rinny, as well.
So this year, Canada's Paula Findlay has improved her already impressive bike leg, but she's not alone in her firepower in the saddle this weekend, and this means she needs consistency across all disciplines to succeed.
Interesting having Taylor Knibb here. She wasn't in Ibiza, and the biking is my strength, but it's also her strength by a long shot. So in my mind, usually I visualize trying to get off the bike first, but at this race with her there, it's hard to know what that will look like. So I've been focusing a lot on my bike lately. I'm racing the TT World Championships next week. So it's a different distance, a different kind of an event, but it has really put cycling at the forefront of my training in the last couple months. So I'm especially confident with the bike right now. Yeah, Ash is a crazy strong runner. I never want to be off the bike with her, but she's also really strong at the swim and the bike. So I don't know, it's really hard hypothetically to play out how that would look. I know I've been running healthy and well. I'm probably never going to be a runner like Anne or Ashleigh, but I think my strength is that I can ride hard and well, and it doesn't take as much out of me for the run because I am strong on the bike. So my run is just consistent every time, and not the fastest, not the slowest, but consistent, and that's kind of my arsenal, I guess, is just consistency across all three. So to have success, and whether that's a win or a podium or a top 5, would be really meaningful. It would pay off. All of our hard work would pay off, so it would be awesome.
And that's the great Paula Findlay there, as we said, national time trial champion for cycling, and going off to race in Glasgow with the World Time Trial Champions next week. So very strong on the bike. But as we said, she is sort of in that pack of 7 women now. We'll see how that shakes out in the coming moments. Paula also just newly engaged to her partner Eric Lagerstrom. So I'm sure riding a high with that engagement announcement that went out maybe about a month ago.
If we think back to the US Open last year where Taylor came off the bike with a 7-minute lead over Ash, she got about a minute per lap on the bike. It was actually pretty consistent how she lost her time. On the first lap there, Rinny, she's pretty much roughly done it again. She got about 45 seconds, but it's looking like she is actually gapping them a little bit further on this second lap. And I'm just speculating, but do you think we're just seeing a repeat of that and she is going to continue and maybe just keep putting about a minute per lap and we might end up in a almost carbon copy of last year, or what are you seeing?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're seeing from Taylor. I think she'll be consistently riding very similar splits every lap, and as we said, I think that first lap, that second group with Paula sort of having to catch up and then redline a little, I think she's sort of settled in, but I think we'll see Paula sort of come to the front again and start pushing. But I do see that gap just growing, 45 seconds to a minute per lap. We certainly will get a split coming up here shortly. But another thing to note about Taylor Knibb, she comes from a family of triathletes. Her mum is doing Kona Ironman World Championships in October this year. So her mum is also a very good triathlete herself. So came into the sport following her parents' example. I think that's always a wonderful story when you just shaking your head a little bit there. I don't know what support. It must have been someone she knew on the side of the road, but it sort of seemed like a little smirk and I don't know why the shake of the head. She is putting time in, but maybe disappointed with her swim still, thinking about that.
So great genetics for the Knibb family. Taylor was a Division 1 swimmer at college. She was the youngest to be selected for the US national team at just 19 as well. She's just been a stud athlete ever since high school.
And has a silver medal actually for the teams championships at the Olympics. So does have that medal, but doesn't like to talk about it because she had a disappointing Olympics in Tokyo.
Right, and there was a pass by Ashleigh Gentle.
And that was just off that little dog leg that's sort of off the side of the course, the sort of the distance grab we like to call it. But Ashleigh sort of making quick time around those little turnarounds, and we see Ashleigh on the front again here. I believe that's Lauren Brandon off in the ahead in the foreground.
Talking to Josh Amberger last night, who's Ash Gentle's partner, he said that in the men's race what he was noticing is some gaps would form up the hill, and then if you were willing to take risks, you could actually catch up quite a lot of time through that technical section. He said you have to almost stop dead on 2 of the turns, and that athletes who were willing to really dive bomb it did sort of get that gap back. We saw Jan Frodeno do it twice throughout the race. I think Ash Gentle not really known for her bike handling skills, but she's sort of doing that. So maybe Josh has said the same thing to her overnight after the race, like in that technical section, make sure you do attack it because you can make up a lot of time. I mean, I think it's no coincidence that he's talking about that and she's doing it.
Yeah, and Jan did say that in the post-race interview that he sort of had to make up time in all of the technical sections. So he was sort of glad to have those technical sections to sort of come back intact with that group every time. So maybe not great for the best cyclists, but certainly great for anyone who handles a bike well.
And I was watching Paula and Eric Lagerstrom's this Tri Life channel, and I saw that she was doing some work on her 180 turns as well, made significant improvements, like got a couple of seconds out of that. So she's very used to that kind of chicane, if you like, at the moment. So I expect her to attack if needed.
Hey Rinny, can we talk about this tape on the side of Taylor's leg? I know that during the week there was some talk about it when people started seeing it throughout the week, because she has had it on during the week, and there was a few rumours floating around that she'd even flown one of her physical therapists in through the week, and then sort of the rumours around the racetrack started speculating, is Taylor injured? Have you talked to anyone about that? Did you find out what that is?
I didn't talk to Taylor herself, and I think it's always best to go to the source. But from what I'm hearing, she's had a little bit of her fibular head sort of sticking a little bit, and she's sort of, honestly, I think she's just being Taylor, and that is she has like maybe a little bit of a niggle. That's not really a big deal, but she's jumping on top of it right away. As I said, she has a big end of the year planned. She has this race her Olympic trials, obviously probably her biggest goal for this year, make that Olympic team. And then, you know, she's even talking about maybe racing Ironman Kona. She has Finland on the schedule too. I mean, this woman can do it all. The scary thing is she could be successful at all of these things. So she's just a phenomenal talent and an interesting character in that she's sort of comes across as sort of very nervous, a little jittery, but make no mistake, she's a stone cold killer.
And there is Kat Matthews on her canyon. Nice and aero. Great to have her back racing. PTO, she actually threw the first pitch, the Brewers, this week, and did very well. She got it to the catcher and everything.
Yeah, we've seen all of those bloopers where a celebrity comes out. Paris Hilton, I hear, was one of the worst, as you could imagine.
Well, of course, she's a standout athlete, and she did Triathlon proud this week.
And I wanted to say, yeah, Kat Matthews has already put about a minute into Tamara Jewett, and then she is about 2 minutes from that main group of 7, and then still 2:42 down from the front. So not really making any time up on Taylor Knibb, but around 2 minutes down on the Ashleigh Gentle, Ellie Salthouse, Paula Findlay, Rebecca Clark in the elite group.
That's a lot of time for Tamara Jewett to have bled already. She's 4:30 down on Taylor Knibb, and we're only sort of a third through the bike course, not even. I mean, we saw Jason West do what he did yesterday, and we sort of compared Tamara Jewett and Jason West as the same kind of athlete who can run through the field, but 4:30 down already is big. Kat Matthews, 3 minutes down from Taylor Knibb. Do you think she would be happy with where she's at right now, or would she have been like expecting to be further up in the field, Rinny?
Yeah, I think she would have wished for a better swim. She sort of has the potential to swim well, and when she does swim well, it changes the whole race for Kat Matthews. And today she's just having to just grit it out. It's an all-out time trial from start to finish for Kat. When you're up in that group, when you have a better swim, you have more cards to play. And I think a lot of the men sort of talked about that yesterday. You know, Magnus in particular. You know, if I'm in that group, I have a couple more cards to play than if I'm chasing, and certainly that's the case for Kat Matthews. She is just time trialing, all-out effort, doing her best to limit that deficit to the main group, and I think that Kat Matthews is a phenomenal athlete, and I think she did surprise us a lot, you know, in 2022, early 2022, 2021, when she sort of came out and just put together phenomenal swim, bike, run performances and was up with the best of them. So I sort of expect a similar performance today. I think she's back in really good form. She did have a pretty good break she did Ironman Texas, then she started Ibiza ITU long course world champs. She didn't finish that race, but it was pretty close to Texas, and then she took a break, and I think that was really smart. I think taking a break, taking a breath, and then building your fitness for the champion, you know, end of the season. I think that was really smart. So I think we'll see a very strong Kat Matthews in the back half of this race.
Something interesting that's happening at the front of this race is Taylor Knibb on both laps, both the first and second laps, was riding quite a bit faster than that chase group on the way out, which is the flat and then slightly uphill section, but then riding just about the same pace as them on the way back down that hill. So from the very top of the hill on that last lap, Taylor didn't really put any time into Ash Gentle right through until transition 2. So going to be really interesting to see here whether Taylor Knibb extends her gap like she did on the last 2 laps on this way out, which is slightly uphill, or is Ash just riding at the same pace as her and it's going to hold a bit more steady than we expected?
So as Kat Matthews was preparing for the Ironman World Championship, she went out for a bike ride that didn't just jeopardise her World Championship bid, but nearly destroyed her dreams of ever racing again. Just a note, viewer discretion is advised, as there are some quite graphic images of Kat's injuries.
I had planned a month-long training camp in the woodlands in Texas. I had set off slightly earlier to the guys who were also riding, starting this really nice bit of road that I'd ridden every day for a month.
Montgomery County 911.
Yes, he's down. Please hurry.
Paula, are you there? Hello? Ma'am.
I remember being in like the ED. there was like someone very close to my face. I'd gone into the windscreen initially, and I think I'd sort of grazed it in a way that there's still a lot of glass in my face. But I think this was like, my ear was, they had stitched my face back together and someone was sort of very close and checking it. But that's where I was then sort of, okay, I'm in hospital. I fractured my occipital condyle, which is the base of the skull, like the thick part, that then sits on top of your spinal, like your neck. Then you then go to the thoracic spine, and I had compression fractures in T3 and T4, and then also a fracture in my sternum. So the difference between cycling along and being a week away from the world champs, and then like, oh, you're worried that I might die or not walk again. I think that realisation was like too much to handle, and it was just, I just felt grief, like sort of despair and grief.
Jack, I'm really not sure where to start with my response to this. It's just an extraordinary recovery from Kat Matthews. I urge those that haven't seen it to watch the Crushed series that the guys at the PTO have done, and I have to say I think it's a very brave effort by Kat to allow someone to help tell her story. It's just wild for me to think that someone who went through that has been able to come back and compete at an elite level. We saw that they were talking about her never being able to walk, and I can't get over how she's... I've got to be very careful. She doesn't like it being called a comeback, does she? But certainly her recovery to be back in the field.
That footage and the photos are pretty hard to look at and hard to watch, because sort of every triathlete and every cyclist's worst nightmare. Sort of every ride you go out, you know it's a risk. You put it in the back of your head and you almost don't think about it. And like Kat said, she'd sort of been riding those roads all the time. She wouldn't have been thinking about it too much. Now the sad reality is Kat Matthews is thinking about cars every time she goes out on the road. She actually really struggled to get back on the road. So to see her back racing and fit and having big results this year, it's amazing, but it's not unexpected with Kat. So everyone who knows Kat in the triathlon community, and I'm sure her friends and family, she's just hard as nails. She's just a tough person. She's got that ex-military sort of like just unbreakable mindset, and that's why she hates like people calling her a comeback. She doesn't want to victimize herself. She sort of doesn't see herself like that. She sees herself as one of the world's best triathletes, and that's what she wants to get back, and that's what she wants people to be talking about it. That she doesn't want people to necessarily be focusing on the fact that this really bad thing happened to her. She wants to be known as the world's best triathlete.
Well, as I say, the full story is available on YouTube on the PTO channel. And to get a bit more detail, please do go watch. Really, she's a physio as well as armed forces. We spoke about Taylor Knibb and how diligent she is with her preparation, but there's no question that Kat Matthews is cut from the same cloth and has clearly followed every letter of the law to get herself quite literally back in the saddle.
Yeah, I think it's remarkable. I mean, obviously that accident happened just weeks before the Ironman World Championship. She was in the best shape of her life, ready to go and compete with the world's best, second place at the 2022 edition of the World Championships. And so going in as sort of one of the favourites and one to watch. And then her whole life was flipped upside down. But what's more remarkable is that she picked herself up real quick. It wasn't like she won Ironman Texas in April. And now, we're not even 12 months post-accident, and she's back racing the PTO Open with, the best athletes at this distance. I think her best distance is Ironman distance, but at the 100K distance, I think she's just, cut from a different cloth, and similar to that of Taylor Knibb, similar to that of a lot of the women racing here today. Just tough as nails and no excuses. They go out there, they race hard, they train hard, and that's what we're seeing today. We're just looking back at the split from the last lap, and this group only lost 35 seconds to Taylor in lap 2, which is very interesting because the first lap it was more like 40 seconds or so. So That's less than we expected, because you said in Dallas it was more like a minute per lap, so she's losing less time. And right now, obviously, it's still early days, a lot can happen. They're projecting around a 4-minute deficit from Taylor to this main group. And 4 minutes, we have a race in our hands.
We are seeing a bit of an interesting dynamic like we talked about, because Taylor is extending her lead again on the way out, which shows us that Taylor is riding the flat and slightly uphill section much stronger than the group behind her, and then it is actually just maintaining on the way back down, because this is now 3 times it's happened in a row. So I guess that's what we're going to see for the rest of this ride, is Taylor extending her gap up the hill, and then maybe the chase group working really hard on the descent to keep up with her. So I guess the end of this lap, what we want to see is, can they keep doing it? Or are they really having to work hard through that technical section on the downhill to catch up with them? That's going to be a really fascinating point, that whole ride, the way out and then the way back in. We are also seeing that Paula Findlay has gone to the front of this chase group as well. She was sitting 3rd wheel for the better part of a lap and a half, so she's obviously decided to go to the front and push the pace.
So the athletes are riding on the left-hand side of the carriageway, and the video bikes, those bringing us the beautiful pictures, they will stay on the right. It is safer for them to do so. They have exit points on the right so that they're not getting in the way of the athletes. Just blow past the aid station as they get up towards the twisty-turny part, really.
Yeah, we're on camera here with Ellie Salthouse, and that bright pink and flowery suit. She always does choose to wear bright colours, which we love. But those top 3 women working very well. It seems like there's a couple of other women in that pack, but they're sort of sitting behind. It really is Ashleigh Gentle, Paula Findlay and Ellie Salthouse as the aggressors of this second pack, and obviously we sort of expected that. I also thought we'd see Holly Lawrence sort of in the mix here, but she seems to be sort of dangling a little bit off the back, or sort of just holding on here. So whether that's tactics and she's sort of saving her legs and just trying to, or maybe she's just holding on for dear life. We won't know that unless we chat to her after. But actually it looks like that 3 might have made a slight break on the next couple of women. So we'll see as they come out of this little dogleg section, the technical part of the course, we like to say, where they sort of almost make a dead stop at both of those U-turns.
Ellie Salthouse, fellow Australian, Rinny, she's got so many, I think 20 middle distance wins in her career. She's here to give it absolutely everything. Didn't have her best season in 2022, but it'd be great to see her getting some old form back here in Milwaukee, wouldn't it?
Yeah, she really showed so much promise a couple of years ago, and was one that we've been watching and waiting to see her get some world title medals. But she sort of fell short of that. But she has something like 70.3 victories. So, yeah, definitely knows how to win. Very strong across all 3. But I think her downfall is just that she's just not quite there on the run. But we'll see if that's improved.
So I'm going to send it down to Rachel, who has a very special guest who's affiliated to the Ashleigh Gentle camp. Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, I've got Josh, Ash's husband. Of course, they got married only a couple of months ago now, so congratulations on that. You raced yesterday as well, 15. Have you managed to give Ash any tactics, any advice of what you managed to see on the course?
Yeah, definitely. There's like lots of little tidbits on this course from the swim. Even warm-up protocols before the swim, you would have noticed Ashleigh wearing a wetsuit. We line up in the aircon, and if you get a bit cold in there. So just little bits like that, little bits on the bike course, and the weather's, I think it's pretty similar to what we had yesterday. The wind's in the same direction on the bike course, so I've relayed that information, and that helps her definitely.
The guys on commentary as well were talking about taking advantage of those technical sections, and it seemed like Ash was doing that. Is that something that you spoke to her about?
Yeah, 100%. I think it was definitely noticeable in the men's races yesterday who was riding the technical sections well and who wasn't. And and how that affected the gaps on the bike. So, Ashleigh coming from a short course background, that's her bread and butter. She's got a great bike skills. She probably descends and corners better than anyone else in the sport. So, that's definitely one of her strengths today is those U-turns and through this technical section here in transition.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, she had a good swim, coming around kind of top 10, 7th, 8th there, just about a minute down on Lauren. Obviously, now doing really well on the bike, kind of 3rd, 4th, working with Ellie. Is that the plan? We're expecting Taylor to push a little bit harder, but what have you been telling Ash right now?
It's hard to get information to them out there. I mean, I'm just yelling out a split as she goes past. Taylor's the strongest cyclist in the sport up there with someone like Daniela Reef, and so we expect her to go off the front. It's obviously about limiting the damage by the time we hit the run. I think last year, Taylor was 7 minutes ahead of Ash. I don't think she's going to be that far ahead this year, hopefully not. But different conditions to last year, if she's out there 7 minutes ahead, I think she's probably got the race sewn up. But it's not over till it's over, and I know Ashleigh, every single race she gets stronger on the bike, she gets more confident on the bike, and we've seen her at the front of the pack the last 2 laps. So normally someone like Paula Findlay, she's a bit more seasoned, and she has the experience to ride at the front. But yeah, Ashleigh's obviously feeling good, and she's trying to win today, so she's doing her best on the bike she can.
Well, she's your queen, and she's the queen of the PTO as well. I'm sure she'll want to keep hold of that crown. Josh, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck today.
Thank you, cheers.
And the graphics, I lose a third of my
The
frame.
Aussie way, Rinny. Both we can see from Josh and Ash, they're very laid back in their approach. And I was actually speaking with her coach, David Tilbury-Davis, who was saying that her calmness and relaxed approach really sets her up in some of these more frantic situations that you guys are faced with on race day. She can take an objective look at things, and obviously the experience that she has as well, it's really armed her with an ability to tackle most things that she sees out there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We have the bike pace right here. It's Knibb's riding at about 127 minutes per kilometre, and Gentle's around 130 per minute. Per kilometre, sorry. And so only about 3 seconds difference per kilometre. Obviously over 80 kilometres, that can blow out to a significant time, but that's about the paces. So it doesn't look too much per kilometres. Yeah, look, probably around 4 minutes if they were consistent on that time gap for 80 kilometres. So I mean, 4 minutes, as I said, is more of a race. But yeah, going back to Ash Gentle, yeah, she is Aussie, and we are a laid-back bunch. We don't generally, like a ton of attention or a lot of hype around us. We sort of just get the job done, and that's Ash Gentle to a T. She works very hard. She's seasoned in that she's been a triathlete for a very long time. She raced in the junior ranks. She's been to a couple of Olympics. Kind of struggled at the Olympic distance, and we always knew she was coming. I mean, 10 years ago, we were looking at Ash Gentle as the next great non-drafting athlete, and finally, she's stepped up, and she sort of stepped up just at the perfect time with the PTO series coming together, and she's reaping the rewards right now.
And Gentle, obviously, it would seem these PTO races, Jack, are her A races. So this is where we're going to see her looking to dial in her training to get the absolute best out of her performances.
I think we're seeing exactly what you've just said, like playing out at the front of the race here, that these races are what Ash has decided to focus on at the back end of this year. She said, PTO US Open, PTO Singapore, that's all I want. As you see Ash Gentle just here behind Paula Findlay, you'll see Taylor Knibb. That's Taylor Knibb's motorbike there, right there as they make the pass. So they'll get a little bit of an idea about the distance between each other. For the record, that's about 1:30, which is 35k into the bike. Taylor would have expected that to be bigger. What we're seeing play out here with this group of Paula Findlay, Ash Gentle, Ali Salthouse, India Lee, this is the perfect scenario for all of these girls behind Taylor. 1:30 down, 35k into the bike. Great runners like Ashleigh Gentle and really consistent runners like India Lee in this group. They couldn't have dreamed for a better scenario than how this is playing out right now.
Great to see India Lee from the UK in amongst that pack as well. I heard Mark Matthews, Kat Matthews' husband, talking about India leads. She has a lot of potential to do really well. She's had great results this season, won the European champs, you know, running better than when we had the European PTO in Ibiza as well. So things seem to be trending well for her. It's great to have these other athletes coming to the fore as well to challenge in these top positions.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing such big groups with the women. Generally, there's sort of a pack of 3, a pack of 4, but women's racing has just come such a long way in that everybody's really strong in the swim, everybody's really strong on the bike, and so it just means, in a course like this in particular, it's really hard to shake athletes, and so then you end up seeing sort of bigger packs come together, and that's why we're seeing that 7 intact. Lauren Brandon hanging in with that group as well. I believe Hayley Chura dropped off the back of that group, so it was 8 for a moment, now back to 7, but yeah, we're back with Taylor Knibb really doing what she does best on the front.
So if you want to check out our data dashboard, then head on over to protriathletes.org, get it up on a tablet next to the broadcast, and you can see how things are moving with regards to the numbers. We will, of course, keep talking while you do that. Don't go anywhere. Just put it up to the side.
As we move on to the 4th lap of the bike here, John and Rinny, we've just seen the exact same thing happen again on lap 3, which is Taylor made up about 20-30 seconds on the way out up the climb, and then the girls behind in that chase group sustained it all the way back into T2. So that's now 3 out of 3 laps that's happened. Here on the 4th lap, I guess that's what we've all got to watch for. If it trends in the same direction, we should see Taylor with about a 2-minute gap at the top of the hill, and then the girls maintain it. So definitely keep our eye on that, and keep your eye on the app with the tracker there to see if that is happening, because it tends to, I mean, it looks like that's the pattern of the race right now.
Great to see such support here in Milwaukee. It's a really big week for triathlon here. A lot of the youth championships were going on. They've been able to see their idols in triathlon, and wonderfully supported as well.
Yeah.
Such a lot of triathlon history here, isn't there, Rinny? And it's become a brilliant host. Incredible racing yesterday, and it's just been a beautiful setup for today as well.
Yeah, and it just looked like Ash was sort of dropping back just a little on Paula, and whether Paula's really pushing this hill a little harder this lap around. I don't know if she knows she's losing, that's where they're losing the time, and whether they've relayed that information to the athletes. Probably not. Very hard to get that information over to the athletes, but Ellie Salthouse recognizing that a gap was forming and sort of going right around Ash into that 2nd position, and Paula sort of maybe pressing a little. Even looks like Ellie is working pretty hard right now to sort of hold Paula's wheel. So yeah, again, it'll be interesting to see that gap, whether it has trended the same as the last 3 laps, and whether Taylor is around another 35 seconds gained on this straightaway with the slight uphill.
Jen, were we expecting Ellie Salthouse to be a part of this group here in the top 5?
Yeah, absolutely. We thought that Paula and Ali and even Holly Lawrence would be in a working group together. Okay. And if Ash Gentle could get on the back of that, that would be really good for a race. It has sort of played out exactly like that. The only thing that's different is they're actually riding quite a lot stronger than we expected. We did expect pre-race, and everyone and all of the talk around the race was that Taylor would have a bigger gap at this point than she does. So that working group with Paula Findlay, Ashleigh Gentle, Ali Salthouse, India Lee, Lauren Brandon, Lauren Clark and Holly Lawrence is working really well. And what Rinny said is a great point. We don't often see such a big, strong chase pack in women's cycling. What we've gotten so used to seeing over the last 12 months is Taylor Knibb out the front, 1 or 2 girls chasing her in the chase pack, and then maybe another 1 or 2 or 3 in the 2nd chase pack, and that just happening over the course and things being really strung out. This is, I don't want this to sound like the wrong way, but this is a much more men's race that we're seeing play out. Like historically over the last 12 months, this is how men's races play out, and the women's races have been way more strung apart. And it speaks to what Rinny said, that the women's level in triathlon is so, like, it's elevating so quickly and is at such a high level now.
And I don't want to take any light off of the athletes that we have before us here, Rinny, but just sort of looking down the line and the excitement of the PTO Tour and how it might develop. Daniela Ryf, like, if she was part of this, where would she sit with regards to those front runners?
Yeah, hard to tell with Daniela Ryf. She's really sort of put the afterburners on in Roth and was absolutely phenomenal, but wasn't quite, Ibiza had some stomach issues, really wasn't a factor. She's kind of been hit or miss in this distance.
Right.
In the Ironman distance, if she wants to, it's almost like if she decides to have a great race or if she's motivated for it, she crushes everyone. But it depends on the Daniela Riff that turns up on the day.
We're going to pause for a moment here in commentary because Rachel has company. Rachel, down to you.
John, so we've got Eric, that is the fiance, a new fiance, I'm going to say, of Paula Findlay out there. Congratulations. Again, only 3 weeks ago, they got engaged mid-run in Alberta. It was pretty special. I was chatting to Paula about it. And she, Eric, said that she feels actually she's in a very good headspace. And I put it down to you putting a ring on it.
Oh, I mean, at least that's one less thing she has to think about when we're going through life and everything. But I think she's had a really good training block coming into this. She's really fit as I've ever seen her. So, yeah, at least she doesn't have to think about that.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that. Obviously, she's going to Glasgow for the Cycling World Champs in the TT there. And I was speaking to her a bit about that as well, saying, how are the cycling legs? And obviously, they're going to be really strong, and that's showing out here today.
Yeah, she's always been a really strong cyclist, but she's dealt with her fair share of injuries on the run, so that's really given her the opportunity to focus on the bike. And in the last couple of months, she's been focusing on the bike just because she wants to, and because she wanted to win the Canadian TT Champs and qualify for Glasgow, and then, we'll see what happens with the Olympics. But that's just, I think the stronger you are of a cyclist in triathlon, like, that just pays dividends when you get onto the run. So I think with the legs she's got right now and the way she's riding in the pack and everything, I hope she has a good run off of it.
And when she's actually focusing on kind of one discipline so much, does it actually add extra enjoyment when she comes back to do all three?
I don't know. She hasn't been focusing on it so much that she's done significantly less swimming or running. It's more like the type of training that she's done on the bike has changed. Just a little bit more intensity than she would be doing for a 70.3. But the 100K distance here actually is a little bit shorter bike, is a little bit higher intensity. So I think they work really well together. But yeah, it's not like she's taken 3 weeks completely off of running just to focus on the bike. It's just tweaking the percentages here and there.
And most of the partners and the coaches of the athletes I've been speaking to race away and go back out there on the bike course, the run course. You are very chilled. You just stay here amongst it all because you were saying you can't really help. Is that the case?
I, having lived with Paula and like trying to console her or give her, emotional support or whatever, she's a very headstrong person and she's going to feel the way that she's going to feel. I can only do so much. So when I see her, I'll try to encourage her, but I don't think me being out on course and giving her exact split or whatever is necessarily going to change that much. And the other thing is she's riding with all the people that have any sort of impact on her race plan right now. Giving the split to Taylor Knibb is a little bit helpful, whatever, but she needs to be in that group that she's in right now, ride smart in there, and then have a good run. And Taylor's kind of just out there doing her own thing, and you can't get too wrapped up in where she's at.
And in terms of yesterday's race, did you kind of watch that together and try and take some information out of that race that you've used today?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, men's and women's racing dynamics are a little bit different, and like we were trying to pay attention to where, which side of the pontoon, what got to the first buoy quicker, and things like that. But it's you can get little things out of it, but for the most part, we just enjoyed watching the show, watch Jan have a great race. Both of us have been in the sport for so long. We've grown up. I've raced Jan, when we watched him, and that was just a really special thing to see. So I think we just enjoyed that.
Exactly, I think we all did as well. And obviously we've seen Paula on the podium in Edmonton. It was very emotional. We'd love to see her do that again. Eric, thank you so much for chatting to us, and good luck to you and Paula out there today.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. John, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I've got to commend Eric on his pronunciation of Glasgow, because most North Americans call it Glasgow, but he's got it down. Jack, those guys have a super successful YouTube channel. I know you're a man across the socials. It's so important to help people understand how the professionals live their life, and they do. I mean, it's a very raw and open insight into how they live, but it's so entertaining, beautifully shot. Well done, Eric, on that as well. But it really does help us understand what the top athletes are trying to achieve and go through on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, triathlon's it's been a smaller sport for a long time, and it's gaining momentum. So anything that the athletes are doing to give us insight, like YouTube channels. Like Lionel Sanders is the obvious example, who started, promoting himself, probably was the first triathlete to really do it in a massive way, and Eric and Paula have done that as well. Anytime you get a chance to hear one of these guys on a podcast or on a YouTube video, it's just great, because forever in this sport we haven't got insight, and then we look at this PTO coverage and it's obviously taking it to a whole nother level, which we love. John, just a couple of updates quickly. Kat Matthews has fallen back with Marjolaine Pierre. They're about 4 minutes back from Taylor now, so they have actually dropped off a little bit over the last 2 laps. And as we're seeing here at the front of the race, Taylor and that chase group, their gaps actually stayed exactly the same for the entire 4th lap so far. Taylor hasn't got any time on them. So now, are we going to see this gap stay the same? Is Taylor going to extend it? Or are Paula and that chase group, are Paula Findlay and this chase group actually going to start bringing time back into Taylor now? It's sort of at a holding point now where it could go either way, and I'm really interested to see how this goes, Rennie.
Yeah, in the last lap it was only about 25 seconds, so it was 35 seconds the lap before, 25 seconds, and now, as you said, we'll get an accurate split shortly, but around similar splits. So whether that second pack or the working trio of Ash Gentle, Ellie Salthouse and Paula Findlay, they've sort of found a rhythm on how to ride this course the fastest. I think Taylor probably has kept very similar splits, knowing Taylor as an athlete, but has this chase pack sort of figured out how to ride this course more efficiently and sort of limiting that damage even further. And I think Taylor will, need another minute at least. I think she would want 4+ minutes off the bike on Ashleigh Gentle. Again, I think Taylor's going to run a lot faster than she did in Dallas a year ago. This is Lauren Brandon on screen here. This is the second pack. Obviously Lauren leading the swim outs, but now fallen back into that second pack and hanging in there nicely. India Lee, I believe, in 6th position, and just solidly in that group. She looks very comfortable there. And then we're moving up. That's Ash Gentle. So there might only be a group of five now, sorry. So we've lost Holly Lawrence has fallen off the back of this group. Back with Ash Gentle again. Obviously these front three we've seen a lot, and they've been working sort of together a lot. And obviously we have a lot of interest in where Ash Gentle is, so keeping a very close eye on her, and Paula Findlay being the aggressor again, once again at the front. Ellie Salthouse, as I said, one of the strongest cyclists, and doesn't get as mentioned as much as, Paula Findlay, Ashleigh Gentle, Taylor Knibb, but she is one of the strongest cyclists in our sport. Even Holly Lawrence, I think, gets more mention than Ellie Salthouse, and Ellie Salthouse showing today that she is one of the class athletes of this field, and I think we'll see a strong run from her today. I think she did a really good training block, as you said, with Paula Findlay, so they are very familiar with each other, good friends, and have had a good training block up in Bend.
The thing with this chase group here, Rinny, is it's got strength in numbers, which is something Taylor's never really had to compete against in the past. We've seen Ash Gentle come to the front and do a turn, or multiple turns. We've seen Ellie Salthouse at the front doing a turn. We're seeing Paula Findlay now do a really strong turn. She's actually rode the last 4 or 5K a little bit quicker than Taylor Knibb on that downhill there. So it's just a bit of a tricky thing for Taylor Knibb, where she's competing against this bunch of 5 who are all really capable cyclists. Ash Gentle seems to be riding the best she ever has in her life. We heard Josh Amberger, her partner, say that she is probably in the best bike shape of her life, and she's showing that. It's just not very often we would see Ash Gentle come to the front and do a turn in a group this strong. She sort of is more likely to sit in and conserve her legs, but even she's willing to work. And now with Paula coming to the front and holding such a high tempo at the moment, this just couldn't be playing out any better for these girls, like we've said on the last lap.
So there's our comparative rankings for Ellie Salthouse versus the rest of the field, and see they're 17th on the bike, but looking good on that today. Her run as well is meant to be, better than the bike, so if everything's trending in the same direction, that looks good for her. I know she hit a 10K PB in the last month, so things are looking good for Ellie Salthouse, and as we said earlier, it'd be great to see her find some of that form that she's had earlier in her career at this kind of middle distance.
Yeah, and I think you see that 17th in this field on the bike, and sometimes you just have to throw stats out the window, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think yesterday was definitely an indication of that. We had like the stats, we had everything written out on paper, but racing is different, and especially in a triathlon, because there's so many factors and so many things that can change and things that can go wrong, or mechanicals. Obviously, they come into play as well. But Ellie Salthouse, in my opinion, has shown this in Edmonton. She was one of the aggressors on the bike as well. And, she's shown this before. And yes, she's had races where she hasn't quite been, as visible. But I think, that stat we can throw out the window.
Yeah, because you can have a bad day, right? And it just completely affects what those numbers look like. 19th at the PTO in Ibiza, obviously not her best day out, and that would have hurt those numbers, for example. But it looks like she's pulled her proverbial socks up, if you like, or things are working out for a lot better today.
Yeah, absolutely. She's well into that group, and definitely, as I said, one of the aggressors in that group. And the women, as they come down towards transition, they will be taking note. I mean, obviously there'll be people out on course. I know Taylor Knibb has her dad out there on course with a whiteboard, and she's trained him how to hold that whiteboard. And I guess he's renowned for us whipping it away before she can actually read the numbers. But yeah, she'll have people holding whiteboards, but they'll be taking note as they cross paths and where that is every time. I know when I raced, on every out and back that there was, I sort of took note, okay, am I getting closer? And obviously you take sort of a split yourself, because, I mean, it's nice to also have that data and take that data on yourself, even though they will have family, friends, or whatever out there with whiteboards and so forth, giving them those splits.
No one would want me to hold up a whiteboard. My writing is so atrocious. You wouldn't have a clue what I was saying. Yeah, and do you bold it out? Do you block it out to make it really visible? Yeah. You've got to keep it away from the sun as well.
That's right. It's make sure it's not glaring. Holly Lawrence is intact with that group, so we just didn't get to see her in that last pass through. Misspoke earlier when I said Holly Lawrence may have fallen off the back. She is still sitting in the back of that group. She has kind of been there the whole race, whether that's a decision on her behalf or whether she's kind of struggling. I think she's probably playing her cards well and kind of being cagey, letting the other girls push and sort of just following along there. But look at this trio just riding this bike so well. One other thing I want to mention about Taylor is, and this is sort of just a question to throw out there, she does have a test event in Paris next weekend. So how much time has she been on this time trial bike? How much time has she been spending on the road bike versus the time trial bike? And I mean, I know this is a very important race to her, but I think getting that qualification for Paris is even more important and more like almost less of a guarantee than this race for her. So, I mean, that's a question for a coach. I mean, I presume he's here, but I'd love to sort of hear like how much time has she been on the road bike versus the time trial bike.
So starting lap 5 of 7 here, we did see on the flat section, so on the downhill section on lap 4 there, the gap really did stay the same, and Paula actually put a bit of time into Taylor Knibb. But then when it flattens back off for the last sort of 3K drag into T2, Taylor again put 15 seconds into Paula and Ashleigh and the chase group. So I guess what we're looking at here on lap 5 on this way out, this is a really flat section. It does slightly tend uphill. I guess we're just wondering, will Taylor now, given that Paula put in a really hard effort on the downhill, take advantage of that by working this flat, slightly uphill section again and again put time into this chase group? Because she does seem to have put that 15 seconds in really quickly over 3K. That's 5 seconds per K that she put that in on the flat, which is actually quite a strong little section here.
I know it's not apples for apples, Rennie, but yesterday we saw a situation where someone who perhaps hadn't been on a TT bike, Christian Blumenfeld, pulled up just as he went into T2. I'm not sure if there's something more sinister going on physiologically with Christian, but your point about being like in that aero position, how important is it when you're flatlining to get the minutes as well as the time in that position, because it's a taxing one.
Well, I think the difference is the women behind Taylor Knibb. I mean, I think we kind of all agree that, well, maybe not after this race, that Taylor at this distance when she's trained for it is very hard to beat. But all of the women behind have targeted this race. They only ride the time trial bike. They don't ride their road bikes at all. They're always time trialing in this position, so they're so used to it. Whereas Taylor's sort of swapping back and forth from road to time trial. Does that hurt her? And I think maybe that's what we're seeing today.
So Holly Lawrence in our screen at the moment. She was second at Ironman 70.3 Boulder behind Taylor Knibb. So that was a decent performance back in June.
Taylor really has put the hammer down here. We saw it in the last 3K into T2 in lap 4, so sort of from kilometre 40 to like 43 roughly that section is. She did put 5 seconds per K into those guys, and then she's done it in the first 2K of this lap 5 as well. So we're at almost 50K into the bike ride, and I wonder, I did think I saw Taylor's dad on the side of the course back a little bit further. So I did wonder if she saw that gap and decided to make a little bit of a move. She does look like she's working really hard at the moment, and you don't just get 5 seconds per K over 5K on this kind of field without making a decision, okay, now it's time to push. So I do wonder if in her head she has made that decision, okay, now it's my time, like I've got to go now because that gap's not big enough.
Did her dad have the whiteboard?
I couldn't quite tell.
I mean, there could be some issues in the household, couldn't there?
Yeah, I did think I saw him though.
Oh, so we got some effort graphics up there, and this is an indication of how hard they're going. Ashleigh Gentle, 92% of her maximum heart rate versus Paula Findlay's 82%. Like she's really going for it.
Yeah, to be expected though. Like to stay with Paula Findlay, Ashleigh Gentle does have to work really hard, but she knows that this is a great position. So in this position, right, the mindset of this is Paula Findlay is wanting to work hard but not absolutely redline it. She wants to stay within these numbers that she sort of projected, and this field that she's projected is where I can ride for 80K and still run relatively well, just backing her bike strength. Whereas Ashleigh Gentle knows that her race is this group. So she's willing to go quite a bit harder to stay in these wheels rather than lose it and then bleed time. Ashleigh's key to victory for this race is just to stay with Paula and stay in this group, because she knows if she does that, she's going to be probably not too far back from Taylor and able to run through and win the race. Whereas Paula is more just about holding her numbers. And then with Taylor now knows it's my time now. I have to go now. So Taylor will also be really willing to work very hard at the moment because that's her avenue to win the race.
Another thing to note is that Ashleigh Gentle is on the front right now. So even with a 20-meter draft, you do get a slight benefit riding behind an athlete. I mean, it's much better than the Ironman rule where it's only 12 meters. That you definitely get a bit more of a benefit. But even 20 meters behind the athlete in front, you are getting that a little bit of a help. But it's much less than what we're used to seeing, which is a 12-meter rule in most WTC events.
But of course, Taylor Knibb, no assistance at all. She's out there solo, a lonely place to be at the front, but a position that she's used to.
And she's put in another 5 seconds there over the last sort of 2K. So she clearly has made a decision to go. Rinny, something I'm a bit curious about. So the women's bike positions are very aggressive, and it does look like they've all spent a bit of time on it, but it doesn't look like they're quite going to the extremes of the men, like Magnus with the rear bottle cage fairing, a lot of the guys with things down their top. We're not seeing that on all the women. Is there a reason why they're not pushing the limits there like the men were?
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's equal prize money in the women's fields here. Obviously with the PTO, everything's equal. In WTC, prize money is always equal. There's just more money in sponsorship for men, and Magnus would have some massive deals, some big bike deals, big bike contracts, and that just allows you more money. You have more money to spend on things like that. That being said though, people like, I think Magnus and some other athletes would probably invest that money, sort of take a loan out almost. I know there are some athletes that just take all the money they have and invest it in that. I don't think the women's racing is quite there yet. I definitely think we'll see that play out in years to come as popularity in the women's sport gets more and sponsors recognize how amazing these women are and how much they actually do bring to the sport. And obviously they do bring a lot to the sport. And you know, contracts are very good in triathlon compared to other sports. The quality is very good, but a European male, even compared to an American male, their contracts are just way bigger. And it kind of just one of those things that it is what it is, but I think the PTO are making strides to bridge that gap. And obviously the best thing about triathlon was since its inception, there always has been equal prize money for men and women, and that, you know, that goes back 20, 30 years, which is such a great step forward when you compare to other sports, tennis, golf. Like, triathlon is definitely miles ahead of so many other sports. But yeah, in the sponsorship world, you would be very, well, maybe not surprised, but some of those big contracts that, especially some of the European men, American men, Australian men too, but there's more money available.
In this chase group here that we've sort of got the overhead shot of.
Taylor Knibb that we just see coming back.
Yeah, they've just passed Taylor Knibb, and Taylor Knibb's extended that gap by about another 3 or 4 seconds on what's on the graphic there, I think. What we're seeing in this group is we're putting a lot of focus on Ashleigh Gentle and Paula Findlay and even Ali Salthouse, but those guys behind Rinny, like India Lee, we know she's such a consistent athlete. She actually does have a very strong run. Lauren Brandon may be more known as a swimmer who can hold on the bike, and Holly Lawrence on her day, probably known as one of the best runners in the sport, but then also is sort of known as a very inconsistent runner. Do you see anyone else in this chase group being a factor throughout the rest of this ride and ultimately towards the end of the run, or are we best just to keep our eyes on Ashleigh Gentle, Paula Findlay, Ali Salthouse?
And Holly Lawrence. I think Holly Lawrence is definitely one to watch there. But I think, Tamara Jewett, the one we were talking about earlier in the race, who's probably, with Ashleigh, the best 2 runners in this field. She's dropped back a fair amount. She's bleeding time on this bike, so I don't think she'll be a factor for a podium. Kat Matthews as well, sort of losing time on this second pack as well, so maybe a top 5 sort of for her. But I think, I don't want to talk too soon because we did, and then athletes pulled out, athletes got cramps, and all hell broke loose yesterday on the run. But I think if everybody has taken care of themselves, and again, one thing I'd like to point out again, and Paula Findlay did lose that front water bottle, whether that was just water or whether that was a key nutritional bottle for her. Hopefully she's been able to sort of replace it. I know there is one aid station, but in a fast race like this, I don't know that she would have stopped to try and grab it, and I don't even know where she would put that, because that water bottle in that front cage was an aero bottle where it sort of would have had a straw to drink out of. I don't know if she could put a regular bottle in there or not. Depends on what sort of shape it was, but just something to consider as well as we go into the run, whether she would be low on calories or whether she had a contingency plan to make sure that if something went awry, that she could make up those calories.
Someone else that's making a move through the field is Lucy Byram, the 23-year-old, is doing some good work there, pulling into 8th at the moment. She's almost made her way into the chase group, could potentially have a good run and factor in the race as well.
Yeah, Lucy Byram, a very strong runner too. I don't know that she's, as good as sort of Paula Findlay, Holly Lawrence, but maybe, Ali Salthouse. I think maybe a top 5 for her. But yeah, very strong cycling. To be able to catch up to this group, that's incredible.
She did start about a minute, maybe even a little bit further, maybe even more like a minute 30 down on this chase group, basically out of T1. So her bike time might actually be the second fastest out on course apart from Taylor Knibb.
India Lee making a pass here. She might have to make a pass on all of the women here. Yeah, she might have to go right to the front, so we'll see.
Just going back to Lucy, she had a frustrating day out in Ibiza. She DNF'd, apparently a panic attack in the swim after the first swim loop. So good to see her out persevering here onto the bike, and let's see what damage she can do through the rest of the race.
Very interesting to see India Lee taking a turn here. She's sort of been happy to sort of sit in that 4th, 5th position on the bike, and now she's decided she feels good. She wants to push the pace, or maybe she's decided it's a little too slow. But yeah, good to see India Lee on the front, pushing the pace. A name we don't really hear of a lot. Obviously a very good athlete in her own right, but great to see her pushing the pace in this group of 7.
She probably falls a little bit into that like Matthias Margiera category from yesterday, where she's quite known in certain parts of Europe, but then in other parts of the world maybe isn't talked about that much. But she's just a really strong, consistent athlete who has been slowly progressing and getting better and better and better. A lot of people who are close to her will tell you how good she can be and how good she is going to be. And there was some chatter leading into this race that she was in really good shape, probably the shape of her life. Most athletes say that, but there's certain people who you'll listen to say that, and you'll go like, okay, she actually must be. And there was a bit of that chat before the race. We're seeing it here. She's probably known not as the best runner in the field, not a runner of the calibre of Ashleigh Gentle or a Tamara Jewett, but she is known as a very consistent, strong runner and a very consistent, strong cyclist. I sort of half expected her to sit in on that pack to try and save her legs and run really well, but this aggressive decision to go to the front of the bike and try and put in a gap here, I mean, I wonder where her head's at. Is she thinking, I want to try and get closer to Taylor, or is she thinking, I want to try and break up this group and maybe get a bit of a gap on this group into T2?
Or Jack, did she get a mouthful from one of the front girls? Sometimes when you see athletes sort of sitting back and sitting back and sitting back, and 4 or 5 laps in, you're like, take a turn.
Yeah.
You can't just sit back there all day, and that may have happened too. And not that they always listen, but sometimes there is some talk amongst the pack. I don't know that that's the case here, but just a thought.
If she was to have got a mouthful from one of those girls, so Ashleigh Gentle, Paula Findlay, Ali Salthouse, Laurie Brandon, Holly Lawrence, which one would it be that's most likely to give it to her?
You know, I think Ash is probably more not likely to. I think probably Ellie Salthouse.
That's what I was thinking.
she would be happy to give a mouthful. I'm sure she's given a mouthful to Holly Lawrence back there too.
Yeah, I did note in my notes that India Lee quite competitive through the winter with cross country. She's out there doing a lot of running, so that's a good base at the beginning of the year to build upon for the hot part of the season. Close with Ruth Astle and Kat Matthews as well, training in Loughborough.
So this is starting lap 6 of 7. Taylor will have this lap and then one more to go before we get to see her transition and see those first laps on the run. But these last couple of laps, I think she will push really hard to try and extend that gap to as much as possible. The predicted gap is just over 3 minutes now, which is a lot less than 7, which is what she had in Dallas last year at the US Open.
Yeah. And for those that don't know, she had a very disappointing run in the end. She was forced to stop. I think it was it down to heat mostly? That was the big problem. It was, yeah, they were like intense conditions last year.
Yeah, intense conditions in Dallas, very hot conditions, but also she had come off an injury and only been running for 3 weeks, so she was battling with maybe not the run fitness and obviously riding extremely well because she hadn't been able to do the run training that she typically would, but also, yeah, that heat, I think, ultimately was her undoing, and Ashleigh Gentle coming through as the victor on that day. This one is we've got a race on our hands, Jack.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting to note how I just sort of compared Matthias Mayer to India Lee as both being sort of like maybe the most underrated male and female in both fields leading into the races, and both racing very aggressively and getting themselves into great positions. They both won the Challenge Championships earlier in the year, and maybe they were both a little unexpected wins in that race. Maybe India a little less so than Matthias, but both still very underrated athletes and racing very similar races here at the US Open. Rinny, something that I'm noticing, and I think it's a little bit different to how we would usually see Ash behave in a group like this, is she's not really dropping back to last wheel very often. She's spending a lot more time in first and second wheel and riding aggressively and sort of like playing like a very lead role, like almost like more like a cycling role where she's not going to just drop back. She wants to stay in control of what's happening and sit on the wheel of the person who's leading this group all the time, if not lead it herself. Is that a little bit different to how you've seen her race in the past?
Yeah, and I think that's just a product of her owning her crown in this distance. She's basically the queen of the 100K distance with 2 victories in the second place and world #1. And I think with that comes almost some responsibility or certainly a confidence. And she did come into this race saying she is in the best shape, much better shape certainly than Ibiza. And she finished second in Ibiza by ridiculously fast-running Annie Haag. So it took a monumental effort from Annie to actually beat Ashleigh. And she was by her own admission, not in super great shape and not feeling great that day. So I think she's feeling good today, clearly because she's been up at the front and an aggressor on the bike, but also coming into her own in this distance and sort of taking ownership of that crown that she has. So really great to see. And I think, yeah, I mean, I think she's going to have a really fast run here too today, if the bike is any indication.
I was speaking with her coach. They've really worked a lot on aerodynamics. Lots of time in the air tunnel, a variety of helmets as well. They've been honing the run and swim, but it did seem like there was an emphasis there. And according to them, they're at this race. We're getting some communication coming in from her coach now. The race is going to plan. This is what they were shooting for. As we just take a look at how India Lee compares to her colleagues here out in Milwaukee. And she had a decent showing at the European Open. I think she came in at 7th. So, you know, she should be there or thereabouts influencing the race.
Yeah, and she is right now. And one other thing to note is her coach is Mark Matthews, the husband of Kat Matthews. So share the same coach there, but yeah, she is definitely looking very good. And on the graphic there, she's around 7th in the place in the swim, ranked around 7th, I should say, around 8th on the bike, so right up there with the best cyclists. And but like falls a little on the run. So I think she certainly wants to make sure this bike group is as close to the front or as far away from the runners as possible. And the runners in Kat Matthews, the runners in Tamara Jewett, and a few other women from behind. So she wants to just make sure this pace stays hot. So maybe she's not going to outrun Ashleigh Gentle or maybe Paula Findlay, but that will still, at the end of the day, give her a very good paycheck if she can stand sort of the top 5, top 6.
Speaking of those runners from behind, Kat Matthews is about 5 minutes down from Taylor Knibb, so that puts her at about 3 minutes down from this chase group. And Tamara Jewett is probably the most surprising one of the day. She's over 8 minutes back from Taylor Knibb right now, so very, very tough to come back from there, even though, you know, we speak of her as similar to Jason West, one of those people who can run through a lot of these people who are going to blow up later in the run. But 8 minutes back from Taylor at this point in the race is like it's a big bridge to gap. We sort of saw what happened again on this lap as well. Taylor put some time in on the way out. The girls sort of controlled it when Ash and India were working at the front of the race to hold it on the downhill. So yeah, we are sort of seeing the same stuff keep repeating itself lap in, lap out.
And it looks like Lucy Birham has made it into this chase pack. She is the second fastest cyclist on course, with Taylor Knibb being the fastest. And just an interesting tidbit, Lucy Birham stopped in Challenge Wales last year to help an age grouper who had crashed, and she still won the race. So a great person and also a fantastic athlete.
We're having a look here through the chase group. That's Paula Findlay, so she's sitting in behind India Lee there. I assume we're going to see Ash Gentle here next. Like we said, Ash doesn't seem to want to float back through the group. She does want to stay aggressive at the front of it. I find that just really interesting. It speaks to where she sees herself in the race and the leadership role. Ali Salthouse sort of doing what she's done pretty much since lap 2 on the ride, which is sit in and realise she's in a great position and in a great group. I'm really actually quite surprised by how well Lucy Byram has ridden. I know she's a great cyclist and she trains with great cyclists. I think that's a really a good advantage she has. She trains with like Tom Bishop, who's one of the best cyclists in the male side of the sport. So she's not used, like she's very used to riding hard. We're seeing her make a move here. So once you make this move, I mean, usually we're going to see her make the move past more than one person. Like she's not just going to go past Ali, she'll now go past Ash as well. And I wonder if we are going to see Lucy sort of, as she's tucked in there and taking a little rest, decide, okay, now I'm going to go and try and drive this front group. She's got a lot of intent, so it looks like she's going to go straight to the front and go right around both Paula and India and set a new tempo at the front of this chase group. I think it's great for this chase group that the more strength they get in it, the better it is for all of them to not let Taylor get too big of a gap. Particularly good for probably Ash Gentle, who we now see as the clear favourite for the race with how these dynamics are playing out. So
Lucy Byram on the front of that second pack, pushing the pace, and that's great news for that group of 6 or 7 now.
Yeah, she battled a tight glute in her last race, pushed through after wanting to DNF. So she shows that she's got a bit of metal about her as well. But Rachel has a very special guest with her, so we'll allow the introductions from Rachel. Who are you with?
Yeah, thanks, John. Very special guest indeed. We have Bob Knibb. He's the father of Taylor, who's obviously leading the race at this moment. Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. First question, you're holding something, and I asked you to get this out of your backpack because it was a talk of the town from Taylor. It's the whiteboard, everyone. Taylor was talking about that. Yeah. She wanted a larger one than you used to have because she couldn't read it.
No, she couldn't read it, and she didn't like me yelling at her. So this is about as big as I can carry in my carry-on luggage, so I give her splits whenever I can.
Because she was also saying that you kind of whip it away too quickly and she can't read it. Has she been teaching you how to hold this whiteboard?
I've actually held it up in front of some people that I shouldn't have. Accidentally, yes.
Well, tell me about how the race is unfolding. She's got a 3-ish minute gap at the moment.
Yep.
Not as much as she had in Dallas, but are you happy with this? Will she be happy with this?
I think she will be. I mean, there was a point in time she made the first 2 laps. She was riding about 2K faster per against the top 5 other women, and then there was about 2 or 3 laps there where they were basically holding onto her, and now she's built that back up to she basically has doubled her lead at this point. So it's not what she had in Dallas, but the weather's better, and we'll hope for the best.
And she was quite cagey, but I'm not going to lie, when we were chatting midweek and I kind of was asking her about her fitness, she wasn't giving much away. Are you going to give a little bit more away? How has she been feeling heading into this race?
Well, I mean, she has a bigger race coming up in about 12 days or 10 days in Paris, where she's going to try to make the US Olympic team. And so this is a very important race. The PTO is a very important organization for all the professional triathletes. So this is an important race, but as in Dallas, we don't know what's going to happen until everybody crosses the line.
Yeah, for sure. Speculation as well about the tape on her leg. She said she thought it was maybe a nerve problem. Can you tell us any more about that?
I think she had a little niggle from a run a couple weeks ago, and so she's been going to physio and put the tape on just as a precaution.
Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck. Get back out there on the run course, otherwise I fear Taylor might tell you off, Bob, so you better get back out there.
She's already told me off once today. Thank you very much.
Well, don't let her tell you off anymore. Okay, thank you, Bob. Right, let's get back to the race, guys.
Love that. Well, that's some serious insights into the dynamics of the how it works with the Knibbs.
What a great little interview. He's got that same sort of cheeky laugh and smile that Taylor has. He actually looks a lot like Taylor. I just spent that whole sort of clip just with a big smile and on my face and laughing quite a lot. What a good guy. Pretty funny to picture Taylor aggressively racing on course, and her dad just that bubbly, happy, holding up the whiteboard, getting yelled at by an angry racing Taylor. That's quite a funny dynamic. He did actually offer us some insight there, though, amongst that Taylor has actually been dealing with a little niggle that she got on a run. If you've got a little niggle on a run, usually in an endurance sport like triathlon or running, that means it's slightly overuse related, and it might actually be something a little bit more sinister than what has been led on by Taylor during the week, especially if you sort of got it on a run and then you're going into physio for a couple of weeks leading to the race. I think we actually do have to keep an eye on that and how she's going to run off this hard bike.
She's made another 20 seconds in lap 5. The gap is likely to be in that just over 3 minutes area.
Yes, and she's making her way back to the transition area, and then she'll only have 1 lap to go to try and get as much time as she can. But I hazard a guess that she'll be running a lot better than she was in Dallas. Obviously, she blew up that day, but also with the Olympic trials coming up, we said earlier that sort of Olympic trials is you have to be strong on the bike, but the swim and the run are critical. You need to be running blistering fast, and you need to be a front pack swimmer. And so I'm sure her run is on point, and it'll just be a matter of whether it's enough time to stay ahead of Ashleigh Gentle, and I think Ashleigh Gentle is going to be the class of that second pack. But whether it's enough time or not, that'll be really interesting to see play out.
Lucy Byram coming into this group is actually a really good thing for this chase group because she's put 10 seconds into Taylor Knibb over that last little patch since she went to the front. So the group has gone from about 2:15 behind to now only 2 minutes behind since Lucy Byram went to the front. That's actually massive.
A lot on the line on these PTO races. Take a look at the prize fund as we dribble down from 1st to 20th. Even the 20th is picking up $2,500. And really, I'll pull you in on this one, especially the top 5 there. 100K down to $10,000. Give us a sense over the years that you've been competing just how handsome those purses are.
Oh, yes, they're very handsome. Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Yeah, very nice paydays for any of these athletes. Obviously, Ash has already cashed 2 of the 1sts and 1 of the 2nds in the last sort of 12 or 18 months. And I should be looking to try and get another one of those top place finishes. But yeah, this is game changing for a lot of these women out there. There's not many races around the world that have this kind of prize money. It's sort of a domestic 70.3 distance race would have sort of $5,000 to $7,000 for 1st place. So just that's looking down at sort of 7th place at a race like this. So yeah, definitely game changing. Obviously the World Championship events, I think 70.3 Worlds might be around $35,000 for 1st place. Ironman World Championships is around $120,000, but obviously that is more than double the distance of this. So yeah, I mean, this is just game changing for the athletes. And as we've talked about, the potential for there to be even 7 events next year, 7 opportunities to race for that kind of prize purse just is game changing for all of the athletes out there.
Well, what I'm deriving from that is if you were on the top spot for 7, plus your sponsorships, you know, you could be talking about like netting $1 million over a season, which is really something. Now, in the interest of accuracy and giving people their rightful shout-outs, so India Lee's actually coached by Bex Milnes. I think we might have said that it was Mark Matthews earlier. So yes, sorry Bex, if you're listening, you are doing great work with your athletes.
I'm just wondering what would be going through Taylor's mind as she leads this race here, Rinny. She clearly does get updates on the gap between her and the chase group. She would have seen it blowing out by 30 seconds, 35 seconds in the first 2 laps. It went up as high as about 2:20 at one stage. It's now back to about 1:59, 2 minutes. When she gets that gap coming in here to the second last lap of the bike with only 10K to go, what will she think?
I think Taylor will just try to make the most of what she can. I think she will be optimistic that, okay, it's not as much as I sort of maybe hoped or maybe even anticipated, but I'm doing the best that I can. These women, I'm sure, are riding very hard for them, so maybe that's going to take something out of them, but I think she'll just kind of bring it back to herself. She's not going to panic, or it's not going to be like, oh my God, I need to like crush this last lap and try and make 30 more seconds up. She's going to be calculated about it and sort of diplomatic. It is what it is. I'm doing the best I can. They're doing the best they can, and maybe I'll have to go away and work a little harder to try and get more time on the next PTO Open. But the other thing to consider is that maybe Taylor's ready to run. So maybe she's sort of backing her run here and sort of pacing out a more even triathlon than what she did in Dallas, where she really just took off on the bike and was taking about a minute per lap out of her chasers and Ashleigh Gentle in particular. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think she'll be fine with it, and she'll sort of just, you know, push the best she can on the run. And as her dad sort of also hinted, he said this is a very important race for Taylor. But I think her big goal for the next month is that Olympic qualifying slot.
So we're nearly 70K into this bike, and we are seeing this Lucy Byram move pay big dividends for that chase group. It just keeps coming down. So when Lucy went to the front of that pack, it was 2:15, and now Lucy's got it down to 1:45. So Lucy's actually put 30 seconds, or yeah, pretty much 30 seconds into Taylor in about, what, not even 10K. So we've still got 10K to go here. I just don't think anyone expected this. Every single person or pretty much every single person going into this race, expected Taylor Knibb to get a lead and just keep building and building and building and building upon that lead. And the big storyline going into the race was, well, how big a lead does Taylor Knibb need to stay ahead of Ashleigh Gentle on the run? And then how big a lead does Ashleigh Gentle need to sort of keep Taylor within so that she can keep up with her on the run? And we're not really seeing that dynamic play out at all. Like, Taylor Knibb has never got out further than 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead, which is probably what a lot of people expected her to get in the first 2 or 3 laps.
Right.
The dynamic of this race is completely different to what everyone expected, similarly to the men's race yesterday where the dynamic was all over the place. So this race is very
It actually looks like Lucy Byram and Paula Findlay have broken away from the rest of the women too, so that just shows how hard Lucy Byram is riding, and Ashleigh Gentle has been dropped. So
yeah, about 20 seconds, I believe, to India and Gentle. And Lucy's bike split is only 40 seconds slower than Taylor's for now.
yeah, so that's going to help Paula Findlay as well, pull her up closer to the front, give her a little buffer on Ashleigh Gentle. But yeah, I mean, Lucy obviously riding extremely well today. Did not expect to see this, but it definitely has changed the dynamic. And I thought these women, Ashleigh Gentle, Ellie Salthouse, would stick with Paula Findlay. I didn't think there would be a change-up like this this late in the race, but I mean, it just shows how strong she is, and that pull that she came through on was legit. So
mostly seen toeing the line on challenge races, raced them 8 times since she burst onto the middle distance scene in 2021. She had a lot of success over there, defended her title, if you like, at Challenge Wales in June.
She had a big win at Clash Miami earlier in the year as well, which was actually a really big win. She's had a great year, actually, Lucy Byram. So her strength at the moment, or in 2023, she has been riding very well. And like I said, she has a very strong group that she trains with on the bike, a very strong triathlon group that she trains with on the bike. So not surprising to see her riding well, but maybe it is surprising to see her at second place, 70k into a PTO race. I don't think many people expected that. I think this was the best thing that could have happened for Paula Findlay's race, though. I don't think Paula Findlay would have made the decision to go like this off the front of that group without Lucy coming around. So Lucy's come around, put in a really big surge, as we saw, and Paula's gone, okay, I have to get on this. This is really good for my race. A decision that she wouldn't have been able to make if Lucy wasn't there. So it is funny how someone like Lucy Byram could come into the race, no one really expected it, and shake up the dynamics of it so much, because it has really changed what's happened. It's going to lead to Ashleigh Gentle losing a bit more time to Taylor Knibb and Paula Findlay than what we would have expected. So if Lucy Byram hadn't have come to the front of the front of this chase group here, Ashleigh Gentle would have stayed with Paula Findlay, and her gap to Taylor Knibb would have been a bit smaller. But now, because Lucy has come to the front of that group, has dragged Paula with her, we are going to see Ashleigh Gentle lose a bit of time here over the last 15k.
absolutely, and I don't think Paula Findlay felt that she wasn't riding to her upper limits. I think she probably thought that she was, but then when someone goes around, all of a sudden that race brain turns on, and you're like, I'm going with this woman. I can hold this woman, and she probably pushed a little outside of what she was expecting to ride. But that's where racing comes in, right? That's where the race brain turns on. That's where you're like, okay, I'm not sticking to my numbers anymore. I'm racing, and I think that's what happened there when Lucy went around Paula. Paula said, okay, this is game on. Let's go. I'm a strong cyclist. I can hang with you, and that's when. Yeah, that we busted up. India Lee got busted off the back, and Ash was sort of behind her and Ellie Salthouse. So now we have sort of a pack of two, and then sort of 20 seconds, 30 seconds back, we have India Lee, Ashleigh Gentle, Ellie Salthouse, and then sort of Holly Lawrence hanging in there 20 seconds behind Ellie at the last check. And Lauren Brandon obviously has fallen off that pack now, and Rebecca Clark as well, around 450 back. But Kat Matthews has broken into the top 10 now. She's around 5:17, 5:18 down from the lead. So Kat Matthews a factor in this race because she is one of the fastest runners outside of sort of Ashleigh Gentle. Obviously Paula Findlay, a very good runner. Ellie Salthouse, Holly Lawrence, all very good runners. But Kat Matthews will be one to watch in the run.
Kat Matthews is sort of holding pretty steady at about 5:30 back. She's floating between that at the moment. That's quite a long way back from Taylor Knibb, but it is only about 3 minutes back from these chasers, and I think might end up being only about 2 minutes 30 back from the Ashleigh Gentle, Ali Salthouse, Holly Lawrence group. So we are actually seeing that Kat Matthews is in a better position than maybe what it was looking like 40 or 50k into the ride. She is a very strong runner who can run through fields deep into these 18k runs.
Yeah, certainly look to Matthews to move up into the top 6. Whether she can break into the top 5, we'll have to wait and see. We're back with Paula Findlay riding right behind Lucy Birham, and they have broken away from that group of Ashleigh Gentle, Ellie Salthouse, Holly Lawrence, who've been stuck together for the majority of this bike course, and we are on the last lap here, so you know, sort of 8k to go. They'll make their way up to the top of the course for the last time and then back home to transition, and we'll get to enjoy the fireworks that may or may not happen on the run, but I'm excited to see how that shakes out for sure. Very close racing here today.
What a season it is for Lucy Byram. I think she turns 24 in a couple of days as well, so could be giving herself an early birthday present here, and it could be a really hefty check as well if she's able to keep this kind of form up.
Yeah, we used to always say you can spend 10% of the prize money on a present for yourself. I don't know if this generation are doing the same thing, but I mean, Ash will be, that's a lot of money. 10 grand is a big present, but I remember, yeah, we would always spend about 10% on something ridiculous like a watch or something that you really didn't need. That was sort of the motivation.
Yeah. Oh, you got to have small wins, something to show for your efforts, for sure.
Ashleigh Gentle is sort of falling a little way back here. She sort of had the race in the perfect position, like it couldn't have been better. It was absolute dream scenario. 60k into the bike for Ash. It was like Ash would have been thinking this is amazing. But this Lucy Byram move, who she's now put 40 seconds into Ashleigh Gentle. Ashleigh Gentle's almost at 2 minutes 30 back from Taylor Knibb, and she's about 40 seconds down on Paula Findlay and Lucy Byram. So it's still a really good position for Ash, probably better than most people thought it was going to be leading into the race. But given what it was only sort of 10k ago, it's not quite as good as what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ashleigh will be pretty happy with where her position is off the bike. I mean, I'm sure she would have wished to have been able to go with the Lucy Birham chain, but 2:30 down from Taylor Knibb, and a really good swim to set up her day. So honestly, I think Ashleigh's just peaking at the right time, and we've sort of said this, so she's recognized that the PTO events are the best events in the world when it comes to prize money and opportunity, and I think she's recognized that obviously after coming off of last year, and she's peaking right now with this race in Singapore coming up in 2 weeks. So I think we'll see a very fast run from Ashleigh Gentle today. Back with Lucy Byram here in second. And I did get one question come in earlier. What is the band on the ladies' arms? And that's their heart rate monitor. So that's the way we're able to get heart rate information for all the women.
And Lucy Byram training in Leeds, of course, Rinny. I mean, that's turned out so many top athletes over the years. Of course, you've got the likes of the Brownlees. She's there with Ruth Astle as well, Beth Potter, who won the season-opening World Triathlon Championship Series race in Abu Dhabi. So really good company. Lots of people to derive good knowledge from about being a professional, strategy, as well as being pushed on a day-to-day.
Something in the water there, maybe, in Leeds.
So.
Something I asked Rinny before was the technology difference between the men and the women. Now, Lucy Byram actually has a camelback down her top. So that straw you're seeing come out of her top is the straw of a camelback. So why she's done that is because that closes the gap between her arms, or like her chest and her TT bars. So that directs wind flow a little bit better from the front of the bike through to the back of the bike, making the position more aerodynamic. Someone she trains with quite a lot is Tom Bishop, who also used a camelback in yesterday's race. So clearly that's something in their training group that they've decided does test very well and is fast. She's one of the only girls that we've seen on course do that, whereas yesterday with the men, almost every single one of them had a fairing system down the front of their top. So clearly Lucy is one of the people who sees taking advantage of aerodynamics on the bike as very important, and we're seeing it with how she's riding.
Is it the watch shop that with Bishop that they train at in the UK?
So the watch shop are a company. They make some aerodynamic products.
There's a certain coach who's associated with the watch shop, though. I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, I don't actually know who coaches Lucy Byram. I would have to ask. Maybe I'll send a message out to Tom right now and ask that. Maybe ask how she's running while I'm there. Something that we've really got to keep an eye on with 5.5k to go on this bike here is like the run dynamics. All of the talk, Rennie, like everyone's talking about how well Ash Gentle's running. Similar, we were hearing that with Jan Frodeno a lot on the lead into the men's race. Hey, Jan's running really well. Here's some of the sessions he's been doing. That's been the entire talk of the women's paddock, where everyone is telling everyone about how good Ash is running, probably the best she's ever run. And that's saying a lot given what we saw from her last year. But even Ash, who is probably the most modest person in triathlon, has come out and said, I'm running better than I was last year. In fact, I'm doing everything better than I was last year. And so if Ash is saying that, combined with all of the talk about Ash Gentle, I think we're going to see a really big run from her. And it's going to be very interesting, given that we now think maybe Taylor has come in with a bit of a niggle caused by running.
Yeah, I think Ashleigh's got a big run performance coming up. I mean, yeah, as I said earlier, she's very quietly confident leading into this race and extremely lean. But as I said, she's peaked for this race. She's picked these races out at the end of the year to be her big races for the year. And sort of after this, she'll go home and sort of have some downtime again and prepare for a big next year, 2024, possibly seven PTO events.
It was Dan Bingham that I was thinking of.
So Dan Bingham, he's the one of the head performance engineers at the NEOS Grenadiers. He's like an aerodynamics expert. So not her coach, but similar. She is coached by Jacob Tipper, by the way. He's an ex-pro cyclist.
Well, that will translate into the kind of performances that we're seeing here today. And Paula Findlay, 83% of her max, with Ashleigh Gentle at 89%.
Ash has been up around that 89-90% for a lot of this bike ride, and that just might be that she has a capacity to race around that level. That may not be that she's working harder than Paula Findlay necessarily. Maybe that's just where she's comfortable in sitting. So it'll be interesting to see, because usually when you get off the bike, your heart rate spikes, and in the run is where your highest heart rates will be. So whether she's then up at 95% of her max heart rate on the run is pretty incredible, actually.
Have just got word there as well from a training partner of Lucy that she has been dealing with a bit of a running injury. So we might potentially have her trying to get as far forward in the bike as she can, so that maybe she does have a bit of a gap to people chasing her behind. That does explain how aggressive she's been at the back end of this ride. So we've got a situation potentially here where, and it's going to be fascinating to watch it play out and to see what's true and what's not. How is Taylor's leg going to go in the start of this run? How is Lucy Byram's running injury going to go at the start of this run? And then how are Paula Findlay, India Lee and Ashleigh Gentle feeling? So I expect the first sort of 3, 4, 5k of the run to be really explosive, and we couldn't have been really set up for a funner start to a run than we've got today.
Under 3 kilometres now to transition for Taylor Knibb. Lake Michigan, she'll be getting closer to that for the run as they go through the lakeside, through the park, Veterans Park, where it gets a little bit more exposed at parts, where the sun beams down on the athletes. It looks like it's out in certain parts of the course, and they will take 5 laps to make up 18 kilometres. So at what point here, Rinny, with coming down 2.5 kilometres into transition, mindset-wise, is Taylor starting to think about that run and how hard she's going to go out?
Yeah, I think at this point of the race, you want to keep the pedal to the metal, so to speak. You want to keep that pace on. You're still not, it's still a couple of miles to go. Less than a mile now. But I think, yeah, you are starting to drift towards the run, maybe mentally thinking about, okay, put my bike in. And actually, some of that is autopilot at this point because they've done it so many times. But you might see a lot of athletes sort of start stretching out a little bit. They might, like, you saw it yesterday with Christian Blumenfeld. He did sort of sit up, stretch his back out a little bit. It didn't help. But he did sort of sit up, get out of the saddle, take a few pedal strokes out of the saddle. And that's just to, like, sort of get your back... back in
just sort of activated,
neutral.
I guess.
Yeah, like sort of back into like neutral because they have been bent down in those aero bars for such a long time, and just to stand up and like sort of stretch it out a little bit sort of feels nice before you come into the run. But it looks like Taylor not interested in doing that, keeping in the aero position all the way through to transition 2.
Going to be absolutely fascinating to see these gaps into T2 because with the last time check, we saw that Taylor Knibb only had about 1:40 on Lucy Byram and Paula Findlay, but it does seem like those two girls have got an extra minute on the chase group of Ashleigh Gentle, India Lee, Ali Salthouse, and Holly Lawrence has found her way off the back of that group 20 seconds back. So seeing what these splits are into T2, and I guess leading into this with Taylor entering T2 here, we probably expected her to have maybe even triple the lead that she has now, 2, 3, 4 times a bigger lead than she has now. And I think maybe even Taylor expected that. So being inside Taylor's head here, what she's going to think when she sees these girls coming into T2, because they will enter T2 probably right as she's about to leave it or as she's just leaving it, that would be a very interesting place to be inside her head because she's not used to a situation like this. It hasn't happened in Monkhurst for her forever, really.
I think we just did see, though, her dad show her because I saw her nod her head and you saw a man holding the whiteboard. So she knows exactly how far behind they are. She knows that distance. And obviously she's been watching it closely for the whole race. So I don't think she's going to be surprised. She's just kind of like, okay, it is what it is. Now I've got to execute a great run to stay ahead for as long as possible on this run course. So.
And a lot of people make the mistake of seeing Taylor as just a cyclist, which she's not. Taylor Knibb is a complete triathlete. We saw that in the swim where she went second. She sort of held second position right throughout the swim and took the ownership of the swim. She then went to the front of the race and rode really hard as we expect, but she is also a world-class runner.
This is Lucy Byram, coming in. She'll take that camelback out as soon as she gets into transition and discard that so that she's not running with it. Yeah, obviously a very strong cycle leg for her. I believe second fastest cycle leg on the day. Paula Findlay hopping off now. But yeah, Lucy Byram, as you said, with that injury. Sometimes when athletes have a bit of a run injury, then they end up just working their bike so hard, and then they come in and they're phenomenally fast on the bike. Sometimes they surprise themselves if they've had enough time to then build their run fitness back up. They do put together a very strong run as well. So it'll be interesting to see what her run legs are like, whether that injury was significant enough to really put her run on the back burner for a long time.
So Lucy Byram only rode 15 seconds slower than Taylor Knibb then. Keep in mind at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships last year, Taylor Knibb rode about 8 minutes faster than everyone else. So, you know, that's a really impressive ride by Lucy Byram, and Paula Findlay obviously only rode about a minute slower than her. So this is quite a surprising dynamic that we're seeing, but it makes for such a fun and exciting race. The dynamic everyone was projecting with Taylor having such a big gap, and then can Ashleigh Gentle catch her? That's a pretty boring race dynamic. What we've actually seen here, which is very typical of PTO races, is just like such unpredictable and exciting dynamics.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And do you know what else is exciting? And I'm going forward some years. 2 ladies in their mid-20s. Like, the future of the sport is in good hands right now with these exciting athletes that we're seeing already achieving here in 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. The future is definitely very bright for these young women, and so much opportunity. And yeah, the clock starts here really when Ashleigh Gentle hops off the bike. We'll see what this split is, but only 90 seconds from Taylor Knibb to Lucy Byram.
So it's 2:48 from Ash Gentle to Taylor Knibb.
Wow, yeah, that's much less, obviously, than we thought. We saw this gap sort of form in the first sort of 4 laps, and it hasn't gone any further at all. So these women have ridden very well, and Ash Gentle really having a phenomenal race. And as we said, she's peaked for this race. She has targeted these races, is in great shape, and Yeah, one of the fastest runners in the field as well, she just said there.
Up until this point, T2, this is the best PTO race Ashleigh Gentle's had in her life. Keep in mind, she's won 2 of them, come second in another. So that's saying a lot. Now can she finish the race? Can she get to the front of the race?
Ellie Salthouse cramping. Oh, no.
Different quad to Christian Blumenfeld yesterday.
The right quad too.
But exactly the same position.
Come on, Ellie.
It's because of this bike course in a way. It's such a time trial position heavy bike course. The athletes are spending 90–95% of 80 kilometres locked into their time trial positions. That is actually pretty rare in triathlon. We saw it a lot at Clash Daytona when they raced around the racetrack. A lot of athletes had cramp based on it. This course is very similar to that heavy time trial position kind of course.
She looks like she's been able to shake that off pretty quick, but it was just as she bent down to put her shoe on, that right quad cramped a little bit, but hopefully that was just one moment in the race and nothing more.
Lots of support, even as we get away from the crowds there for Taylor Knibb, and you guys have spotted something.
She just ran past her manager there, Pat Lemieux, who's also the husband of Olympic champion Gwen Jorgensen. So he plays a massive role in Taylor Knibb's life. He gave her some encouragement. She gave him a bit of a smile and a nod. She looks like she feels pretty good.
Yeah, obviously we'll be keen to see the early splits on the run. Taylor does look like she's running very well. Paula does not look like she's running as fast as Taylor, but Paula will still run very, very well.
Great to see such vocal support out there for the PTO athletes.
That was Tom Bishop on the side of the road, who we've mentioned a couple of times in commentary, training partner of Lucy Byram. So he was just supporting Lucy and Paula as they ran past then. The gaps have held pretty similar since T2. Lucy Byram did get that little gap out of T2 from Paula, and Taylor Knibb, Lucy Byram and Paula Findlay are running basically the same right now.
John Gooden alongside Rinny Carfrae and Jack Kelly. Delighted to have your company here from Milwaukee. Day 2 of our PTO US Open. We had the men yesterday. It is the women today. And right now, pictures of Taylor Knibb. Sensational athlete, just 25 years of age. Enviable skills in swim, bike and run, which date back to her time at high school. And she's looking good today.
So Ashleigh Gentle has already taken about 6 seconds out of these 3 athletes in front of her in Paula Findlay, Lucy Byram and Taylor Knibb. As we expected, that is quite a lot early in the run. What usually happens out of T2 is even the weaker runners stay pretty similar with the faster runners because they all go really hard out of T2. So for Ashleigh Gentle to have already taken nearly 10 seconds out of these guys, almost 500 metres out of T2, that shows we could be on for a really fast run here by Ashleigh Gentle.
And just for a little more context, 70.3 world champs, which Ashleigh did not race last year. Taylor won that race, and Paula Findlay was second. Paula Findlay ran around 1:15 faster than Taylor, but again, she was a little ways down, so we don't know if Taylor sort of let up and sort of didn't run as hard as she could have that day. But again, that's around the deficit that Taylor had on Paula's run at 70.3 world champs.
And there we see her race ranking. She's super strong in the swim and, of course, bike. And I feel guilty almost saying this, but not as strong on the run. But, of course, as you alluded to, Rinny, like sometimes the numbers they just tell part of the story.
Absolutely, and obviously her run last year in Dallas coming off an injury and with her the heat and her kind of blowing up, that would definitely have pulled her numbers back a little bit.
So we saw Taylor, she is the hunted. There is Ashleigh Gentle, she is definitely the hunter. It went down at the US Open last year, it is back on again. Can Ashleigh Gentle make up the ground and go into a foot race with Taylor Knibb for the finish line? A tight transition there, especially between those 3, Knibb, Gentle and Lucy Byram. 15 odd seconds separates the top 10.
Taylor fastest in transition for a T2. One of the slower.
It looked really smooth, didn't
One of the slower T1s, but she redeemed herself in T2.
So Ash Gentle here is now only 2 minutes 37 back from Taylor Knibb. So she started the bike, I think it was 2:58, did we say? Started the run 2:58 back from Taylor. So that's almost 20 seconds, or roughly 20 seconds that Ashleigh Gentle's already put into Taylor Knibb here. The irony in this, to me, to my eye, Taylor Knibb looks to be running really well. And like me and Rennie talked about leaving T2, Taylor Knibb is a world-class runner. She's one of the best middle-distance runners in the sport. It does get overshadowed a lot by the fact that she's, as she hits a little two-pointer there, it gets overshadowed by the fact that she's such a strong cyclist. So, yeah, people do make the mistake of looking at Taylor Knibb as just a swim cyclist, but she's so much more than that.
Oh, and she has to be. She's an Olympic distance contender and hoping for, obviously, to make the US team firstly, but then for a medal at the Olympics next year. So definitely the run is super important in short course racing. Obviously still very important in long course racing too, but critical in short course racing. And she looks like she's moving along. I don't think this niggle that has been hyped all week is anything. I think she's looking great. She's not favouring any leg to the other. She's moving along nicely, has a very good cadence going. And yeah, I think she's in great position. But again, it'll just be a matter of what Ashleigh can produce today.
We've just seen Holly Lawrence fall back there from Ali Salthouse going past her. India Lee is running really well for her. You would sort of usually expect Ali Salthouse to run a little bit faster than India Lee, but maybe that cramp into T2 playing a bit of a factor there. I mean, this race is now really spread apart. So it's about 60k into the bike, it seems like everything was sort of together. But then the Lucy Byram move has completely exploded this race, and now onto the run, it's really a bit all over the place. We've got girls everywhere. Kat Matthews in 9th place, only about 5 minutes and 40 seconds down from Taylor Knibb here, is someone who I think we can really expect to move through the field and see her rise up into the top 5. And we are seeing Ash Gentle make early moves, and really strong ones at that, having now put about 25 seconds into Taylor.
Yeah, I think Kat Matthews is definitely one to watch, down a little lower in the field in 9th position now. Here's Lauren Brandon just ahead of her. She may have passed her already, but whether she can catch up to Salthouse, Lawrence, India Lee, I think maybe a top 5 is a potential for Kat Matthews, but we will watch that keenly as the race unfolds.
I think similarly to yesterday's race with Jan Frodeno, I think Ashleigh Gentle and Jan Frodeno have had very similar races. And we looked at Jan Frodeno as he was running, and he just looked so smooth and in control. He didn't necessarily look like he was running that fast compared to, say, maybe Christian Blumenfeld and Jason West, but he was. And we're sort of seeing that with Taylor Knibb and Ash Gentle here, where Taylor Knibb looks like she's running really fast, but Ash Gentle just looks super smooth and in control, and he's actually running a little bit faster than Taylor Knibb right now. That can't happen with such world-class runners. They just look so smooth and relaxed that it almost makes them look like they're not running that fast, and we're seeing that with Ash Gentle now, and I think the rumours about how she was running leading into the race might be true.
So these ladies will be pacing themselves around the 18-kilometre run course. There are 5 laps. It travels out along Lake Michigan on paved trails. You've got lots of nice views of Veterans Park. It returns back down Lincoln Memorial Drive, where, of course, they were biking not so long ago. 3 aid stations as well to assist them in their fueling as they bring this race home.
Yeah, we have Paula Findlay running at about a 3:41 pace, Taylor Knibb around a 3:42 per kilometre pace. So Paula Findlay holding Taylor Knibb around the same pace. Ashleigh Gentle running around a 3:30 for 32 pace, so 10 seconds per K slower than Taylor Knibb. So you do the math on that one. I can't do it that quickly. But I think that means an Ashleigh Gentle win if it stays at that pace.
Another factor, and a big factor with today's women's race, is it's nowhere near as hot out there as the men's race. We saw the men's race turn into like literal chaos and carnage, and that was because it was so hot. The run course, the wind and the sun are funny on this course, where it has some like seriously desert-like patches where you don't feel any wind because it's blocked from the lake, and it's just this like really almost like when we go to Kona, there's like that one patch out in the energy lab where the heat just hits you because there's no wind. the course isn't quite that hot, but it has that same feel. So we do expect to not see quite as much chaos and some girls running to the absolute best of their potential today because of that weather.
I think one other thing to note is that it's 6:40 p.m. here, and so it is the heat index has definitely come down. I remember last night when we came out to the men, even though it was such a hot day, it was pretty cool by the end of the race. So conditions for the run definitely favouring the athletes, and today a cooler day than yesterday for sure.
We do see Taylor Knibb pull the front of her top down here, though. We saw Magnus Ditlev do that yesterday. Now, that can just be that it's best to keep cool when you run, but it can also mean that you're feeling hot and you're feeling the effort of it, whereas Ashleigh Gentle just looks smooth and relaxed. Something really interesting when comparing these two on screen.
Really, something else that I noted there, we're seeing some of the men that raced yesterday come out to support the women. There's a real camaraderie, isn't there? Those watching at home will note that we're talking about a lot of athlete relationships as well. There's a lot of partners that have been racing yesterday, today as well. But can you talk about that, how there is this community feel around triathlon? As much as these guys are competing against one another fiercely out on the race course, outside of that, everywhere else, there's this really tight bond and shared respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if the women were to go first, they would have been out supporting the men and vice versa. And we definitely saw that a lot last year with the Norwegian boys getting out there and supporting the women, throwing their shirts in the air, twirling their shirts in the air. So yeah, I think anytime there's a lot of athletes, it's just a mutual respect, I guess. And yes, there are some athletes, Ashleigh Gentle and Josh Amberger, are married, and so obviously they're going to be supporting one another. But yeah, definitely a lot of camaraderie, and it's really nice to see the pro men out there supporting the pro women after their race last night.
So we have seen Ashleigh Gentle put a bit more time into Taylor Knibb as well. So sort of through the first run lap there, Taylor Knibb ran that in about 12 minutes, whereas Ashleigh Gentle ran that in about 11 minutes and 22 seconds. So that's almost 40 seconds faster in the first lap that Ashleigh Gentle's ran than Taylor Knibb. Now, Taylor Knibb is actually running really well. She's the next fastest of everyone who came out of the front sort of six in T2. But that speaks to how fast Ashleigh Gentle's running here. So that's 40 seconds over one lap of a 5-lap run course. So that projection, if that keeps happening, that says that we are going to see Ashleigh Gentle run very close to Taylor Knibb, sort of a bit past halfway through this run.
I like the flags as well. So this being the US Open, it's great to obviously see that there's a strength in the American field. A couple here, I think there's 11 races from the USA today, 4 from Great Britain and 3 from Australia as well. An international cast, but you can tell there are some hot spots for triathlon.
Same as the men's race yesterday though, right? The Europeans are leading the men's race, but there's also a lot of strong Americans, Sam Long. We've seen the Australians with Maxie Newman, Aaron Royal, etc. Triathlon started as an American sport, but you know, the Germans have had such periods of dominance, the Australians have had such periods of dominance. We're now seeing a little bit of an American comeback with Taylor Knibb and Sam Long and Jason West. The sport is global, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger each year. And I mean, not to preempt the future too much, but that's why next year 2024 is looking pretty exciting, with maybe a few more PTO events all over the world.
And you're seeing now Ashleigh Gentle run into 3rd place, and that's Paula Findlay just up ahead. So she's making quick work of these early kilometres and will be in 2nd position momentarily. But yeah, Ashleigh Gentle running as we suspected, very fast. So around 40 seconds a lap would put her somewhere around end of lap 4, early lap 5, catching up to Taylor Knibb. So yeah, definitely still a lot of racing to be had, whether Ash can hold on to that pace or whether Taylor can as well. So I think both of them will fade just a touch in the 2nd and 3rd lap, but it's just really what that gap looks like and how quickly it comes down.
Our very own Rachel is mixing with the VIPs. We're going to throw it down to her. Rachel, who are you with now?
Well, I'm sure Sean would love to be called a VIP. That's what the commentary team have just said you are. Obviously, fiance of Holly Lawrence. Holly is just overtaken India Lee, one of the other Brits. Lucy Byram now looks within touching distance as well in 4th. Seems like the battle's on with Ellie Salthouse. She was cramping. I actually just gave you that news in T2 there. Will you go and try and feed that to Holly out there on the course?
Yeah, right after this interview, I'm going to get on my bike and go out there and try to help support with time gaps. But I think that battle through 4 through 7 is going to be tight between Holly, Salthouse, Byram, and hopefully Holly's got the legs that close us down.
Yeah, how has the training been going? How are the legs out there, do you think, for Holly?
Training's been going really well. We had a big 8-week block leading into this race, so this is really the first time she's raced in 2 months. So I think she's doing really well. Looked a little bit of kind of get yo-yoed on the bike some, but came in a good spot. And if she's got her run legs, I think she has a shot to get up to 4th.
She was talking after Ibiza, trying to be more tactically aware this time out. Do you feel she's doing that?
I think she has. I mean, she's executing the race plan we talked about, not really pushing on the bike, but being tactically savvy, sitting in the front group and just maintaining herself for the run. So hopefully that's the way it works out and she can run fast on this 18K run.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, thank you for talking to us. And also, they're getting married on the 2nd of September, I hear.
Yeah, we've got a big trip coming up. It's Milwaukee, Europe to St. Moritz, Finland, and then the week after 70.3 Worlds in Finland. We're getting married on September 2nd, where Holly grew up in Somerset. So exciting next 5 weeks, and this is kind of the kickoff to that. So very cool.
Wishing you a beautiful day for the wedding and good luck out there today. Go and give us some information. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks.
John, back to you guys.
Thanks. I think Sean might need some of my throat lozenges that I've been sharing about this week. A little course there, but it obviously means so much.
One of your little English teas that apparently help our throats.
You're welcome. So during that interview, we see Ashleigh Gentle has moved into 2nd place. She is stepping on the gas. She's doing what we know she can do. And she's going to make this race a lot more uncomfortable for Taylor Knibb. Now, one of the rivalries that we've had going back a couple of years is between Ellie Salthouse and Holly Lawrence. So if you take your minds back to the Collins Cup, you guys will know what I mean. I think we call it a bit of argy-bargy in the UK, where they got up close and personal.
To be honest, this here is actually
That's not too bad.
pretty normal behaviour of triathlon.
I sort of built it up, didn't I? And it didn't really deliver there, but they were talking about it in and out. Salthouse won on that day.
I think the difference there is, right, in a usual triathlon, like today's race, when you have 16, 15 people get to a buoy, there's a lot of argy-bargy and a competition to get to the inside line of the buoy and then get a good line out of it. The difference with that one maybe is that there's only 2 of them, so they probably didn't need the argy-bargy. One of them could have just hopped in behind the other. That's where maybe the little bit of a feud came there. The move past Paula Findlay for 2nd there from Ashleigh Gentle was quite interesting. Ashleigh gave her a little bit of support, a little smile, but still very business as usual, because Ashleigh Gentle knows who the person she needs to run down is and who she's focused on is, and that's Taylor Knibb.
And Ashleigh Gentle's pace is around 3:27 per kilometre so far, and Findlay's is around 3:41. Paula Findlay is running very well, make no mistake about it, but Ash Gentle, yeah, 3:27 minutes per K for 18K. That's moving, if she can hold on to it.
It is great that we've all week we've been really excited about this battle between Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb. And now it hasn't played out exactly as we expected, with Taylor Knibb having, you know, a 6 or 7 minute gap. But it's definitely still the battle of our 2 like PTO queens, isn't it, in Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle. And so it's just such a pleasure as a fan of the sport to be able to watch this.
So here is Salthouse and Lawrence.
That's not
No,
Lawrence.
sorry.
I'm not exactly sure who that runner is right behind Ellie Salthouse. I don't think it's a lap runner because we haven't seen, but it might well be.
That's Lucy Byram moving back through. I thought Ali Salthouse actually went around her, but now Lucy Byram's coming back around her. So Lucy Byram, a bit of a slow little patch out of T2, but does actually look to be running really well, like surprisingly well, given that we heard she had a bit of a run niggle coming into the race.
There's no mistaking Ellie Salthouse in her kit.
No.
Is there?
Holly Lawrence down the bottom of the course there as well.
Yeah, the red bottoms, white tops, that's Holly Lawrence's kit there.
So a couple of the lower ranked athletes here at the PTO getting into the top 10 of their transitions, trying to make back that time. Taylor Knibb, the fastest through transition, very smooth. Unlike her T1.
First off the bike and fastest through transition. She was in a rush to get out onto that run. But yeah, this rivalry between Holly Lawrence and Ellie Salthouse, they're just such similar athletes. They usually swim around the same pace and bike around the same pace. And I think Holly's had the upper hand a couple of times and also Ellie, so I'm not sure. I'm sure they have a running dashboard on who has the more victories. But yeah, I mean, obviously sort of a race within a race between those two. Back with the lead here, Taylor Knibb on her second lap. She's making her way back towards transition. Very keen to see what the split will be at the half. Sorry, not even the half, sorry, lap 2, because they have 5 laps of this run course. The 5th lap is slightly shorter, ever so slightly, because they go to the finish line rather than through the transition or by the transition area. So lap 2 right now.
It might look a little confusing, but when we saw Taylor Knibb there running past some athletes, there are actually quite a few lapped athletes in this women's race already. A little bit different to what we saw in the men's race yesterday, but does speak to how fast these front girls rode today and how fast they are running in these like almost perfect conditions for fast running.
And there we see the indication of just how good Ashleigh Gentle is when she comes out of T2, the fastest runner on course today. And overall, the fastest athletes, the #1 ranked PTO athlete, Ashleigh Gentle from Australia, looking for a big prize today, looking to get right back up there at the very top. It wasn't her day in Europe, but it could well be her day here in the US.
Yeah, it wasn't her day in Europe, but she still manages second place.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean,
So
yeah, respectfully. But yeah, I think, you know, the queen of the 100-kilometer distance.
100%, John, just giving you a hard time there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, this is, yeah, Ashleigh is all class, just is coming into her own right at the perfect time, racing just so well over this distance and really making it her own. She is still in second position now, but within striking distance of Taylor Knibb, if she holds this pace and if Taylor Knibb sort of holds the sort of same pace she is holding right now. But just a class act all around.
The last 2Ks have actually been fascinating here, though. Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb are basically running the same pace from about kilometre 4 to now about kilometre 6 into the run. So I think Ashleigh Gentle has only made up about 3 seconds on her in the last 2 kilometres.
Right.
Now, if you project that forward, that obviously means Taylor Knibb wins the race. If you took the first 5K, Ashleigh Gentle's predictions were that she would win it. So this is now a big fight back here from Taylor Knibb that we're seeing about 6K into the run.
And just going back to that Ibiza race, Rennie, I think Ashleigh Gentle said like no one was beating Annie Haug on that day. Everything came together for her, didn't it? And she just looked phenomenal out there on the course.
Yeah, the former world #1 ranked Annie Haug as well. No slouch, one of the best athletes in the world and had a phenomenal day. So to beat Ash Gentle, she had to have just a crazy fast run. And so Ash, by admission though, wasn't in the best shape of her life. So she was, you know, pretty happy with that result in Ibiza. But, you know, obviously in better shape now in the swim, bike and run. And we saw that in the swim and bike. Running very well now, but Taylor Knibb, again, also running very well. And we sort of hinted towards that in that she is preparing for the Paris test event in 10 days' time. She needs to be running very fast for that. So obviously running very well, but yeah, time will tell whether she can hold off the hard-charging Ashleigh Gentle.
A lot of these athletes in better form than they were when they competed at the PTO European back in May. This really is the thick of the season, isn't it, Jack, where the big races are coming, the A races, if you will. So these men and women. The women today obviously trying to figure out their training plans so that they can peak appropriately.
It would have been amazing if Anne Haag was in this race in the form she was in Ibiza, though, because honestly, that race at the PTO European Open from Anne Haag is probably the most impressive female performance I've seen over this distance, and that's saying something because we've seen some great performances from Ashleigh Gentle in the past. So to have her here would have been a treat, but we are also being treated to this battle between Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle, which I think we all probably expected out of T2 that gap was not enough for Taylor and that Ashleigh Gentle would catch her. But we have really seen this fight back here between kilometre 4 and now about kilometre 7 into this run. Taylor Knibb is running basically the same pace as Ashleigh Gentle, only about 1 or 2 seconds per kilometre slower. I mean, I don't think anyone expected to see that fight back. Rinny, do you think, looking at Ashleigh Gentle here, do you think that it looks like she's starting to struggle compared to how she looked maybe for the first few K in the run, or do you think she looks solid and that Taylor Knibb has actually just sort of found a second wind and is picking it up?
I mean, I think what you said it earlier as well, when athletes run really technically well, it doesn't look that fast, but she is running very fast here, make no mistake about it. But yeah, I mean, maybe her cadence is slow just a touch from when she busted out of transition, and that's sort of natural. You kind of get out on that run and go for it. Taylor looks like she is running. Is running this exactly the same as when she started the run, whereas maybe Ashleigh's settled into a pace now.
Jack, you were mentioning Annie Haug versus Ashleigh Gentle. I mean, this is a tour, and we have in 2 weeks Singapore coming around, the Asian Open. Annie Haug will be there. Ashleigh Gentle will be there. So you may just get that gift that you were looking for, and then we'll see that Ashleigh Gentle can get another bite at the German when we go across the water.
How exciting that we have a tour that, by all rumours, is getting bigger next year, where we're going to see so many chances to see this kind of racing more regularly. Because, I mean, the PTO racing is the most exciting racing in the world at the moment. Look at this race. We don't really get this in female triathlon too often, but we're going to have it 3 times in a year. It's yeah, it's amazing, John.
And that was Ashleigh Gentle just passing Leslie Smith, a lapped athlete there. But Leslie Smith did get a penalty in T2. I guess did not put her gear all in the box. Basically, when you come off the bike, you need to put your helmet in the box and discard any other gear into the box that's right beside your bike. And she failed to do that, and so incurred a 30-second penalty, I believe. So she was penalised for that. But part of the sport, you have rules and you need to follow them. So
you've got to be tidy.
Got to be tidy.
Got to keep that tidy.
And look at this, we were talking about earlier. Holly Lawrence, I don't know who she's talking to there. Maybe her husband's right on course, but Holly Lawrence has passed Ellie Salthouse, and that will be for 5th position. So this rivalry, we'll see if Ellie has any fight in her, or whether she can go with Holly, but Holly certainly looks very good running here.
So we're 8K into the run now, 10K to go, and Taylor Knibb is 1 minute 50 ahead of Ashleigh Gentle. So that makes this a race that's going to go right down to the wire almost. We're not going to, if we do see that pass, it's not going to come until the final, 1 or 2 kilometres if things keep going like this without a blow up from Taylor Knibb, or unless Ashleigh Gentle really picks up the pace. And now sort of through 3rd to sort of 6th here, we're seeing another big battle where the positions have changed multiple times between these athletes. There's like a lot left in this race, a lot more than maybe we expected at this point in the female race.
So it sounds like Ashleigh Gentle needs to be making up about 32 seconds a lap, and she made up 32 and I think 27 in the last 2 laps. So she's right there. It's going to be a close race, Jack. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Ashleigh obviously fastest on course, running very well, but will it be enough to catch Taylor Knibb? Taylor Knibb also running very well. So obviously a completely different picture to what we saw in Dallas, and obviously conditions very different, cooler conditions out there today. But Taylor she's looking exactly the same as she did in the first few steps of that run, no different.
I think people do make that mistake too regularly, like we've already said, of thinking of Taylor as just a cyclist or just the strongest cyclist in triathlon. Like, she's so good at it that it overshadows everything else. If you look back to the PTO US Open last year, she'd had 3 weeks of run training in a couple of months or a few months because she was injured and it was so hot. Like, if you've only had 3 weeks of return to run training and then you go and try and run in 45 degrees Celsius heat, you're obviously going to be walking. But now we are seeing the Taylor Knibb that we all know if you've been watching her short course career. She's a great runner. She's one of the probably 3 or 4 best short course triathletes in the world. And as Rennie said, you don't do that by being a bad runner. Ashleigh Gentle, when she was racing short course, was probably the best runner in the sport for at least like a 2-year period there back in like 2016 to 2018. So it's not actually surprising that we're seeing a battle like this. I think anyone who has followed Taylor Knibb's career could probably have told you that we weren't going to see her just fold and give up and let Ashleigh catch her, and that this was going to be a battle. And if the projections are right, then that actually means that this will come down to the final 200 metres.
Oh, that would be something. Well, Taylor Knibb has spoken about competition, Rennie. It really does bring out the best in your performance. And she's got a serious rival here, particularly at this distance, in Ashleigh Gentle. And she will be pushed to the wire by all accounts. And it will mean that it will bring the best out of her performance today.
Yeah, and that's the best thing about sports, right? You can do all the training in the world, but when you get to go and race the best athletes in the world, that's when you can pull the best out of yourself. And that's all we want. We want to see what our capabilities are as an athlete and how good or how fast can we be. And so in the moment, it never feels good to have to push as hard as these women are pushing. But yeah, I think when it's all said and done and when you look back on it, you appreciate that competition and appreciate having Taylor Knibb on the start line for Ash Gentle to chase.
Being so deep into this run here, Rennie, and it being, 7 p.m. at night here, and the race starting at 4 p.m. at night, how will that be affecting the way these guys run? Obviously, triathletes have very diligent eating plans going into runs. Do you think that any of these guys would be having stomach issues late in the run here, given that it's 7 p.m. at night and they usually are racing at about 10 a.m. when they're running?
Yeah, that was a lot of the talk around the males races, when to eat, how to prepare, and how to make sure that they're fueled well for this race. It looks like Taylor Knibb's had no problem, and obviously she comes from a short course background, so is used to having later in the day races. And Ashleigh Gentle obviously had 10-15 years of racing short course ITU style racing where they did race in the afternoon. So this is not foreign to either of these athletes at all, but definitely different for a lot of the long course athletes who are used to getting up at sort of 5, 4, 3 a.m., having a quick bite to eat, forcing the food down, and then getting out onto the race course early in the morning and finishing early, sort of around lunchtime for a half or even before. So very different eating habits, and something that these athletes will have to adjust to, because it looks like a lot of the PTO races will be a little bit later in the day and not first thing in the morning.
Taylor Knibb looks amazing here. Like, I know, like, I definitely don't underestimate her run, but she's actually surprising me just how good she looks. And I think that does show that she's in really great shape for the Olympic test event next week, like her dad talked about. I mean, yeah, I think even the biggest Taylor Knibb fan would be like very impressed with what they're seeing from her in the run right now. She looks so smooth and in control. She's actually ran 3:40 per K pace pretty much consistently every single kilometre the whole run, and 10K into the run here is still running that.
So here we see the start of the race as they leapt off the pontoon into the water where it all heated up.
Yes, some interesting dive techniques. Some athletes very used to diving off the blocks, other athletes not so much. It's not something you do in long course racing very often, usually in water start or on the land start. So some of those athletes not used to the dive in, but
I definitely saw at least one ballywhacker there, and it looked like there was another one about to happen.
Transition, such a great place for the triathlon supporters to see their favourite stars. Lots of cameras, lots of phones out to get that memorable snap of these athletes coming through. Taylor Knibb coming back in and then going straight back out. We can see in the small box looking very comfortable, and there is the hunter today. Ashleigh Gentle, eyes on Taylor Knibb.
I also want to talk about Paula Findlay real quick, because she is solidly in 3rd position. Like, that's a fantastic result for Paula. I mean, obviously, she is one of our favourites. She is one of our top-ranked athletes. But she sort of came into this race sort of saying, oh, top 5 would be, well, you know, worth all the work we've put in. And honestly, anytime you have a healthy Paula Findlay on the start line, and she said she's had some healthy training, she's had, you know, she's been uninjured, that's a dangerous Paula Findlay. And you were seeing a great performance from her today. Very informed Paula Findlay, and you know, she has that World Championship event coming up in the cycling, and then 70.3 World Championships coming up, I believe, as well. So a big couple of months coming up for Paula, and she looks like to be in great form.
Rinny, I want to get your take on this race here, because it does remind me a lot of your career. For people who don't know, Marinda Carfrae, 3-time
Not Taylor Knibb. Nothing like my career.
Definitely not Taylor Knibb. Rinny, a 3-time Ironman world champion. Particularly maybe your battle with Daniela Ryf, where you chased down about 10 minutes to beat her at the Ironman World Championships. What is the mindset of Ashleigh Gentle when she is chasing someone who's such a great cyclist but seems to be holding strong on the run, and you're making up a little bit of time, but it's like, oh, is it enough that I'm going to actually catch her, or we're now running similar paces? Like, what's the up and down like roller coaster ride that you go through chasing someone who's holding strong out in front like this? Like, what is going through your head?
I'll get back to that in a second, but just really cool to see there Jocelyn McCauley really cheering on Taylor Knibb, the camaraderie amongst the athletes. Jocelyn McCauley, obviously a lapped athlete, but really cheering on another athlete. I'm sure she'll do the same to Ashleigh Gentle. Jocelyn always very kind when she's out on the race course. But going back to your question, being a hunter, I mean, for me, similar to Ashleigh, not the best swimmer in the field, sort of strong on the bike, but my strength was really always the run. So I had no choice, and Ashleigh has no choice. This is what cards she has to play, and she's used to playing them, though. She's played them her whole career. She's used to chasing. She's used to having to, in a lot of ITU races, she had to just sit on the front and just time trial, and tons of girls would just sit on her wheel and suck on her wheel, and sometimes they would outrun her, but that was her only chance. She's a winner and has a winner's mindset, but that was her only chance of getting to the front. It was just taking the bull by the horns and just riding really hard to try and limit the deficit to give herself a chance to be in the race. And so that really lends well to this racing, where you are actually non-drafting, and so no one's sitting on your wheel. Now the bike is all on you, which is fantastic for a strong cyclist like Ash, and who runs... Oh.
Was that to Dad?
I don't know.
That's where he was standing for the interview.
I think that might have been... sorry to stop my thought half sentence, but Taylor, I don't know who that was too, but whoever it was is in big trouble. She did not seem happy with...
I think he didn't have the whiteboard up, and she was, get that whiteboard up.
Yeah.
Because I saw him, but there was no whiteboard.
There's no whiteboard. Come on, Dad.
The whiteboard is now a triathlon meme, isn't it?
You need to fire your dad. I know a lot of other people who would do it.
When the finger point comes up, you know she's angry.
Yeah, not happy there for that moment, but kind of enjoyable for us to witness that side of Taylor, because I've never seen her be cross at anyone.
Well, a lot's on the line here in Milwaukee. She has an opportunity to put her name in PTO history and grab a PTO Tour win.
So the end of lap 3, Ashleigh Gentle is 1 minute 30 down on Taylor Knibb, and only took 18 seconds down on her over that lap at the end of lap 3. So, I mean, 2 laps to go. That if we extrapolate that, that's only 36 seconds that she'll take over the next 2 laps, which would mean that Taylor is our winner. But Ashleigh Gentle is the hunter, and what a runner like her will do is she will probably try to get really aggressive over the last 2 laps of this run. She'll see that. She'll know, okay, the split's not coming down as much as it needs to. I'm going to take a risk, and I'm going to get on the gas here, try and put a little bit extra in, even if it means I lose my race and do end up blowing up. She'll take that risk rather than just running consistently and finishing 40 seconds down. That's not what she's going to do.
Is there a chance that she's burned too many matches on the bike, perhaps?
Well, there is, and there's a chance that that Lucy Byram move was really definitive because it meant that Ashleigh Gentle fell back and then had to do quite a bit of work on her own for that last lap and a half. So that little Lucy Byram move might be bigger than we think.
This is, well, Paula Findlay on screen there as well. She's in third position, but that was Leslie Smith. I'm not sure whether she's injured or has another reason to be stopping, but don't like to see that. The American athlete, Leslie Smith. Oh, she's serving a penalty we mentioned earlier. So she did get a penalty in T2, so she is serving her 30-second penalty on the side of the road there right now. But yeah, Taylor Knibb. I mean, I don't know. I think you're looking at a very fit and an athlete that's getting ready for the biggest race of her year, which is the test event next week, or in 10 days, I should say, in Taylor Knibb. And as I said, she's no slouch. She's considered the strongest cyclist in the sport and generally swims at the front. But she is a great runner too. She has had a couple of injuries, and maybe last year. Oh, there's her dad.
That's her dad there.
It wasn't her dad.
Who was on the whiteboard over there?
I do not know, but she did not like them, or at least had some words to say to whoever it was back there. But yeah, Taylor Knibb is a class runner too, and does not get maybe the respect she deserves, and we're seeing it on full display right now.
Well, she's earning every ounce of that respect today as we switch the camera to Paula Findlay, another super respected athlete on the tour.
It does look like a bit of a battle of attrition for everyone else on course that isn't Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle. We are seeing the paces of the girls behind actually slow up quite a lot. Now, we have seen Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb's paces slow up a little bit there over lap 3 and the start of lap 4 here, but it's not dramatic, whereas the girls behind do look to be locked into absolute battles of attrition.
That was, I think that was Magnus Ditlev on the side of the road there, so some of the pro men gathered around that area. That's her manager again, Pat Lemieux, husband of Gwen Jorgensen, Olympic gold medalist from Rio.
I did see a scooter there next to Magnus Ditlev as well, which is a little funny story. Magnus Ditlev was super disappointed with his race last night and left his bike in transition for his team to deal with and grabbed a scooter and rode it home by himself to the hotel to think about his race. So I saw that same scooter next to him right there.
Lucy Byram here in, I believe, 4th place, but she does have some ladies behind her sort of closing the gap, so I'm sure she's trying to hold on to that 4th place finish. I think that, what prize money would that be, $15,000 or more? I don't have it off the top of my head, but obviously a big amount of money and game changing, so she'll be trying to hold on to that position. Yes, $15,000 for 4th place. It'll be 10 for 5th, 8 for 6th, and I believe that's Ellie Salthouse and Holly Lawrence behind her. Holly Lawrence, I think, is the one who's sort of making a little bit of inroads on Lucy Byram, but nonetheless a great race from the young athlete. Again, back to Taylor, and she still looks exactly the same as the first few steps, so I think probably, I mean, I'd love to see her splits for every lap, because I feel like she's probably really evenly split them, whereas maybe Ashleigh went out really hot and has sort of slowed into more a realistic pace for what she can hold for 18K.
Ashleigh Gentle really has slowed down a little bit the last sort of 4K compared to what she was running for the first sort of 5 or 6K of the run. And Taylor Knibb has held very consistently. She's sort of ran between 340 and 345 per K the whole run so far, which is so fast, especially considering how she rode solo all day. Like, we think about that with knowing that the group dynamic, even at 20 minutes, does play a little bit of a part in keeping your legs fresh, even if it's just like 5 or 10%. Taylor Knibb went and did the hard work by herself all day, and he's actually the one who is probably holding the most consistent pace on the entire course. So this is a very impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically a time trial from start to finish, an individual time trial for Taylor Knibb, and she seems totally fine with it. So great racing.
Taylor Knibb was the fastest in the Collins Cup in 2021. She came 2nd at the US Open in Texas last year. She is yet to climb to the very top spots in a PTO Tour race. Could today be the day where she gets right up there, the queen of the mountain, if you will, and also takes home a pretty hefty $100,000 check?
I think an interesting question before the race would have been, if with 6K to go in this race, Ashleigh Gentle was 1 minute 30 down on Taylor Knibb, will she win the race? And I think the answer would have been yes. Everyone would have said, oh, if Ashleigh Gentle's only 1 minute 30 down with 6K to go, that means she's probably ran 4 minutes into her on the run already. But now we're in the race and we're watching it with 1:30 down with a 5.6K to go. Now it's almost sort of looking like maybe she won't get there, which just shows how how dangerous it is to sort of predict the race and think things are going to happen before the race is actually played out.
Did you just say that? Did you just say that, Jack, after yesterday's performance on the mic?
Oh, Jan Frodeno, I predicted it once. I did say that I got that one wrong. So.
No, I think the women's race is still panning out the way we somewhat expected it, and that the positions will be what we expected with Taylor Knibb. I think Mystery Pro wins the day if he gets Taylor Knibb first, Ashleigh Gentle second, and Paula Findlay third. That sort of was the prediction from the start, but how they got there is just not what we expected. And yeah, I mean, full respect to Taylor Knibb for putting on a clinic basically on the swim, bike and run.
Anyone else you want to give a nod to so far? I mean, I know we still got some time to go, really, but who else has really impressed you today?
Well, Lucy Byram, that bike ride, incredible. Only 15 seconds behind Taylor Knibb, who's widely considered the best cyclist in the sport right now. So Lucy Byram, the young athlete, coming out here and just sort of asserting her dominance, not having any trouble going around Paula Findlay, also one of the class cyclists of the field, and riding almost the same speed as Taylor Knibb. So very good racing from Lucy. Obviously one we will be watching in the future.
Yeah.
But a great race for her today, and yeah, in the moment, fourth position, which is a $15,000 paycheck that she gets to take home. So. And
she's not far removed from her student days, I don't think. So that's going to be pretty useful in potentially paying off a little bit of debts, and of course taking 10%, really,
yes,
to treat yourself.
Absolutely.
Of the top 7 women out on the run course here, apart from Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle, who are the 2 fastest runners on the course, the next fastest runner is Kat Matthews. She currently sits in 7th place, but she is, if she sort of keeps running how she does, and the women ahead of her keep running how they are, that could see her move up even as high as 4th place by the end of the run. So I think we do need to just keep a little bit of an eye out on Kat Matthews' progression through this field, because there's a big difference between 7th place and 4th place when it comes to money for the PTO, and world rankings when it comes to the PTO.
And she was very much in the conversation with those in the know for, maybe even getting a podium today, Kat Matthews.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen Kat do just amazing things where she just rides so super strong and then runs really well. If she's in contention, if she's in the ballpark, then she's definitely a danger. Today she didn't really quite ride to what we expected. I sort of expected her to ride sort of around the Lucy Byram pace. But maybe, still, obviously, it's still within 12 months of her ridiculously crazy accident, and her recovery has been phenomenal, to say the least. Obviously, a win in Ironman Texas, and then he's still racing amongst the best in the world here, but still probably on the mend, and I'm sure, we won't say on the comeback.
Don't say that.
On the mend. But yeah, obviously still a very shining star in our sport, and one we will continue to follow for years to come.
To keep you updated here on the paces, Ashleigh Gentle is only running about 1, 2 or 3 seconds per kilometre each kilometre since kilometre 10, faster than Taylor Knibb. So this fight back from Taylor Knibb has actually been quite amazing, given that about 3 or 4K into the run, it almost looked like fait accompli that Ashleigh Gentle would at some point hunt Taylor Knibb down. Taylor Knibb's really gathered. Maybe we are seeing what Rinny thought we might have seen, that was Ash Gentle really attack the first few Ks out of T2 to try and close that gap. But we have seen Taylor Knibb hold steady here.
Oh man, he's going at a fair clip as well to keep up with the cameras.
Yeah, it's very easy to run at a fair clip for 100 metres.
Taylor Knibb has stayed
pace.
super consistent here too. She's running all her laps at about 13:30 per lap, which is like 3:42 per kilometre or something like that. And she's just holding really steady on that. I've noticed Taylor Knibb look down at her watch a lot more than anyone else I've seen the cameras. Pretty much every time she's in shot, you'll see her look down at her watch once or twice, which to me says she has a screen on her watch that's telling her the pace she's running, probably with the distance or the time as well on it. So she'll be very aware of how fast she is running and how far she's got left. So that probably tells you that Taylor is pacing this really well and speaks to the fact that she is running so consistently. So I don't think we're any risk of seeing Taylor blow up here, given how closely she is monitoring that.
So that 200-metre sprint to the finish looks unlikely at this stage.
Yeah, the projections had it at about exactly 200 metres. 4.5k in. If things had stayed how they were, it would have meant that 200 metres we would have seen Ashleigh Gentle make that catch. But yeah, like we've talked about, Taylor Knibb has certainly turned that around, and we probably have seen a little bit of a slowing down from Ashleigh Gentle as well compared to what she came out of T2 running.
And Ashleigh Gentle did say she does run well off a very hard bike, but maybe she did push just that little bit extra, and she had to, honestly. Like, to put herself in the race against Taylor Knibb, she needed to be within, the ballpark, within arm's length of Taylor into T2, knowing that Taylor is a very good runner as well. So she pushed the bike, which she absolutely should have. But yeah, maybe she's just slowing. Obviously, she's still running fastest on course, I believe, but she's still, not running quite as fast as maybe she expected to run, or maybe she'd hoped to run today. But, honestly, it'll be an all-around very good performance from Ashleigh Gentle, whether she, pulls up a little short or not. Another second place in the PTO races. That consistency is just incredible. To be able to be first or second in every PTO event so far is incredible.
So Taylor Knibb's just ran that lap again in 13:35. So she is literally running all these laps at about 13:30. Like, it's clockwork. So she clearly is racing very methodically here. I think also we could speak about Ashleigh Gentle maybe having worked a little bit too hard in the bike, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. I'm not sure I quite see it that way. I think I'm just seeing a really impressive performance from Taylor Knibb. I don't actually think anything we're seeing from Ashleigh Gentle is like a sign of weakness or a sign that like she hasn't raced to the best of her potential. I think Ashleigh Gentle probably beats everyone else in World Triathlon today. Taylor Knibb is just special. She's the 70.3 world champion. We saw what she did off only 3 weeks of running at the PTO US Open last year, and I think we are just seeing an absolutely special athlete in Taylor Knibb do something absolutely special.
Lap 5 of 5. Ashleigh Gentle's just posted 13:19. So she's kicking on, but let's see the response from Taylor Knibb, who looks down at her watch again. And there is Ashleigh Gentle.
Well, coming through the end of lap 4, Ashleigh Gentle now knows, okay, 1 lap, 3.5k to go. Like I said, she's not going to leave this. She's not going to just sit there running the same pace and not try to make a move. She looked like she stepped things up a little bit through there, turning the corner into the last lap. She has to. She has to. Her only choice here is to give it everything and, take the risk of completely blowing up, and actually the time going back a little bit to Taylor. It's literally her only option at this point, if she has it. The reality might
Honestly,
be...
I think it's already full gas. I think she's already doing that and has been from the start of the run. Ash, she's not new to this game. Again, she's always sort of chasing, and if she gets to the front, it's on the run, typically. So she knows how to pace a run well, and she also sort of... even if she sort of pushed as hard as she could, even if she blew up, she would still probably finish second. She has 2-minute buffer to Paula Findlay, so I think no danger of losing that second place position. But honestly, I think she's been pushing as hard as she can from the get-go, from getting off the bike. And obviously Taylor Knibb just running very well today and showing she's a all class in all three, the complete athlete.
because we got to keep in mind, Ashleigh Gentle has already put about a minute 40 into Taylor Knibb, or a minute 30 into Taylor Knibb.
Sorry, that was Ash Gentle. Just in the bottom of your screen, we're going to go and find Taylor Knibb to give you a kind of physical visual of how much ground is between the front two athletes, the work that needs to be done by the Australian to catch the American, as we see the bike and the red kit of Taylor Knibb.
So I've ran that part of this course in a bit of recon, and the gap there between Taylor Knibb and Ash Gentle, I think, is about 600 to 650 metres. So that means that throughout this course, so when Taylor Knibb takes this left up here, that straight's only about 350, 400 metres. So Ashleigh Gentle would have had full line of sight and can still see her if she looks off to the right up the top corner where you see Taylor Knibb with the
just on cue.
Yeah, because it's a good place of line of sight. You've got about 600 metres of view here at any time. You do lose them up on the top right-hand edge of the park, but then you can gain them again down on the left-hand edge of the park where there is another long straight. So Taylor Knibb will go out of sight of Ashleigh Gentle here soon, but then out of the park, there's a long straight all the way to transition for the finish line where Ashleigh Gentle will be able to see her again.
But honestly, anytime you can see that athlete in front of you, it's dangerous for the athlete in front. It's almost like you get locked on to that target, and it's almost like you can find an extra gear, even if if you feel like you're in top gear already, you can find an extra gear. Obviously, at a minute 26 back, that's going to be a monumental effort for Ashleigh Gentle to catch up to Taylor Knibb at this point. But yeah, being able to see that athlete ahead is a game changer, I think. But again, I think that time gap is just not coming down quickly enough for Ashleigh Gentle for today. But again, Ashleigh Gentle, a phenomenal performance all around. Another second place finish on this PTO course. If that in fact happens, we still have a bit of running to go. But yeah, all class, and full credit to Ash for another phenomenal performance. The consistency, I think, is what is most admirable. You see some athletes will come in and they'll win one, and then they'll be, down the field or DNF the next one, and then they'll come back and be back in the mix again. But Ashleigh Gentle to go first, second, maybe first in this race today is incredible.
So what we're seeing with the data on the screen is slightly different to what we might be talking about. We have our eyes on that second screen. So just in case there's any inconsistencies, that's the data that we're trying to give you to be as accurate as possible.
For example, we know here Ashleigh Gentle's actually only a minute and 8 seconds down on Taylor Knibb, not a minute and 22 seconds down, so it is a little bit closer than what the screen would have you believe. At a minute, that means that Ashleigh Gentle running this pace is literally only a few hundred metres behind Taylor Knibb, about 400 metres, 500 metres behind Taylor Knibb.
So it could be agonisingly close for
Yes.
Ashleigh Gentle.
So they're at the top end of the park here. When they turn off the park, a left off the park down the straight, when Taylor Knibb's about 400 metres down there, Ashleigh Gentle will be able to see her. So there will be eyes on Taylor Knibb almost right up until the finish line from Ashleigh Gentle.
All right, well, Rinny is departing to go down to the finish line. So, Jack, it's just you and I to bring this home in this exciting race, a standout race so far for Taylor Knibb. I mean, whatever happens, this a fantastic performance, given her strength of schedule and what's coming up, as we see pictures of Ashleigh Gentle. And it's up, we believe, under a minute 11, maybe, unless Taylor Knibb has kicked on once again.
That's about right, that gap. It's floating between about 108 and 110 at the moment, that gap, and has for about the last 500 metres. So when Ashleigh Gentle gets up to the top of this park here, if she looks sort of up diagonally to her right, which I actually think we saw her just do, she will be able to just see the heels of Taylor Knibb. Yep, she's just had another look there to see if she can get line of sight on her. I think what we're seeing here is probably the two best performers at this distance, the two best athletes at this distance in Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb having an amazing battle. Now, it might seem like everything's holding steady and the race is done, but I think what we need to start focusing on is the performances we're seeing here. These are the two best athletes we have on the planet right now. Annie Haag on form is probably there as well over this distance, but I think these two in Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle are the two best female athletes to ever live at this distance, and they're coming head to head with each other in one of the greatest performances I've ever seen from a female at this distance by Taylor Knibb here. If not, maybe jumping early on it, maybe even more impressive than what I saw from Annie Haag earlier in the year, which is saying something because that was an amazing performance. But just the way Taylor's attacked this race, like the way she took ownership of that swim. So she made probably a bit of a poor decision early in the swim by taking the left-hand line while Lauren Brandon took the right-hand line, but it didn't really stop Taylor. She didn't just sit back in and get behind Rebecca Clark, who's known as a strong swimmer. Taylor Knibb took authority of the race and took ownership of her own race and sat in second position on the swim. And then once she got onto the bike, she just got aggressive from the start and rode insanely aggressive the whole way with a working group of, at times, 8 women behind her, and she still managed to ride away from them. And now to lead from the front like this on the run with the best runner at this distance we've ever seen in Ashleigh Gentle chasing her, you can't understate just how impressive it is, the performance we're seeing from Taylor Knibb.
The 100-kilometre distance, fairly new to triathlon, Jack. We see so many of these athletes that have been pacing themselves for either short course or long course, all that 70.3 distance, but there is a minutiae. There is percentage points to be earned. Ashleigh Gentle has been dubbed the queen of the 100-kilometre race. We saw that Annie Haag is getting in on a conversation, and of course Taylor Knibb well and truly inserting herself into the same conversation with this outstanding performance today.
You do have to keep in mind the age of these two athletes. Ashleigh Gentle, she's about 8 years older than Taylor Knibb. So Taylor Knibb, Ashleigh Gentle's probably the queen of the PTO distance right now, but Taylor Knibb is the future of this sport.
Right.
It's not just this distance. I think a lot of people have Taylor Knibb pegged as the favourite to win the Olympic gold next year in the triathlon. A lot of people are predicting her.
Incredible.
I personally think she should be considered probably the favourite or second favourite at that race, given that the course suits her. She's now putting in this ridiculous performance here today over the PTO distance at the PTO US Open. Probably a performance that most people expected from her, to be honest, but that's just because people have such high expectations because of how good she is. We've seen what she did at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships last year, winning it by 6.5 minutes, and she has ambition to go and race the full distance at the Ironman World Championships. This lady in screen, Taylor Knibb, that we're seeing right here, in her early 20s, she's the future of the sport, and she's potentially going to wrap up her career as the best triathlete that the world's ever seen, and the heir apparent to Daniela Ryf, probably.
That is unbelievable. I mean, a lot of high talk there. The ceiling is high. It looks like the book was being... The pages were starting to be written from when she was a teenager, and she is coming good on all of that. Just a little note that, of course, Ashleigh Gentle will be back for our Singapore race. Annie Haag will be back for that as well. And they will warm the throne, or someone will be warming the throne for when we next see Taylor Knibb compete at 100 kilometres, an exciting time. And go ahead, Jack.
We just saw the motorbike there at the very back of your screen. That's Ashleigh Gentle's motorbike. So if that gives you a visual of the gap between Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle, the camera foreshortens it a bit there. The gap there on that part of the course is probably still about 450 metres, maybe even a little closer to 500, but between 450 and 500 metres. With 800 metres to go here, going to be very, very hard. Like Taylor Knibb would have to probably trip over one of the barriers for something to happen here. Slightly downhill finish, so a very fast run into the finish line here as well. And a lot of crowd on the side of the course. So Taylor Knibb got a little bit of the downhill into the finish line. A strong crowd to sort of lift her motivation. And you know, Taylor Knibb is the kind of personality who won't be thinking like, I've won this race, and start celebrating. She's so process driven, she's so like intelligent and methodical that she'll just be ticking off each sort of K, each sort of 500 metres, and literally won't celebrate this win until she's probably 50 metres from the finish line.
Right, but I'm sure, you know, the mood will change very quickly when she does see the blue carpet, as we have eyes on Ashleigh Gentle. There is half a kilometre now before we'll see someone break through that finish line tape. I mean, it's been an outstanding effort for all of the ladies in the top 5, top 10. A fantastic race. And Ashleigh Gentle will be hurting now. She's made a big effort today. But Taylor Knibb has been a fierce adversary. And she's coming in where the crowds thicken. More support to bring the athletes home here in Milwaukee. She'll go past the Arts Museum, the big sails, and she's had a bit of a masterpiece of her own today. She's closing in on the chute now. There's the smile. Or maybe not. Maybe I went too early. Surely there's going to be some emotion from Taylor Knibb now, the current number 6 in the world. She was second at the US Open in 2022. She has brought it home. The American on home soil is the winner of the US Open here in Milwaukee. It is a fantastic and excellent A-star performance from Taylor Knibb. What an athlete we see before us.
Like I said, John, not too much of a celebration from Taylor Knibb. She's just so methodical. She's almost like she expects herself to win a race like this. She'll be over the moon inside, and she's the kind of person who just loves achieving big dream goals like this. So,
well, Ashleigh Gentle, she takes the sunnies up. She comes in with the support. Now there's a big smile. So consistent at this 100-kilometer distance. She is often the one to beat. She is coming home in second place. Outstanding performance again from Ashleigh Gentle. And she will go over to Taylor Wells. Certainly Taylor Knibb will go over to Ashleigh Gentle. A great rivalry there between those two athletes, Jack.
Pretty special moment, John. Like, not many of us get to experience something like that with, you know, the two best in the world, the biggest rivalry in female triathlon right now, with an all-time battle, like a battle that lasted all day and had so many ebbs and flows. And Ashleigh Gentle, who probably would have expected to run down that gap but didn't quite get it done because Taylor Knibb held on so strong. And you know, this is just two fierce competitors, two athletes at the absolute top of their game, with two performances that were absolutely world class. Like, Ashleigh Gentle did not have a bad race then. Ashleigh Gentle had an amazing race. Taylor Knibb just had an even better race. It's yeah, that's pretty special what we've just witnessed from those two today.
And I'd love to marinate in these performances, but just looking ahead, Jack, you know, Ashleigh Gentle knows, okay, second again, I'm going to get that first next time, and I don't have to wait long before I lace up my boots and go once again.
Yeah, and Ashleigh Gentle's just such a competitor. Like, Ashleigh Gentle has this nice, modest personality, and that's what she shows everyone. But hidden underneath that, like, really nice exterior is an absolute animal of a competitor. She hates losing. She expects herself to win world-class races. It's like, she's not happy to be here, Ashleigh Gentle. She expects highly of, like, just massive things of herself. So I actually think Ashleigh Gentle will be pretty disappointed with the outcome of today. She'll be satisfied with the process and the performance, because it was a great performance. But it'll burn Ashleigh Gentle, probably the same way it did with Christian Blumenfeld yesterday in losing to Jan Frodeno. Ashleigh Gentle doesn't want to lose to Taylor Knibb. She wants to beat Taylor Knibb, just like she wants to beat Annie Haug. So Singapore can't come around quick enough for Ashleigh Gentle, even given the fact she's just had one of the best performances of her life and won $50,000.
The highest of achievers, right? They held themselves in the highest of standings. And of course, a lot on the line as well. Financially, the career, the pride, the bragging rights, as we await the rest of the podium to be filled out.
And doesn't this gap say a bit about the performance of those two, like we've sort of been talking about
here?
I
think you can talk about that, Jack. Like, what does it say?
Well, Paula Findlay is amazing. So Paula Findlay is one of the best cyclists the sport's ever had. She's a very consistent swim runner. She's had a great race today. But we're sitting here waiting for her. We're sitting here waiting for her for what seems like a lifetime, because Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle are generational athletes. They're involved in the biggest rivalry in the sport right now. And look how far Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb are pushing themselves. Ashleigh Gentle and Taylor Knibb are pushing themselves further and further and further, and that's why the level of performance is getting so high in female triathlon, because of athletes like those two.
And here is Canada's Paula Findlay. Smiles as she comes down. What a tough race with the strength of field. She has tasted what it's like to stand on the PTO Tour podium in her home country of Canada. She gets another opportunity to do that here. She has raced her way to third here at the PTO US Open. Congratulations, Paula Findlay. A big smile as she crosses the line. Well, that's nice from Taylor, isn't it? Towel on the water.
Well, she's been over the line for 5 minutes now, so Taylor Knibb's feeling pretty good about herself right now, and about her race, and about the fact she's going to pocket $100,000 from that. So, yeah, I'd be offering everyone waters too. I think I'd be pretty happy. We're seeing happiness and emotion from Paula Findlay here, and she's going through that sort of riding the highs of and the lows of emotion when you cross a finish line after giving it your all like that. So, yeah, she's 4 minutes 45 back off the lead, but honestly, that was still a truly great performance from Paula Findlay.
Performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like Lucy Byram will be coming in fourth. I mean, what an outstanding performance from the Brits. Whereas we have some pictures here of Taylor Knibb's race. And an outstanding race it was.
It could be good to get eyes on the battle for fourth and fifth between Lucy Byram and Holly Lawrence, which does seem pretty close, but also hard not to celebrate this amazing victory of Taylor Knibb, which was world class. You can see Lucy Byram is hurting here. That's because she's running scared, because just around the corner there you can see both Holly Lawrence and Ali Salthouse, and that is quite a close gap for this level of race and this distance of race. You can see these. So this is the kind of battle that you love to see, where Holly Lawrence is absolutely giving it to herself. So is Ali Salthouse, and so is Lucy Byram. This sprint finish here after 18 Ks, this is just brutal, and you can see it on Holly Lawrence's face.
And here is Lucy Byram. She burst onto the scene in 2021. What a future she has in the sport. She has a birthday coming up very soon. She'll turn 24, and she comes in fourth with this strength of field as well. And look who she's beaten, Jack. Bring these ladies home for us.
Holly Lawrence here is absolutely giving it to herself, because it never feels like it's over at this point. You literally go through to the line. That's why we've seen Lucy Byram collapse. That's why we've seen Holly Lawrence collapse. I wouldn't be shocked if Ali Salthouse, yep, there she goes. She's on the deck as well. That kind of sprint finish after 17.5K and 3.5 hours of racing at this level. It's no wonder that all three of them hit the deck straight away. That's what makes this sport so much better than other sports. It's just human performance to the absolute limit, this sport. And, you know, look at this. Look at the depths these girls have to go to.
Lord. And Holly Lawrence and Ellie Salthouse, a rivalry that we continue to see, just coming over the line, you know, with seconds apart. And Kat Matthews had battled her way up into seventh. She's feeling the hurt as well. Maximum effort from these women today in a very strong field with some brilliant individual performances.
A really solid race from Kat Matthews there to finish seventh. She was so close. If that race had gone for another 150, 200 metres, you could easily have seen, if it went for another 500 metres, Kat Matthews very, very easily could have finished fourth there, but it didn't, and she's just not left herself enough. And she's had a very fast run there, running 1:08.42, which was the third fastest run of the day, behind Ashleigh Gentle, who ran a 1:05.09, and Taylor Knibb, who ran 1:07.08. So brilliant race from Kat Matthews. Just needed a little bit more ground, but she is on the comeback, even though she hates it. And that's probably the best performance of her season so far, maybe even a little bit better than Ironman Texas. So do expect to see a strong finish to the year from Kat Matthews.
And a nice little injection of pace from Anne Reichman as well, who's finishing up her PTO US Open efforts. And about the rivalries, Jack, like they need one another, don't they? All these athletes, they need one another to help push to that next level so that they can kick on and just get the very best out of their own individual performances.
Well, look at that gap we've seen back to third from Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle. That's because those two have trained the way they have this year, because they know they're coming up against each other in these championship races. You know, the only reason Taylor Knibb can put in a performance like that is because she is pushed by someone like Ash Gentle, and the only reason Ashleigh Gentle can put in a performance like that is because she is pushed by someone like Taylor Knibb. And then we saw that with that battle there for the sort of minor placings or the minor dollar amounts.
Oh dear. Oh, Hayley Chura takes a little tumble, but I think she's okay. Just over the line. The American from Idaho brings it home.
That can happen in these super shoes. So you've got, you know, shoes with 40 mil stack height, and they're very soft. So she did hit that little crack in the corner there, and you do go over quite easily in these new modern day super shoes. We're seeing Tamara Jewett here come in to finish in 10th place. I actually think, I haven't checked her splits, but just checking out now, that she is going to have probably the second fastest run of the day, but just left herself way too much to do coming off the bike. Probably needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, Tamara Jewett. Think what she can do to fix that swim and bike and get herself further up the field, because her run is world class, and we've just seen her run 1:05.59, which is only 50 seconds slower than Ashleigh Gentle, and was the second fastest run of the day. Good performance, but in my opinion, not to the best of her ability.
And do you know if she's racing in Singapore? I can't quite remember if we'll be seeing her again for Singapore, but yes, a lot of talk about the strength of her run. But it's been an outstanding top 10. And Skye Munch comes through, the Canadian-American. She finished up good to see her crossing the line as well. Brilliant racing here in Milwaukee as we continue to bring the ladies home. I'm going to send it down to Alex, who is at the finish line.
We are indeed. John, thank you very much indeed, and well done to the two of you in there. Really need to come down. You're doing a lot of hobnobbing with the VIP section, which is only right as a goat of the sport. And as we wait to speak to our 1, 2, 3, we haven't necessarily had the drama today that we had to go through yesterday, but talk to me about the quality of what we've seen, particularly from the podium today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. We sort of predicted that podium, but we didn't expect it to finish that way, or to play out that way, I should say, with Taylor Knibb not quite building up the lead we expected, and then Ashleigh Gentle running so well. We have
in she comes. Right, come on, Taylor. Come and have a congratulatory moment with us. Well done. I'm so glad to see the smile is on, because as you cross the finish line, I wasn't quite sure where the emotions were. First things first, Stella, stunning. Congratulations. Tell us how you're feeling in this moment.
Well, I'm relieved. I'm glad that's over. I think, you know, there are races that feel good and there are races that don't, and that was one where it was like, from the first stroke of the swim, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a long day. And I was in the water, I'm like, just get me out of this. And then on the bike, it was kind of just get me done with this. And the run felt the best, which is shocking. And it was just really an interesting day. So I'll take it.
Well, sum it up and ask your question.
I was just going to say, the best athletes can find a way on their not so good days, and you did that today. What did you think coming off the bike? I mean, we all sort of anticipated a 4-5 minute lead coming off the bike, and it was more like, you know, 1:30 to that second group, and obviously the one we were watching was Ash, and that was around 2:50. What did you think?
Well, I was talking to someone this morning, and I'm like, you know, I think I'm only confident about my run. So, which is kind of ironic. It's all relative, and I know I'm not, like, I don't feel like I'm biking at the same level I was last year, but I'm running this year, that's a win, so I'll take it. You're putting all the pieces together in the puzzle, and some years it clicks and some years there's a little thing hanging off, so like, I'll take it. I also knew that like some people might be overriding, so it was like, okay, we'll see how it goes with the first few run splits and see how the time's changing. I think that says all. You probably know that from your racing, like you'd take like minutes out of people in the first mile.
It's all about you today, Taylor. But yeah, I mean, we saw those first steps off the bike and we're like, well, Taylor, she does look really good. She looks fantastic. And it was the same. You looked the same from your first steps off the bike to your last. Were you pacing that run? Was that like something that was in the back of your mind? Were you like, I have to run this pace the whole way, or were you just doing the best you could all the way?
No, actually, probably my first kilometer was probably my slowest of the day. And it was just kind of like getting my stuff on, and then I found a rhythm, and it was probably like the third kilometer, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling better. And so my second lap, I'm guessing, was my fastest if the splits were broken down, but it was just like, it was finding a rhythm and learning how to run. I'm still learning how to run, but it's work in progress.
Tell me about the sensation of being the hunted relative to the hunter, because obviously you know exactly what Ashleigh can do in that run. Are you conscious and are you listening and watching out for what she's doing, or is it just about your own game?
Oh no, I had a ton of people out there giving me splits, and that was very, very valuable. I think that if I hadn't had the splits, I'm not sure how that would have been, but it's also like you look at kind of the split itself and how much it's changing. And so if I'm like, my goal was just to like get to the end of the start of the fourth lap with 1:20 based on the fact that I made a minute 50, and I did that. So I was like, okay, you can like, it was like little micro goals and like, okay, check, and just kind of see and play how it is. But actually, Kat's husband yelled at me maybe the second or third lap. He's like, Taylor, you're running to win this. And I'm like, oh, wow, interesting. Like, it was just like kind of, you know how like you just need that, like that idea to come in your head. And I'm like, yeah, actually I need to. So it was very helpful. Thank you, Mark.
So has it sunk in there for? I mean, you've had great days. You will have many more great days. But you stand here as, well, I'm sure, if you keep doing what you're doing. But you stand here as the PTO US Open champion, $100,000 to take home. I mean, just give us a sense of the achievement that you've put out there today.
Well, I'm really grateful to race here in the U.S. at this kind of race. You know, I raced here for the first time 10 years ago, and Chrissy Wellington was at the finish line giving me medals. I have a picture. And so it's just kind of, it's fun to be back. It's fun to be racing. It's fun to be doing a different distance and finally mixing it up with the other women. It was great to race Ashleigh again and everyone else who was here.
And Taylor, how much celebrating will be going on tonight? I feel like this is like your first step on many big goals at the end of this year. Will there be any celebrating tonight, or are you back to business, get ready for Paris?
Well, yes, it's definitely getting back to home and business to Paris, but I think like appreciating every step in the way, and I think it's more celebrating the people who got me here and have got me through kind of a interesting past week. So I think it's more about them at this time than me. And yes, the next race is Paris on August 17th.
The last question I want to ask you very quickly is that it seemed during the week that there was a lot of attention on you, obviously being, you know, the home support coming in behind you, a lot of expectation around your performance levels. How comfortable were you with that? And how much of a release is it now to have got the job done?
Well, I think it's always learning, and I'm always grateful for the opportunity because, I mean, I'm still learning how to handle pressure, and I'm kind of like, well, you have no idea what I've been doing the past month, let alone year. So thank you for your confidence, but you might want to look at what I've been doing. But like Jan Frodeno says, like, pressure is a privilege, and actually he was out there on the bike course, like way out, and he yelled at me like, believe, and so I have to thank him for that. Like, that's what really makes a true champion, and I think he embodies that.
I'm afraid the spotlight is only going to get brighter. Well done today. As we said, the PTO US Open champion. Taylor, we're going to let you step out and go and speak to the rest of the media. We'll see you on top deck a little bit later on. Congratulations to you. And as Taylor goes out, let's bring in Ashleigh Gentle. Well done. I'm going to start with well done. Are you shivering? Are you warm enough? Do we need to get your coat on? No, you're right. I know it's an extraordinary question to have to ask. Is it congratulations because that was a heck of a performance, or is it commiserations because you didn't quite get what you looked for today?
Probably a bit of both. It would have been nice to defend my title, but I gave it 110%, so I can't be disappointed. Taylor was the better athlete on the day, and she had a phenomenal race, so it hurts to lose, but how can you be disappointed when you lose like that to Taylor?
Really?
Well, Ash, you really set yourself up for a win today. You swam super well. You were within striking distance on the bike, and you rode super well. I mean, I know this is probably no surprise to you. You said you were in great shape. But yeah, what were you thinking coming into the run? Did you think, okay, I've got this, or did you think I've still got my work cut out?
Yeah, I guess a lot of people talk about my run because it is my strength, but you know, I really tried to swim really as best as I could today, and I have a lot of faith in my cycling too. I'm not a cyclist like Taylor, but I feel like I've been cycling really strong, so I really wanted to try and hang with those people like Paula, who is a really great cyclist. Definitely wasn't easy. Like, I put in a lot of work at the start, and I think I really paid for that when Lucy came flying past. I don't even know where she came from, and yeah, it was tactically kind of difficult because it's on me to try and, you know, bridge that gap, and you know, when you've got a strength like I do on the run, you don't really make any friends. So it was definitely a tough race, but yeah, I'm really, really happy.
There's that wonderful expression, I wish I'd known with foresight what I now know with hindsight. I mean, as you look back, is there anything you would have done differently, or actually is it just sometimes you've got to let it play out as it does?
I think I would have tried to nail my nutrition a little bit better. It was so hard and so fast that I think that there was periods I just forgot to take on nutrition on the bike, and I do think I paid for that a little bit towards the back end, and I was a little bit concerned coming off the bike, and you know, I did not feel great. I never do getting off the bike, but I just have to trust that my run legs will come, and I just tried to get on a little bit of nutrition at the start of the run because, yeah, like it felt like an Olympic distance effort, but for 3.5 hours. So it was really fast.
Singapore comes around quick. Rest up, go again. Is there a lot to be done between now and then, or is it just a case of take it easy and we'll be back on the start line soon?
I do not want to think about that right now. Singapore is going to be brutal, but you know, I'll definitely try and get some recovery in. Yeah, speak to my coach. I've only got a week back in Boulder in America, and then I get to fly to Singapore, so it's going to come around really quickly, but I'm really excited too because I've been living out of a suitcase for over 4 months now, and I get to see my family and my friends again, so I got a little bit emotional because I saw Paula giving her mum a hug, so that's why I was crying. So I got a lot to stay motivated for. I've got a lot of exciting things after Singapore, so I'm going to give it my all until that race.
Good on you. You've put that quite beautifully. Well done today. It was a remarkable performance, and we'll look forward to seeing you in Singapore. Well done, Ashleigh.
Thank you.
We'll let you head out as you go as well. Well done, Ash. And in comes Paula, who has given it absolutely everything today. You look absolutely freezing. Well done. Let's give the sponsors a plug. Exactly. First things first, a heck of a performance. How proud of you of what you've put in today?
Yeah, I'm relieved and proud and happy, and it always feels good to finish on the podium, especially these things. They're so competitive, so I'm happy.
Vinny.
And Paula, on the bike, we saw a group of sort of 5 to 7 form, and it seemed like yourself, Ashleigh, and Ellie Salthouse were the aggressors. Were you trying to sort of break that group apart, or were you just sort of riding within yourself and with your numbers?
Yeah, it was really, I wasn't really looking at my numbers. It was a really hard course to break away on because of the nature of just like riding in a straight flat line for a long time, so there were no hills to kind of create gaps or anything, so I had a really hard time breaking the group apart, although I tried really hard to, and ultimately it was Lucy Byram who came around me at the end and was put in an incredible surge. Like, I had a really hard time staying with her, and I honestly credit my result to her a little bit. Like, she just rode really, really aggressive on the last 2 laps, and we got a good gap on everyone else.
Do you feel you put it all out there? I mean, how much analysis do you do off the back of today? And if there are tweaks to be made, where would you potentially look to do that?
I don't know. I have a lot of racing ahead of me, including a race in 5 days. So I think this time I just kind of put it behind me, be satisfied with the result for now, and think about the next thing and just recovering for the next race. I know that's super lame to say, but maybe I'll do some analysis on the back end in a week or so. But there's a lot going on, so I think at this point I just have to be really satisfied with that result.
You've put in a heck of a performance. I know you're chilly. We'll let you go. Paula, well done today. Congratulations on a heck of a run. We'll let you step out and head out on the podium. Well done to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Well done.
I hope, are you guys behaving back there? You're enjoying your camera time? Good on you. The Rinny fan club is here and enjoying it very much indeed. Give us a bit of a sense of the quality. We're talking about the quality we got there. I mean, it's amazing to get these sort of immediate reactions. You get a sense of Ashleigh's emotions. You get sort of Taylor sort of working it all out as she goes. Paula just, needs a bit of time to digest it. Yeah. You do get the sense of just how much is put out on that course over the 3.5 hours or so.
Yeah, I think the emotion of Ash was definitely really telling. I think she just put everything into this race, and obviously she's trying to peak for this race. She sort of hinted to the fact that she's been, outside of her home country for 4 months now, and that's sort of sometimes what it takes to be the best in the world, to be away from your family, to be away from your home comfort. So I think she's sort of a little homesick, but I think racing at this level is just exhausting emotionally, physically, everything, and you sort of see that at the finish line. And yeah, it was interesting. We had that emotion from Ash, but then Taylor was sort of very matter of fact and businesslike, as she sort of always is, and then Paula Findlay sort of in between. So very cool to get those initial reactions from the athletes.
It's emotionally exhausting just watching, so I've got absolutely no idea what it is like to actually put it all out there. Tell you, we've got Jack back, so we'll rig him up and get him back in studio, and in the meantime let's hand over to John for the podium ceremony.
Well, we're just going to go through the results here, and at 3 hours, 32 minutes, 58 seconds, Taylor Knibb, very modest in her success, assumes the top spot. Ashleigh Gentle, so classy in performance
well done, mate.
and assessment,
Superb.
comes in second. Paula Findlay back on the podium for a PTO Tour race. Lucy Byram, outstanding results and arguably the biggest of her career. Lawrence from Great Britain, Pitt Salthouse from Australia. Kat Matthews powered into 7th. Reichman, Chura and Jewett round out the top 10. And talking of an outstanding performer today, Lucy Byram is catching up with Rachel. Rachel, over to you.
Lucy, congratulations. 4th place today. One of the most impressive performances we have seen from you, would you agree?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Let's just talk about the race. You had a great swim and then a 1:27 back to Taylor on the bike. Such an aggressive bike. Where did that come from?
Well, I've actually not been running for 3 weeks, so I didn't know whether I'd actually be able to finish the run, so I just thought I'd attack the bike and see where I could end up. And so yeah, I managed to make it around the run, thankfully, so yeah, I'm really happy.
I know you're training partners with Tom Bishop, who didn't have the best day yesterday. He was out on the course supporting you. How helpful was he out there?
Oh yeah, it's definitely helpful to keep me going on the run. Like, I could feel my hip a little bit and I was like, oh, but they kept cheering me on, and yeah, it definitely helped.
Yeah, and talk to me about the run as well. You knew there were some strong runners out there, and what goes through your head when you know they're about to chase you down?
Yeah, I definitely didn't think I'd be able to hold off Holly at the end. Yeah, with 1 lap to go, she was only like 27 seconds behind me, so I knew it was going to be really hard, and the last half lap I just had to push really hard, so yeah. 4th place today, Lucy. Congratulations, awesome results. Thank you very much, thanks.
Well, well done, Lucy. And it is worth actually having a word on, I suppose, the pack itself, because you made the point in commentary about the fact that Taylor's performance was so standout that we had a bit of a wait until the rest of them arrived. But just talk us through some of the other performances today and who particularly caught your eye, Jack.
Lucy Byram, probably. She was probably, outside of Taylor Knibb and Ashleigh Gentle, the person who impressed me the most. I know Paula Findlay beat her, but I sort of expect that kind of performance from Paula Findlay. I thought that was a breakout performance from Lucy Byram, and I don't think anyone expected it, especially not for her to go and show so much authority in the race and literally potentially be the reason that Ashleigh Gentle couldn't win the race, because that gap of 40 seconds that she got on Ashleigh Gentle, so that Ashleigh Gentle came in 2 minutes 20 down, not 1 minute 40 down. I mean, that's definitive. And I think Kat Matthews as well with her comeback, even though she hates us calling it, that's sort of still, you know, it's a heart warmer given the VT we saw through the show with the scars on her face.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just pretty horrific. So, you know, the fact she's even racing and was 10 seconds off 4th place, pretty amazing.
And Lucy Byram is 36th in the world. And we saw yesterday challengers coming from deep in the sort of the rankings. We've seen it again today. Can you put an explanation on that for us?
You know, I think sometimes athletes will just come out of left field and surprise you, and that's sort of the funny thing about this sport. Like, you can kind of have all the stats and all the information on all the athletes, and then you have to sort of throw it out on race day or throw it out the window. And then racing is racing, and with the men's race we had all sorts of fireworks. With the women's race we basically had what we expected, but not the way we expected it to pan out. So yeah, I think Lucy Byram was the standout performer for me from sort of left field, if you want to say, and even to Paula Findlay's admission, maybe the reason why she was able to hold on to 3rd, because she got that little gap.
Yeah. Holly Lawrence certainly left it all out there as well today, and she's with Rachel.
Holly Lawrence, congratulations. How do you do a sprint finish like that after almost 3.5 hours of racing?
Honestly, I had Lucy in my sights for the last almost 3 laps, and I was just like telling myself, like, come on, don't give up, don't give up. And yeah, she really picked it up and stayed strong all the way to the line. So yeah, gutted that I didn't manage to get her, but stoked with myself just for like pushing it and giving all I had right to the end.
And lots of battles as well on the run, especially between yourself and Ellie, and a lot of you Brits as well were catching. Kat was coming on strong at the end. How aware are you of all of what's going on around you?
Well, the crowd here was absolutely insane, and like everyone was giving me splits. They might have all, you know, not matched up or anything, but yeah, I didn't want to think about who's behind me. I just wanted to focus on who was in front of me, and just having that carrot to chase, just kept me going. And I never like to think about who's behind me closing, because that's like running scared. You just want to kind of like be positive and keep moving forward. So
I know you were a little bit disappointed with Ibiza in terms of tactics and execution. How did you feel that went in terms of what I just spoke about there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a solid race. I couldn't have expected any more from myself. I was getting kind of yo-yoed a little bit on the bike just because, with the dead turns, it was so surgy. And honestly, I thought a few more would pop on the bike because it was, surging so high. But I just, grateful that I didn't totally lose sight on the bike and kind of just stayed tough and didn't mind the surges and just tried to like meter it out a bit. But yeah, I'm like super stoked with just how tactical I was.
5th today, nice pocket money for your wedding as well. Congratulations, we'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Well done, Holly Lawrence. We had a good performance from a lot of the Brits, actually. Lucy Barham, India Lee, Holly, who we just mentioned, and I think I'm right in saying that Kat Matthews is now joining Rachel.
Kat Matthews, 7th in the end. I said congratulations. You said for what? I said it looked like you were closing. If you had more road, would you not have got 6th?
It's sort of irrelevant. This is the race, and I gave that absolutely everything, and I can't remember the last time I did that, so I'm miffed to not be higher up the podium rankings, but I'm so proud of my performance.
Yeah, and obviously your husband was out there in the crowd as well, helping you. How much of a help can he be? I said, I'd like to speak to you at some point, and I saw him dashing around everywhere, so I didn't get a chance, unfortunately.
Yeah, I love him out there, and there's a reason he gave up his career in the army, and that's to be here to support me. So him, my Pat Lemieux, my agent, Jens, the Canyon team, it's incredible to have such support here.
How aware of you as well as what India Lee was doing? I know you're great friends. Unfortunately, it didn't go well for her in the end, but it looked like she was having the race of her life up until about 5K to go.
Oh, Indy, I never go into the race genuinely considering her as a competitor, because I just want her to perform her absolute best. If she wins, great. She's beaten me 2 or 3 times before, and I've never beaten her. She's just come round after a little moment, and she says, Kat, you beat me. So I think we have a totally mutual respect, and I'm really sad for her not to be able to perform today.
She says she's doing so well because of training with the likes of you. She calls you, obviously, better athletes, but Kat, for you then, what is next? Where are we going to see you next?
3 weeks' time, 70.3 Worlds, but my main focus is the Ironman World Championships.
Well, we wish you all the best for then. It looks like you're in great shape, and it's lovely to see you back.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Well, for all the glory that goes to those on the podium, it is just wonderful to see Kat Matthews back doing what she does best, and with a big smile as well. Very generous as well to her fellow Brit India Lee, who didn't quite finish in the way that she wanted, but certainly has made a bit of a marker in the sand. But it is time to reward 3, 2, 1, and there is a very special gentleman doing the prize giving.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2023 PTO US Open. Presenting medals today will be Victoria Broomfield, CEO, USA Triathlon. Presenting gifts today will be Marissa Werner, Director of Sports Milwaukee. And presenting our celebration will be Jan Frodeno, Olympic champion, world champion, and PTO US Open champion 2023. In 3rd place, the winner of the bronze medal representing Canada, Paula Findlay. In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal representing Australia, Ashleigh Gentle. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and your 2023 PTO US Open Women's Champion representing the United States of America, Taylor Knibb. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join us with Jan Frodeno celebrating with our athletes.
Well, fabulous scenes, I suppose. You've got 3.5 hours of maximum effort out there and you're standing there with a cheese on your head. It's not necessarily the most gracious way to finish up, but it certainly is cultural here in Milwaukee. It's a big part of what this city is all about. It's cheese and beer, very much the headline makers, but we have had sensational performances from those three today as the headline makers here at the PTO US Open. And my word, it comes around quick as well. It's only a couple of weeks to go until we will do it all over again with the Asian Open from Singapore. We have got a stellar cast list for both the men's and the women's once again. But just to sum up this weekend, Rennie, I'm going to come to you first of all. We had drama yesterday in the men's. We've had quality day in the women. How would you reflect on a wonderful weekend here in America?
Honestly, I think it's some of the best racing we've seen in recent years. Jan Frodeno yesterday winning, just a wonderful moment for him and obviously for the sport, the GOAT of our sport in the men's field. And then Taylor Knibb just showing how much of an all-round athlete she is. Swimming, cycling, running, world class, and obviously Ashleigh Gentle there as well. It's the consistency of the queen of the 100K distance.
Yeah. Quick final thought from you.
For me, the racing was world class, but rivalries. Ashleigh Gentle versus Taylor Knibb, which I think is the biggest rivalry in female triathlon right now. And then finally, Jan Frodeno gets one over Christian Blumenfeld. Like, he can end his career happy on that. So
it'll certainly last for a long, long time, that performance yesterday from Jan Frodeno. It's been wonderful to have you both on board. Thank you very much indeed. We will see you again soon. Jan supreme yesterday, Taylor made today in the USA. Bye-bye.